Gentlemen are reading something I wrote.
Just for...
There's another one along in there.
Yes, gentlemen, you'd fall off a globe.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know
right.
that water can't flow uphill. Water only flows naturally downhill.
Well, there is a river somewhere in the world that flows uphill.
Yeah, they try and make it out like that's true, but you know that in reality, always water's going to run off the ball. It's not going to stick on a ball.
Well, there might be a fence around the edge that keeps it in.
Well, you know that water therefore must be contained. You know that. You know, any glass of water that you carry has to stay in the glass. If you
Indeed.
break the glass or turn the glass over, the water's going to run away. So if we live on a flat earth, as we say, then the water must be contained in some kind of containment.
I reckon it's a globe.
Yeah, well, that's what we've all been programmed to think, and I
They
used to
can't
think
be
that.
flat, otherwise you'd drop off at the other end, didn't you?
Well, what if we're inside of the bowl and you can't get out of the bowl? If you were an ant or a spider inside of a bowl and you couldn't leave the bowl, then, you know, that would be a more understandable way of it, rather than saying it's on the outside of the bowl and it's just running up and down on the outside of the bowl. We can't run up the side of a building. Water can't run up the side of a building.
There must be a magnetic force around the edge, though,
Yes.
keeping everything in.
Well, or a containment, like it says in the Bible, that there's a firmament. The Bible says that there's a firmament and some kind of enclosure that holds us in, that keeps us in. And actually, if you study thermodynamics, you'll realize that to have a pressure system, which is the atmosphere, you need to enclose it. If you puncture the deodorant can, immediate equalization with the surrounding environment. So if we do not have a physical barrier between us and what they claim is the vacuum of space, there should be an instantaneous sucking into the vacuum of whatever atmosphere or pressure that we have here. So
What about the Apollo 8 pictures and all of that?
well, these things are easy to actually fabricate. And when experts in Photoshop analyze those photos today, they realize that they have been composite images. And NASA actually admit that all of their photos are composite images. They're not actually a single camera shot going click. And in fact, even the the Earthrise from the moon, people have looked at that under Photoshop and they found that there's a black box surrounding the Earth. It's like they did an early version of Photoshop. They cut out a painting of the Earth, shrunk it down, and superimposed it on what would be a horizon of the moon. So the moon landings are something I believed in until 10 years ago, actually, to be honest. But once you analyze it more closely, and not through the National Geographic version of it, when you look at the NASA's own footage and realize, one, they never put a man in a vacuum chamber. They never tested their spacesuits successfully in a vacuum chamber. They never tested and successfully landed the lunar lander here on Earth, let alone going 250,000 miles and doing it fully loaded up on the moon. They never tested these things. Same with the International Space Station. We never saw it being built and tested here on Earth. The only version
It was built out there, wasn't it?
yeah, but now if you're going to build something, you first of all you have to. Let's say you're building a model home, right? You'll build the model home in the factory, then you'll dismantle it, and then you'll take it to the site, and then you'll rebuild it on site. And that's what you would expect them to do with the International Space Station: is to put it together, test it, make sure it all works. Then you break it back down, and then you ship it up in bits up into the building site. That's how you would do something.
You can see it going over there with the naked eye of the space station.
Well, so but with the greatest of respect, it's smaller than it's about the size of a jumbo jet, the International Space Station, maybe a little bit bigger than a jumbo jet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Now, you can just about see a jumbo jet at 6 miles. If you doubled its altitude to 12 miles, you wouldn't be able to see it. Now, if you took it to 250 miles, do you really think you could see it? And what kind of light would you need to see for 250 miles? You know, that the lighthouses that we make on Earth are the brightest lights that we have. And they can be seen for as far as 50, maybe 70 miles in the best conditions. That's a lighthouse. So how are we going to see a tiny little ISS which doesn't have illumination on the outside?
You're very
at
convincing.
night?
You convinced me, nearly.
At night, remember, if we're seeing it at night, it's flying in our airspace, and our airspace is in the shadow of the Earth, because the sun is on the opposite side of us in order for it to be nighttime, right? So that ISS is actually traveling through a shadow, and yet we're told, because it's 250 miles, which is quite close, relatively speaking, to the Earth, it's inside of the shadow.
Moving that way a little bit, because I've got a business to run here as well.
Well, it's inside of the shadow, yeah? It's inside of the shadow of the Earth, yeah? And it's meant to be reflecting sunlight. such that we can see it from 250 miles. When you're at altitude, you can barely make out things on the ground that are large, bridges, from 40,000, 35,000 feet. You can barely make out anything on Earth. Now you're taking it to over 1 million feet, and you're saying you can see this thing flying past? No, I think that what they've done is they put a U-2 spy plane, something like that. They've rigged it up with some lights, and they fly it past us on some kind of trajectory.
Yeah, well, Gary Powers, I remember him. Yeah.
Gary Powers, yeah.
Oh well, you thought all this through.
I came from the globe. I believed all of the globe stuff, and then I heard the formula for curvature. If you live on a ball, then there's a certain set amount of curvature, because the ball is kind of bending at the same amount in every place at all times. And particularly over water, if the Earth is 72% water or whatever they say it is, that water ball that we see in images from NASA has to be bending. Now we know, intrinsically we know that water is level. However, we suspend that when we're children and we're told that the water is actually bending. That's why you see the ship go over the horizon. So how much is it bending? There must be a formula for that. And when I heard that they claim that the mathematical trigonometry formula is 8 inches per mile squared, I realized that at 10 miles, which is some 800 inches of curvature, I should always be able to see a ship disappear of 800 inches, disappear at 10 miles. However, on a clear day, we can see things at 10 and 20 miles. We can see France. We can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France. And we can see all of them. And they're only 300 feet tall. And according to the formula, at 20 miles, 25 miles, they should be underneath the curve or the bulge of the bending ball, Earth. That's not there. The world record photograph, and this is Guinness World Record photograph, is 250 miles, where you can see the silhouette of an island, the Finisterre Islands, I believe, or from France, from 250 miles away. According to their formula of the curvature of this Earth, that should be 3 miles below the bulge. There's no way to see
gravity, ain't it, really? Sorry? With gravity.
This is the theory that we're taught, is that that all of this can be explained by this theory. But that's presupposing, if you live on a ball, there has to be relativity, there has to be a gravity, there has to be a mechanism to make such a thing work. Because our physical reality belies that. Our lakes lie level, which is why we get these specular reflections, perfect mirror-like when the lake is still. Perfect mirror reflection, right? And that's a 1 mile lake, a 10 mile lake, it doesn't matter. So we're told to suspend our belief that eventually it's going to start curving and gravity is going to do the work. Relativity is going to do the work. Guys, unfortunately, we've been bamboozled about who we are and where we are. And the most important thing is, why would they lie? Well, the truth is, I believe they're lying because they want to hide God from us, and that God is within us, and that we are the emissary of God, and that this life is like a test, but they want to keep us in a prison mentality, stop us from traveling, lock us down in a prison or planet where we can't leave mentally or physically. But in fact, we are meant to be, the highest living things here, not evolved apes, but God's immediate creation.
You're probably right. That's why the Irishman gave up water skiing. He couldn't find a lake that ran downhill. Boom.
Thank you very much.
Have a nice day, gentlemen.
Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, have a great day. Now, I was a bit close in there. Sorry to interrupt. There's a great spot a little bit further up the road here.
Is there?
Yeah, I wanted to try and interrupt the conversation.
I was going to say you're trying where the buttercross is.
You know where? Just by the Costa, there's a shop that's closed. In the sunshine, lots of room. I think we'll do well there. And we won't
anyway,
upset
nice to meet you. See you again sometime. Nice to meet you.
So keep an open mind.
Am I going to go viral on that?
Yeah, you will, sir. Yeah.
But keep an open mind, and I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Oh, well, 1 Corinthians 16, Maranatha, it means the Lord has come. Revelation 22, the Spirit and the bride say, even so, come, Lord Jesus.
Love it. Matthew 24:24.
The last
amongst
days.
the elect, even amongst the elect will be deceived. So I implore you, do not be amongst the deceived.
Well, I'm not deceived, because I'm dispensationalist, and so the Book of Revelation is both literal and symbolic in relationship with Ezekiel, Daniel, Isaiah, Zephaniah, Matthew 24, Mark 13, Luke 21, last days teaching. There'll be wars, rumours of wars, pangs of distress in diverse places. When the rapture takes place and the church is gone, which is the bride of Christ, then God will take up Israel again. And God promised to Abraham, the land of Israel, that he walked around, and that promise will be fulfilled, and that will be in a 1,000-year reign of righteousness after the Lord has put all his enemies down. And the enemies is Gog and Magog, and they come up the river Euphrates, and the river Euphrates will dry up, and Babylon straddles the river Euphrates. Well,
Do you think that's why that creates all this conflict in the Middle East around the Euphrates?
well, the thing is, if you know in Matthew 24, in the last days there'll be wars, rumours of wars, pangs and distress in diverse places, and I said to your friend, in 2 Peter chapter 2, it talks about in the last days it'll be as in the days of Lot, which was homosexuality.
Right.
And
Pillars of salt as well. Is that also?
Sorry?
When you say Lot, I think of salt. Pillars of salt.
Because Lot's wife turned back, and they think that Sodom and Gomorrah, or Sodom, was in where the Dead Sea is, which is heavy with salt, isn't it? And also the Dead Sea is the lowest point on earth for salt water, and Galilee is the lowest point on earth for fresh water.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And when the Lord Jesus comes again in Zechariah 14, his feet shall touch the Mount of Olives, and it will cleave in two, and the Mediterranean will run through to the Dead Sea. There was Daniel's 70th week of years that hadn't been fulfilled. From the going forth of the proclamation to rebuild Jerusalem under Nehemiah and Ezra, to the cutting off the Messiah, was 7 years of the 490 years, you see. And so,
77.
So because it's Daniel's 70th week, you see, because God was going to have his rest, you see, and so for the cutting off the Messiah, you had the time of the Gentiles, and because Jews say that Jesus is an accursed man because they never believed their Messiah would come and suffer and die. That's why they say he's an accursed man. The confession Jesus is Lord is because God took the initiative and became man in the person of the Lord Jesus Christ. And he lived, he had a virgin birth, and he left the womb clean, and he had, he was buried in a tomb, and he left the tomb clean, and he's God's perfect man, and he kept the law and made it honourable. And when he died on the cross, he died, and he died against Adam, and he died to the law, and he kept it and made it honourable, and he died for me.
I'll follow you guys. You'll find it's just past the Costa. You'll see it. It'll be obvious. I'll be there.
Past Costa?
Just past the Costa on the right-hand side, Just keep going straight. So let me get, sorry to interrupt you. Great flow. You obviously know your Bible, and I really admire that. I heard you talking to my friend Dean about Freemasonry and understanding.
I'm not a Freemason.
No, but you understand that there is some kind of controlling entity that seems to be steering things. So I sometimes wonder, trying to understand what the heck is going on in this world, is whether the Freemasons aren't working on behalf of an agenda to, I'm not saying they're the very top of the table, but I don't know exactly where they sit and where Rome sits.
Rome is Mystery Babylon. Because the image that Nebuchadnezzar saw was interpreted by, what's the time?
There you go.
Oh yeah, I've got a few more minutes. It was a head of gold, the Babylonian Empire. Right. It was an upper body of silver, the Medo-Persian Empire, and the size and waist was the Grecian Empire, and the legs is the Roman Empire.
This way you get to clay eventually.
That's right, well, the thing is that it's iron and clay, and so Catholicism, which is religion, is, in Revelation 13, I think it's, or 18, she says she sits on 7 hills.
Yeah.
There are 7 hills round Rome. Yeah. And she said, I am, and she's the harlot.
Yeah.
The church is the bride of Christ.
Yeah.
Anyway, in Revelation also says there are 3 that were, that are not, and 1 that was, that shall be again. The 3 that were, that are not, was the Babylonian Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, and the Grecian Empire. And the one that's, again, is the Roman Empire. But the Roman Empire, in religion, will have all the worst features of the others. So eschatology.
That's what we see in the world today.
Right? Oh, yeah.
It's what we see. So I do wonder whether there isn't, in order to engineer, sometimes I think of the Bible as a toolbook for me, but also maybe a playbook by which the people who run the world are seeking to create a certain outcome. It's almost like they're working towards...
What the conspiracy is a new world order. Right. That is the whole... Because the devil in Isaiah 14 said, I will be as the Most High God.
Right.
And the Most High God is a designation of God over the nations. That's why when the fall took place, there's in Genesis 6, the sons of God married the daughters of men and produced Nimrod and Tammuz and Cain, and they built the Tower of Babel. And Bab-El means gate of God, but Babel means confusion.
Right.
You see, and
does that mean? Sorry to interrupt you again, but does that mean that when if I was a Catholic and worshiping God through that, or the American dollar that says "In God We Trust"? Is that? Do you think that that's the anti-Christ or the anti-God, the antithesis of the true, real, loving God?
Well, you've got the spirit of the Antichrist, which is in 1 John, and the Antichrist opposes God.
Right.
And the Antichrist in Revelation is empowered by the dragon, the devil.
2 for 3, sorry.
You see, and the Antichrist, the beast, he will have a fatal wound that will be healed. So it's a take on the Lord's death and resurrection, you see. And you have an evil trinity, which is the dragon, the Antichrist, and the false prophet. And the false prophet will be a Jew, because the Lord Jesus said to the Pharisees, he said, I come in my Father's name, and ye receive me not. But there's one will come in his own name, and ye, the Jews, will receive. So you've got an evil trinity, and you've got the gospel of the kingdom. The church now is the gospel of the grace of God, but in the tribulation is the gospel of the kingdom, and then it's the everlasting gospel.
I love your intellect and your knowledge on this. I wanted to offer you something in parting. You know that Washington D.C. used to be known as Rome before we became known as Washington D.C. and it sits around 7 hills. And it's the only place in America that's outside of the actual construct of the United States. It's like its own state within a state.
That's
the same is true with Vatican, and the same is true with the City of London. So this trinity is used to control the world affairs, using the Freemasons and other secret societies and this kind of thing. So it feels to me like there's an engineering towards a particular outcome.
I mean, the purpose of Christianity is to become like Christ. In Hebrews, he says, let us go without the gate, Jerusalem. Let us go without the camp. And Moses went without the camp. And the red heifer was to do with sanctification, and it was slain before priests, and the priest dipped his finger in the blood and sprinkled it towards the tabernacle, and the red heifer was jointed up, flayed and jointed up, and it was burnt, and Moses was told to cast in cedar, hyssop and scarlet. Cedar, the arrogance of man, hyssop is a common plant, the commonality of man, and scarlet, the glory of man. It all had to go. So when he said, let us go without the gate, the Lord Jesus was crucified on the north side of Jerusalem. In the tabernacle, the blood is poured out on the north side of the brazen altar. And if you pour out the blood on the north side of the brazen altar, you've got east and west, and you've got your face in the sun. So you never cast a shadow of the work of the Lord Jesus Christ. I could go on, you know.
Yeah, wow, you know your stuff. I believe that a red heifer, 3 perfect red heifers have been given to Israel in the last few months.
They got all the stuff ready to build the temple again. And all the furniture in the ark.
And Trump's going to get behind that, I think. Trump's going to be a big pusher of that.
Well, he may be the last Trump, because he once Thessalonians said, you know, the Lord shall descend with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first. So, so
what's your name?
Bruce Gates. Yeah.
Wow, it's been really fascinating talking to you, Bruce.
Yeah. So
I wish you well, Bruce.
Well,
and,
if you're in Winchester, I go to the Welcome Gospel Hall.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the Brethren.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I know, brother.
Yeah, not the Plymouth Brethren.
No, that's a bit stricter.
Oh, yeah, very much so, yeah. And I've been saved 43 years.
Wow.
I got saved on the 4th of March 1981 at 9:05 on a Wednesday night.
Wow.
You know, so the reason I understand is because the Holy Spirit, you know, in John 16, takes things of Christ and reveals himself to me, brings to remembrance things he said, and shows us things to come. Things he said, 4 Gospels, teaches all things, the epistles, shows us things to come, the Revelation. And in John 14, there's 3s. Well, numbers are very interesting in the Bible. So John 14 said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life, 3. Yes. And then John 15, I'm the true vine. And you bear fruit, much fruit, more fruit. John 16, the Holy Spirit will commit the world of sin, righteousness, judgment. John 17, Father, Holy Father, righteous Father. John 16, he will teach you all things, to show you things to come, and bring to remembrance things I've said. So there are 3s there. There are 3 crosses on Calvary. Okay. So there were 3 trees.
Okay.
And there were, in the midst was the Lord Jesus Christ. And so in the middle was the Redeemer. Either side were the railers, and then one was a rejecter and one was a receiver.
Wow.
I could go on forever.
It's a bit like us, you know, we have a left wing and a right wing and a center place. And I say to people, you know, we're meant to come into balance, because if we're in disharmony, we're either sort of airy-fairy or we're angry or whatever. And we're meant to come out, bring ourselves into balance, because God is love, you know, and I think that if we're to achieve anything here, it is to find our way back to
love. It's agape, you know, and in 1 Corinthians 16, if any man love not the Lord Jesus Christ, let him be accursed. And when the Lord washed the disciples' feet in John 13, he washed Judas' feet as well. And Peter said, no, don't wash me. And the Lord said, he that's washed is clean, save only his feet to be washed, you know. And I'm washed in the blood of the Lord Jesus Christ. He washed all my sins away. Why the blood? Because the life is in the blood, in Leviticus. So it's a life for a life. So anyway, I'll see you again.
Good luck,
come and see us sometime.
All right, Bruce, all the best. Oh, by the way, the creation story in the Bible puts the sun after the earth. Earth is first,
that's right, yeah.
And then the sun comes later, as opposed to what they try and teach us in this mainstream science. And if the Dead Sea is at 400 meters below sea level, there is only one sea level on our plane Earth.
No, that's right. Yeah. I'll see you then.
Good luck. Hey guys, nice to see you. I'm just going to walk up the hill. You may not have seen this. That's triggering for some. And you know what I'm seeing more? I think that was a guy actually in a dress. I'm seeing more of that now. Much more of that. I really think that part of one of the damages that was done with one of the damages that was done with COVID was something to do with that. You know, maybe it's to do with the water, blah blah blah. You know, maybe it's messaging, maybe it's what they watched as, you know, as comics as children, or how they identified with their father. I don't know. I mean, I have love for people. It's not about wanting to hate on anyone because they're in that situation. They would be offended if I said I thought that there was something unwell with them, something damaged. I don't mean that in an unkind way, but I think that we're all damaged in all different sorts of ways, and that's just one particular way that's becoming more prevalent. Let's see who's in the chat. Leave my rights alone. Endocrine is talking about. All this is in the body. Yeah, I quite like that idea that we're inside the body. Like that, showing obvious proofs of that. So Squirrel's talking about the second seal. This is very archaic stuff. I'm not averse to it. I think it's very interesting, and I think the more these things play out, the more we'll be able to sort of bed down on that. Hey, that's the reality with Brian Staveley. One of the few accounts that he has remaining. Oh, Brian, still there. So this is where I recommend that the guys come, because I think we've got a little bit more space here for chat. It's a little bit more open. Callum.
Good.
Good. Yeah, yes, Sarah.
Hi there, everyone.
How's things going for you?
Good. Yeah.
How do you think? Is this all right?
I think it's a good little spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more room to breathe here. There's enough footfall, but we can catch people's attention with. And there's, because I did a bit of chalking on the tarmac, and it really eats up the chalk.
It does,
and it doesn't leave
This
a
is
great
nice
finish.
spot through the
This
chalk.
works a lot better if you're chalking. And yeah, we've got an empty shop, so no one's going to be complaining about it. And yeah, you're slightly off the thoroughfare. This actually gives us some.
Yeah, it's a nice busy shop.
Yeah. Good. Okay, I'm going to put a little chalk down myself. Anyway, thanks for stopping in. Mighty Adam, how are you doing? Are you coming camping next month? We're camping at this festival at the end of next month. You can get details from somewhere if you want them. But we're going. I know this lady.
There's a great website. It's called planetary.com.
You're not the lady from Speaker's Corner, are you?
I used to be at Speaker's Corner,
With the chemtrails?
Yeah.
I remember you.
Yeah.
Wow, my hair's standing up on the back of my neck.
Blimey, yeah.
Back from like pre-COVID days.
You better not record me because I'm holding this sign.
Okay, well I'm.
And I'm separate from anything. I'm impartial because I'm doing my work.
Oh,
you know
not.
what I mean?
You're not protesting anything.
No, I'm just holding a
Promoting.
sign promoting a jewellery shop.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But no, I think when the COVID stuff and that hit, I lost two of my friends that used to come to that Speaker's Corner. Both of them died. Very sadly, long story, but so there was only 4 or 5 of us anyway. It kind of fizzled out. I don't know what's happening there now. Are people still protesting there on a Sunday, do you know?
Yeah, I haven't been since the end of last year, but
It's known for it, isn't it?
I mean, it
Before
is,
COVID
yes.
came
Yeah.
along, it's always been very...
I mean, there would just be me going along there now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm still
very aware of their
the
spray.
sky crap and the
Yeah.
there,
Is
the
it-
fake clouds and the hazy mist and
Yeah.
the cold weather we have, and then it goes from 16 degrees to 22
I
degrees
know.
in 24 hours.
Yeah. The weather is being altered. And
Very, very severe. Very severe.
No doubt.
People just don't see it. Although people are querying it, they're kind of, it's just a bit strange, you know.
And what can we do about it, you know?
Well, it's global warming, isn't it? Or global, what are they called? Global boiling, climate change?
Global
whatever they call
engineering.
it. Yeah, they call it whatever they call it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Climate
Trudeau's
change.
reason to bung a carbon tax on everyone. They're so expensive over there now, people just can't live.
Yes.
It is just bonkers.
It's a mechanism for control, absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But there is collateral damage. I think that there is things getting affected by the particulate that you probably notice better than me. I think there's probably some of the sicknesses that we might get in the breathing department. You know,
Well,
that we
I
saw in
think
the
what
last
most
few years.
people should do is detox, heavy metal detox.
Yeah,
I do that every single day.
right.
Every single day.
Chlorella, what are you using for?
Well, I have zeolite.
Zeolite.
By a company called Pure Touchstone Essentials.
Okay.
It's about £70 a bottle.
Wow.
They have two sorts. I buy a package of two, which costs me about £100. It's supposed to last, well, it lasts a month, but I make it last two because it is so expensive.
Yeah.
So one of them works on the gut,
Yeah.
so it clears the heavy metals out the gut, and it's just like 4 drops in a small glass of water, which you have 3 times a day. And the other one is a water with nanoparticulates, which
Okay.
clears your cells at nano level. So nano to get rid of nano, even microplastics.
Right.
It will clear heavy metals from your body. So you take the two in conjunction, one for the cells, one for the gut. And I have have been for some time. And also I have diatomaceous earth, which
Yeah.
I have maybe twice a week,
Okay.
still at with some water.
Are
And
you
I also
distilling
have...
your water?
Pardon?
You distill your drinking water?
No, to be honest, I restructure it with a
Okay.
spiral thing. But
Yeah.
to be honest, I'm a big believer in Masaru Emoto, if you've heard of
Yeah,
him.
yeah.
And he says, you just bless your water.
Yeah.
You know, so I love you, thank you. So I copperize it as well. I've got that flask there, it's copperized. So I
okay.
drink copper water as well.
Okay.
Not all the time, but, you
Yeah,
know, copper's
yeah.
important.
Yeah.
So I just think, you know, if he can purify Lake Biwa by chanting Om and God knows
Yeah,
what over
yeah.
it, why can't we,
So you
just
just do that with the tap water?
Yeah, I mean, apparently we don't have fluoride here, apparently, so...
I've heard since because I researched fluoride back in 2015-16, and the only place then was Portsmouth or Southampton.
Yeah.
Since COVID, I believe that they implemented fluoride in all water systems in the UK again. I might be off on that, but I would say
I'm not sure. This is the thing. If you ask anyone from the water board, they'll just say, "Oh no." They will deny it anyway.
Yeah.
So they're probably told to, even if
So
it is. So
we travel a lot around the country, and with my distiller, I see all sorts of different materials that are coming through my distiller, depending on where I am.
yeah.
And so generally it's 250, 280 parts per million. And I just don't know what they are. And so whilst I'm totally with Emoto and loving your water and so on, I think that even if you love on the heavy metals that are in the water, there's still going to be heavy metals that you need to remove. Or the
But I
chlorines
detox
and
every day.
fluorides and so on. No, fair enough. But
I had hair mineral analysis done about 18 months ago, and I had, apart from a smidgen of aluminium oxide,
yeah.
I have no heavy metals in my body.
Oh, fantastic.
Nothing.
Right.
So it's
So
working. What's
I
the name of
think-
that zeolite company?
It's called Touchstone Essentials.
Okay.
They also do a fulvic acid, which
Okay,
I
yeah.
also have. Fulvic acid is basically all the goodness that's in the soil that gets removed by
Yes,
today's farming. So
yeah.
fulvic acid.
Very
I
important.
have one I'm finishing off, which is just, again, you drink it in water, 7 drops in water. I just put it in a little drop of water, because if I had to have a glass of water for every single thing, I'd be this glass, that
Yeah,
glass.
yeah,
I'd be
yeah,
drinking
yeah.
a litre before I even have my breakfast, you
yeah.
know. So I just normally have a little bit, but I'm
Yeah.
drinking through the day.
Yeah.
But fulvic acid tastes a bit strange, but that's very important as well, along with iodine, vitamin D, magnesium, so important. I mean, there's so many things that are so important.
Yeah.
Turmeric, you know,
Yes. Well,
garlic.
that's really useful.
Floridix I have fairly often because I'm vegan, so, you know,
Okay.
the iron levels. Yeah, my hair mineral analysis did show me a bit low in protein. So, and although everything was within the parameters of normal, my zinc, my magnesium, my calcium, everything was within normal. My calcium was quite high, my magnesium was just in there. And if you have excess levels of calcium, it will deplete your magnesium because they work synergistically. So I've since upped my levels of magnesium. I spray it, I have an oil which I use.
Yeah.
And I also take it orally. And I've learned that the reason why I fractured my wrist last year was probably because I've got too much calcium. We all got too much bloody calcium. Everything's fortified with calcium. And I wasn't taking vitamin K. You need vitamin K, which locks calcium in your bones.
Right.
If you don't have vitamin K, your calcium leaches out and gives rise to gallstones, kidney stones, various arterial problems.
Yeah.
Are you recording me, by the
Yeah,
way?
I'm live.
Oh, right, okay, all right, great.
So you know
So-
what?
so I have-
how long
I have
you
vitamin
been-
K.
How long have you been away from the meat?
Oh gosh, 43 years.
43 years.
Yeah.
Because I have heard, you know, I obviously I've tried to honestly research this and understand what's best for me.
Yeah.
And some of the negatives I hear about avoiding protein is that, you know, bone density decreases.
You have
teeth
to watch
struggle.
the calcium
you know,
balance. And
yeah.
I bought something called NATO, which is from Korea. Now, someone did say to me, I've actually got to watch that because NATO is fermented soya. Soya can be subject to GMO,
Yes.
and all the stuff that you get probably over there is
Yeah.
shipped from the United States, possibly, which is heavily GMO'd. So it's like, oh my God.
Yeah.
So, but NATO is vitamin K, and I believe I'd love to have a bone density scan done.
Yeah.
Perhaps not now,
Yeah.
but maybe in a couple of years to see, in fact, my bone density has increased. I mean, yes, it was a nasty fracture. I put my hand out to stop myself falling.
That can happen to anyone, of course.
Yeah, but I think if you're a younger person and you
Yeah.
have that sort of injury, you probably wouldn't sustain a nasty fracture needing
Yeah,
surgery.
yeah.
So, and I'm thinking I have all this stuff in my diet, but not vitamin K.
Yeah.
So vitamin K, very important. And then, of course, I've learned about the balance between copper, and, well, basically all the minerals have got to be balanced out. Some of them work together in harmony.
Right, yeah.
So as a result of this hair analysis, I've actually redressed that. Now having more protein, important to eat more tofu, eat more nuts, eat more seeds. And it's funny, in the preceding year, I used to have nuts and seeds and an apple for lunch. That was my lunch every day. And because of my job, my day job, this is just my weekend job, because of my job, it's quite physical, and sometimes the weather's bad and I just want to get round and get finished, I skip lunch. So I've skipped that important amount of minerals and goodness and protein. So, and eating too much chocolate. I had to have dental work done yesterday, so I've now got to quit the chocolate. I've really got to seriously quit the chocolate. It's costing me too much in dental repairs. So, back on the nuts and seeds again. You know, they're really good for you. They contain magnesium and all sorts of stuff, really good for you. And so, and they're a source of protein. Nuts, seeds, protein, really good for you.
Yeah.
So, just to, you know, look at what contains protein. And I also bought some organic protein powder from the same company.
Okay.
So occasionally have a smoothie and just chuck a couple of spoons in that in.
Yeah.
So I think my protein levels are okay.
Yeah, because I understand that there's some enzymes that you can't get from any food stuff. They will only, other than from a meat product. So you're having to kind of find alternative ways of getting those things in. So I try and keep it simple. Obviously, this is your life choice, and you're doing what you feel
think,
is right. But for me, it's simple. Like if I lived in the forest and I was an omnivore, then I would eat from whatever the forest provided me, you know? And if I was hungry, I would eat animals, of course.
I mean, I eat a lot of avocados. They're really good for you. I love avocados.
But if
Very
you lived in a
nutritious.
place where there was a lot of avos, then you could probably survive on avos, and your body would probably be adapted to
Yeah,
living
yeah.
on that in the same way as the Inuits are adapted to eating mainly only fish. And that's what their complete diet requires, and that's all that grows in their environment. Or if you lived on a desert island where there was only pineapples or whatever, you know, pawpaws. That's probably what you would survive on. And then if you lived in a cold climate, I imagine, some of these heavier, denser foods are the things that are going to nourish your body more. Because the sun gives us a lot of our nourishment, I think.
Well, there are people that don't live on anything. They just live on the
sun
prana
energy.
from the sun. I'm finding it hard to believe, but the thing is,
Me too.
we assimilate all this food, which gets broken down at the
Yes,
basics to
yes,
give us energy.
yes.
It's a very long, laborious
Yes,
process,
yes.
which in turn takes energy to convert.
Yeah.
Why not just take the energy direct from the sun?
Yeah.
Then
Well,
we
I
didn't
think-
have all that hassle. We just
Well, part of my research beyond that they lied to us about the globe and all the stuff that we're living on is that once upon a time, the beings that lived here lived only on the energy that came from the sun directly. Just like a plant harvests pretty much from the sun, like water water, but it harvests pretty much everything it needs from the
Yeah,
sun. And so now we're having to take converted energy and then reconvert it. And with the process of eating is to take energy and sort of break that down into energy that your body can assimilate
Exactly,
and
yeah.
use. Whereas, yes, there might be a more direct route, but I'm not sure that us in these material, physical, carbon bodies
I need my
are
porridge in the
designed for
morning.
it. Yeah, I don't think we're designed for it. I think we're meant to be omnivorous and eat from the energy, because that's all I see plants and animals are. I mean, I love on plants and I love on animals, but I see them as energy that the sun and the creator has given us to nourish ourselves. And so whatever nourishes you in your environment is the right thing.
Yeah,
To say eschew, let's say aubergines or rabbits or whatever, because they're too pretty or they're too nice, I can't eat that, kind of thing, is to be doing that, making decisions about your nourishment from an emotional basis rather
I
than
enjoy
from
what
a-
I eat.
I'm sure.
I'm very
Yeah.
happy with my
Yeah.
diet. I don't miss bacon. I mean, I did in the beginning, way back. Bacon sarnies was something,
But the decision to not eat these things, in most vegan or vegetarian examples, the friends that I have, it's generally to do with animal well-being.
Well, it was.
Rather than their own well-being.
It was, but I've now, hopefully, I mean, the fact is that I'm just never ill.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that I'm obviously managed to maintain a healthy body and I'm quite physically active.
Yeah.
I'm doing the West Island Way, beginning of July.
Oh,
It's
awesome.
98 miles in a week.
Do you mind me asking your age?
68, 69 in a couple of
Oh,
months.
you look fantastic.
So, but
And 42 years off the meat.
Uh-huh.
That's a good advert for
and mostly off the
lifestyle.
milk as well, because it was my postman that got me into all this. Lovely guy, long-haired fellow. And he knew I cared about animals and stuff. And he said, you want to go along on this march in London? Because I lived in Essex at the time. So I went along on this march, and there's this guy with a big, put all your vegan gunk away now, we're on the move. And I thought, what the hell's vegan gunk? I mean, gunk, yeah, fine. And I was vegan. I was very much had my bacon sarnies with me, for the trip. I just got chatting to the people as you march along, and I learned all about veganism, the dairy industry. Oh, my giddy aunt. And literally overnight, that was it, was vegetarian. And then gave up the dairy. Well, I gave up milk very quickly, and I went on to soya, pretty much. Now, people say soya's bad because of all the problems with soya, but I have Alpro, which is certified GMO free.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's got it actually it's fair trade farming. It's got a whole load of bump on its cartons. So sometimes people will buy me Tesco's Alpha or something else, thinking, oh, okay, Tesco's soya, but I think in Costa and that they only use Alpro.
Okay. Do you know
soya.
something I learned about tofu when I was looking into all of this? That the second most popular ingredient for the stiffening agent for tofu is gypsum. You know what gypsum
Right.
is? Gypsum is a rock that they mine,
I've
and
heard of gypsum,
they use
yeah.
gypsum to make plaster board and
right,
plaster
okay.
and plaster Paris. For a
Is
broken.
that good for us then, is it? Oh.
No, I'd say not. I would say definitely not. But it's the second most popular stiffening agent used in tofu.
And yet it's a food that nourishes the Eastern, people who live in the Far East, the Japanese and that, live on tofu, don't they?
But there's other ways of stiffening it other than. But in the highly manufactured world we live in today, they are always looking for ways to kind of make a food easier.
And use waste materials they can't use otherwise.
So actually, they're mining gypsum, a rock, and then sending it off to the food factories to make tofu.
Right, okay.
It's just worth, because if you're buying tofu, you can probably
Buy the
make
soft
sure you
one, not the hard set
the
one.
one that doesn't use gypsum.
Oh, right, that's fascinating.
So,
Didn't
and
know
I
that.
found that, I found that just all through sort of internet searching, and you can go and check me up on that. But I know I admire what you've achieved, and
I keep
60
physically
odd
fit and
years.
keep.
Yeah.
I mean, what I probably don't do is sleep enough, because I'm just online researching stuff.
Yeah.
Discovered some horrific stuff going on last night. Andrew Bridgen, great guy. So you spend a lot of time reading, researching, trying to keep up to speed with what the WHO are up to, the WEF are up to, what's going on with different things. Trying to read between the lines or see what fake stuff's out there.
Read between the lies.
Picking,
Between the lies, exactly.
picking out
So-
what's real and what's fake. And
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrew
What
Bridgen,
resonates with
he's
you
done
as
some
well.
good work trying
I was
to...
at the House of Commons the
Were
other
you?
week, yeah.
What an
we
exciting
were
moment.
heckling
Cheering.
behind, cheering,
Yeah, I
his
heard
speech.
all of that, yeah.
And this bloody woman said, if you lot don't shut up
clear the
behind there,
house.
clear the house. And the thing is, we did it a second time. She said, right, that's it. She said, one pip squeak out of any of you and the whole debate is over. Now, we had spoken to Andrew previously, and he said he has fought hammer, tooth and nail, or whatever the phrase is, to get that debate. And he'd applied for it 26 times. You could only apply Monday to Friday when they're in sitting. So he said it took him many, many months to actually get that. So we didn't want to jeopardise that for him. So after that, we kept stum. And we had a lady came in behind us, and she was like, "Whoa!" We were going, shh. And she was like, "Oh, well, can't." I said, no, you can't say anything. Just be quiet. You know, it's just like really, we did not want to. And they were sort of, any noise up there? You know, they're behaving themselves. And they had all these people coming down, sort of walking around, checking on us, making sure we're behaving ourselves. It's just ridiculous.
But you see how easy we are to control. I mean, I was really cheering for you guys who were cheering in the stand. I was really cheering for you. However, even Andrew Bridgen, he has to ask permission to bring this up, and then even when he gets the permission, he only gets about 5-10 people to sit in the house with him, rather than, you know, on Wednesday, on, you know, Prime Minister's questions, he should be able to stand up and say to Sunak, listen, this was never safe and it was never effective, and you need to do an inquiry about that.
They cut his speech, you know, it was meant to be half an hour, and just as he was about to go in, they said, it's 15 minutes, mate, and he was like, what? Anyway, I think he managed to do, I think he negotiated 20 minutes or something. But, you know, when you've prepared a half-hour speech and then you've got to, which bits are you cutting out, you know? They really made it as difficult as they could for him. And I really think he's an amazing guy. He's stuck his neck out. Yeah. And I trust him. And I think he speaks the truth. He knows what's going on. Maybe quite a few others do, but they don't speak out. Yeah. It takes courage to speak out.
And of course, he's, you know, this is what people don't understand about the party system, is that he's now an outlier in his party. I think, is he a Labour guy?
He's independent now.
Right.
Yeah.
So he's outside of the party system, and therefore will never get the big platforms to allow him to ever be the Prime Minister and say, hey, listen, I'm coming in with a clear slate. The Prime Minister will always come from a very select group of those who've towed the line, who know when to keep quiet, who know what they're allowed to talk about, who know what, you know. In Australia, there's a guy called Senator Rennick, I think his name is, and I also been following him. He's also pretty outspoken, a little bit like Andrew Bridgen. He's sort of the Australian version of that. I can't say I can say for an American version of that, because I think that the Kennedy boy is also controlled. You know, the whole Kennedy clan is a part of the control system. But yeah, no, much credit to Andrew Bridgen, more power to him and those.
Well, we have a little group locally that meets up every Sunday, sort of the Awake group.
Oh yeah.
It's got quite a big presence on, well, when I say big presence on Telegram, there was about 150, it's about 120 people now. But to be honest, partly I've got to go to work tomorrow, but there's one or two people who are very, 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 very negative about everything. And I know there's a whole load of shit going on, really a lot of shit going on, but I think it can get you down. Yeah. And you can end up being worried, anxious, stressed about, God, what's going to happen? Oh, we've got the latest thing is the WHO signatories on the pandemic treaty. You probably know about that.
Yeah.
Now, I was speaking to someone this morning, and apparently, yes, it was all going to be, they were going to basically push this through. There's been a lot of kickback from a lot of nations, so it's all in disarray at the moment, which is a good thing. Yeah. But you know, there is stuff going on. You can worry yourself to an early grave. So I'm trying to sort of absorb what's going on and let it pass through me without allowing it to get me down. And there are some people that are really so negative that you just, you know, should I slit my throat or do you want to do it for me type people? And I just don't want to be around them, you know, they're too negative.
You know, having powerful information comes with big responsibility, you know. So let's just say you're a general, not that I support war, but you're a general who's sending boys off to war, right? You've got to deal with the hardship of knowing 10 of your soldiers got killed yesterday on the battlefield, and yet you've still got to go on knowing that there's something to do. Well, the same is true with this, is that we're learning incredible stuff, horrific stuff in a lot of cases about what's been done to mankind, what is being perpetrated on us, but there's something greater in terms of the empowerment that comes from knowing that this is just a theater, that there's a theater of war being conducted. How much are you going to immerse yourself and get lost in that theater, and how much are you going to use that to empower your rise?
Your thoughts affects your lives. I'm a great believer in.
But still standing.
That's in
your
motor.
own.
Yeah, it's a motor.
Yeah,
If you can do that to water, you're doing it to yourself. When you look in the mirror, or you tell yourself that this world is so shit and everything's so shit, then yes, you're talking yourself.
And you tell
into
yourself
an
you
only
are
way.
loved as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't do it, but I should look in the mirror and say, Cassandra,
Yes.
I love me.
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think I should have said that differently, or I shouldn't have said that to a certain person, or maybe I should have rephrased something. You know, you always think you could have been a better person at the end of every day. I mean, there's always, particularly
Something
for
we
me,
can do to raise our game.
there's always something, or maybe somebody you should have helped, but you were in a hurry to catch your bus or something, and what have you.
Yeah.
But there's stuff we can do to raise our game, to be better versions of ourselves, but to actually love ourselves.
There's a
And
Bible
it's-
version I want to quote to you, and that is when you're looking in the mirror, you say this Bible verse, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to God but through me. You are the way to your own salvation, I believe. I was talking to a gentleman about this earlier on. Of course, he's very biblical in his understanding of that. But for me, it's saying that the power lies with you. Now, you either give that away and become the victim to this poisonous system, or you take back the power and go, no, it's actually on me. And I can go around this world in which people are fighting with each other, hating on each other, and I can either be part of that, or I can be love to myself and to my fellow man around me. You know? And through the activism that you used to do with, you were trying to free people.
I'm still raising awareness now.
Yeah.
I talk to people about the weather generally, because the weather's a hot topic of conversation. We're at a bus stop, and in fact, most people I meet, I know it sounds weird, but most people I meet are awake to what's going on, and it's like as if everyone I meet is awake, and it can't be, but they are. And I met
You're a magnet. You're a magnet.
Well, it must be that this attraction stuff, the vibration that I'm attracting. It's so weird. And I met this guy the other day, and we talked about the weather briefly, and I went straight for the throat. I said, well, you know it's engineered, don't you? Because people go, what's engineered? But he didn't. He said, yeah. Know all about the engineering. He said, wait, but the Lynmouth disaster in 1950, whenever. I said, oh my God. And then we started talking about everything. And he said it's a breath of fresh air to meet you. And this was a guy in Fair Oak that I met, lovely fellow. And he said, I've got to go back, because he was doing something in the kitchen. We had a good gabble for about 10, 15 minutes. And, I meet randoms at bus stops.
Yeah.
And you just say something, and the next thing, they know exactly we're on the same page. And I just keep meeting these people. I mean, I'm holding my sign, and I'll sit down, and someone sits next to me, and I find out they know about what's going on. It's just all the time. It happens. It's just
I
amazing.
think there is a shift in consciousness of people just
But they're
slowly
not banging the
changing
drum. They're
that.
not out there. They're not making their presence felt. But I will always talk to people if I can. I mean, there was a lady the other day, again it was at the bus stop, and I was talking about the engineers waiting, actually coming back from Fair Oak. And I said, well, do you know this is engineered, the weather? And she was like, this is Greek to her. I said, they actually manipulate our weather. I said, they can control our weather. I said, they can create any sort of weather they want to.
Yeah.
Floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes. I said, they can create this. And I said, then they blame it all on climate change.
Yeah.
And I said, it's your fault because you're driving. Well, she was on a bus, obviously, but blame it all on us.
Yes.
And I said, this is all part of a plan. And this woman was listening to me. I didn't want to give her too much information, but we got on to slightly other subjects. And she got on the bus because she was getting a different bus to me, and she said, that's very interesting. Thank you for that. And it's just that little seed.
Yes.
Yes.
Is this what is this about? You know, and she just might go online.
Yeah.
Although if she does, it'll
You
be
should
flagged up.
carry a little business card with your Telegram group on it, so you can invite.
I'm not
people
part
to
of
that.
Telegram. I'm not in the group.
Oh, I see.
I have, if I want to say something, I've got a friend on the group who'll post it for me.
Right, okay.
And sometimes he'll email me. To be honest, I've got a busy enough life without.
Yeah. No, but it's just to offer somebody like that, because you're talking to so many people, to offer them a resource that means that, because once you go searching on Google or whatever, you get controlled information.
Oh, absolutely,
at the
yeah.
beginning, right?
Yeah.
So if you have
Just
a
giving them a
way,
little direct-
it's like this flatearthdave.com that we send to people to.
Flat Earth,
It's a really useful resource of collation.
If people just go onto Google and put in flat Earth, they're going to get miswayed.
All this
into
disinformation.
All the disinformation.
Yeah.
That's why we put this down.
Yeah.
It's direct.
Yeah, but I'd love to come to your Sunday group sometime. I'm in the area for another few weeks.
It meets on a bridge. I call it the bridge group.
Okay.
It meets on the bridge group. There's not so many join now. There's not so many get along. People.
It's funny that, isn't it? These groups, particularly stand in the park.
I mean,
all that, all these people coming together under this banner of we're at war and we're under attack.
I mean, during the COVID years, we stood right from the very beginning during the lockdown. We were there every Sunday, come rain or shine. Yeah. And we attracted, in its heyday, I suppose we had about 25, 26 people coming along. Right. Very often we ended up going to a pub. We'd sort of hang around there, wait for any newcomers, and then go to a pub. And we're actually barred from one pub here. It was, during the sort of the dodgy times, and loads of drinks. I got there a bit late and someone said, hey, what can I get you? And the landlady said, right, that's it. She said, I'm not serving any more drinks. And she said, you're bad for my business. And we said, bad for business? How much business have we brought in this afternoon? Several rounds of drinks and about 26 odd people. Wow. Said, no, you're bad for my customers. Said, I want you out and I never want you in here again. Wow. So we got barred from that place and then we found another place. But another constraint is we only go to places to take cash. Okay. So there's a lot of pubs around here don't take cash anymore. Wow. So I know now they do meet down at the refurbed Willow Tree, which is sort of just in that direction. It's actually on the river, on the sort of outer ring road. Okay. The group meets on a Sunday at about 2-ish. Okay. And they hover there. It's in the park. It's near the tennis court. Okay. There's no flags or banners or anything, or no smiley signs. They just meet on the bridge. But I haven't been there for some time because I have found some people to be just very negative. Yeah. I know we've got to be aware of the negativity and aware of what's going on. But then conversely, I watched a video the other day, deeply disturbing, and we've heard it before. It's all over, the war's already won. And talking about certain people that have disappeared, been unalived, as they say. Unalived, including Klaus Schwab.
Right.
Yeah. And just the day before, I'd heard that he stood down, and I thought, well, that's interesting. Yeah. Because, to have these people appearing like the Queen, you have to have either latex or a bloody CGI or a body double or whatever, because I don't believe for a minute she was in that box. I call it rocks in a box. People were walking around rocks in a box. I don't believe for a minute she was there. Right. So if all these people have been unalived, how do they manage to keep up appearances? Obviously they can somehow. Certainly in anything's pre-recorded or waves from the balcony, you can fake that, no problem. And then of course there's all the Kate Middleton saga that goes on and on and on. Where is she? Has she been unalived? What's going on there, we don't know, but whatever they say is all lies, that I do know. But it was quite interesting, and it's not the first time I've heard them say, look, the war's all over, it's won, they've cleared the dumbs out, they've done this, they've done that, they've done the other. I'm thinking, right, okay, but...
Sounds like Cube.
A bit like a Cube.
Too easy. Like, who are these people? Because the people in charge would not have been allowed such a powerful entity to stand.
Well, this is sort of like an underground army.
Yeah, right.
There's thousands of them been working since 2017. So there's all that going on.
And some people believe that, what's his name, ex-Twitter, Elon Musk. They believe that he's the savior. And again, it's like these are puppets. These are puppets that are put in front of us to make us believe there's a savior. Oh, internet was bad and censorship was bad, but look how nice this guy is, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is probably not a real single man, whatever, whatever he is. I've done a few videos on Elon Musk, which are available on this channel. But whatever he is, he's an agent of the system. He did an interview recently when he bought Twitter, and the guy said to him, so I believe you made a huge saving on salaries. You cut back on staff and saved $3 or $4 billion. Now that's a big number, $4 billion. And Musk goes, yeah, that's about right. Or something along those lines. And at the end of the interview, the guy says, I have to make a correction. It wasn't $3 billion that you saved, it's $300 million that you saved. Now, if it had been your business and you'd made savings in staff of $3 billion or $300 million, you'd immediately correct me if I got it wrong, because that's a huge difference. The 300 million versus 3 billion in savings. It's one naught more, but the point is that that's a vast, a company's worth, say, to 2 billion or 3 billion. So to save 4 billion in salaries or whatever, it's like, well, no, that's more more than the company's worth, I'd immediately correct you and say, no, it was a nice number, but that's actually an exaggeration by tenfold. You know, that's 1,000% overstatement of what it really was. And Musk didn't even know that. And right throughout that interview, he's drinking his glass of water, but at the same time, he's reading a cue card that had been placed next to him, away from the TV's thing, because he's looking at this cue card all the time. I actually slowed the footage down. This is became a bit obsessive. But I slowed it down and realized that actually he's put the glass to his mouth and not even allowed the water to reach his lips on 1 or 2 occasions. So he's doing this. In fact, once he even spills water on himself during the course of this 1 hour long...
It's like a distraction, is it?
It's a distraction while he looks down there.
Like Savile with his bananas.
Yes.
You know, unzipping a banana when things get a bit awkward. I'll just start eating my banana now if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Well,
so,
actually, it doesn't even...
So no, Musk is again just part of it. So there is no this idea that there's someone coming to save us. Is we have to save ourselves.
Yeah.
And you know, it doesn't really matter what these people, these clowns, these puppets, they do in their theatre of war. They're going to continue doing that. Maybe up until the point they implode themselves, or maybe never in our lifetime do they end doing that. But if we do this, I am the way, truth, and life. But for me to sort my own stuff out, work my own journey out, that's the most important thing. And then, of course, if you're a bright light, you are going to help others find their own way to the light by being that light yourself.
I mean, going back to what this guy's saying about it all being over, etc., I feel things have got to get so much worse for people to actually wake up. There's not enough people awake. We haven't reached that tipping point yet, which needs probably about, I don't know, 30-40% of us to be awake.
True. However,
we need that tipping point.
But there's also layers of awakeness, isn't there?
There is,
You know, like you say, there's people that go stand in the park and they're quite negative, but they're still classed as being awake.
But the thing
So
is
it's
that
levels of awakeness, I think, isn't
But
there?
the thing is that we're so programmed, we're prisoners in a cage.
Yeah.
And so you can't just simply open the gates of Shawshank prison and allow all the prisoners to run out and say, hey, you don't need a warden anymore, because most of us would run amok. If you said, right, there's no policing anymore, there's no government or whatever, you guys do whatever you want. Well, people would be smashing in windows and stealing stuff out of shops because their mindset is this materialist, lacking, kind of damaged mindset. So it's one thing to come awake. It's another thing to wipe the sleep out of your eyes and relearn what we are and who we are and what we're doing here based on a new paradigm of thinking rather than this old paradigm of prison mentality that we've all been indoctrinated by. So I think so it's not just a case of saying, right, let's pull back the veil and expose Boris and all these clowns for the fools that they are and the deceivers that they are. It's not going to save people from their current state. It's like you've come across an animal, someone's got 10 dogs in a terrible situation. They've been caged all of their lives, they've been underfed, they've been beaten on and so on. Unfortunately, you can't simply just open the cage and let those dogs run wild, because they are wild dogs now. And they will cause harm, they will run through the town and they will bite children and they will do all sorts of things, not because they're bad, but because they were mistreated such that they became what we consider to be bad animals. And the humankind is no different. We've been, over generations, put at war with each other, hate on men, hate on women.
But then there's the old thing about, the first 7 years of the life determines the child.
Correct.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who are bastards out there, but they've been brought up in a family with, say, alcoholism or drug addiction or severe abuse, emotional, whatever.
Which has been
you know
It's had a
hugely
detrimental effect on them.
But the first abuse
which has
that's
been
inflicted,
encouraged by this setup to break down the family.
the first abuse that's inflicted on every child in the modern world is someone sticks a needle into their heel. As they're born, you get this heel prick test. Every child since the 1960s
The
has a heel
vitamin
prick.
K thing.
And the
isn't it?
vitamin K thing. Well, the vitamin K thing, they give you an injection straight away as well. So it's the heel prick and the injection. You've just come out of the protective cocoon of your mother's womb. Now all of a sudden you're blind and injury starts occurring. And that heel prick runs up your sciatic nerve into your groin. It's the first destabilization of the physical world. And then the children, a lot of the boys are circumcised at 8 days old. This is causing altering to the psyche such that you are damaged goods right from the beginning, no matter how alcoholic your parents are or are not. And then, of course, then there's the schooling and so on. Give me the boy till 7.
My
And then
last
on-
two
and then
children
on top
didn't
of-
get vaccinated at all.
Good.
No.
Good.
and
My
then
current last child hasn't been vaccinated. Ever.
Your
He
current
said-
last child.
Yeah, he said my older children were vaccinated, unfortunately.
But they're now, I mean, my youngest daughter, she's 33 now, I believe, or she 33, and my son will be 27 or 28. God, he was born in 96. I can't do the sums. Anyway,
Yeah, that's about right.
Something like that.
27,
Yeah, I haven't seen him for a while, but he's not even in this country. But yeah, it's no.
Did he fall for the COVID?
He partly, but he had to go to America and he had to have the jab. The thing is, he had been apart from his girlfriend. They'd had a long distance relationship for many, many, many years. 7 years of long distance, and he'd had enough. The only way to get to America was to go to university. And to go to university, you had to be jammed up. He did go and see a homeopathic friend of ours who gave him all sorts of advice and all sorts of stuff to take to help combat. So far, touch wood, he's okay. I mean, he hasn't talked to me about it. And when the boosters came up, I said, "You're not having those boosters, are you?" "Not if I can help it," he said. So presumably he's just had the first two. But you see, he went to Canada first.
Right.
He went to Canada. He was over there when
Fidel Castro's son was pretty hard there, eh? What's his name? Julian Trudeau. Fidel Castro's son, did you know that?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Well, Trudeau's an absolute BAST. We call him Trudolf, actually. Trudolf or...
His mother and Castro were good friends, and there's photos of them when around the time that he was born. So there's a real suspicion that he is.
Oh, he's
Castro's child.
Schwab's sidekick, of course. He's doing wonders over there. Really, doing great.
Is it Markle? There's 3 girls, isn't there? Markle. Who's the one in England?
Merkel.
And supposedly Hitler's 3 daughters, weren't
Really?
they?
I didn't know they were Hitler's daughters, but that's interesting. We live in a clown world.
Keep it in the family, yeah. So, I mean, I've been following since the truckers stuff. I've been very much following what's been going on over there. And, I spent hours watching footage. A guy called Justin, what the hell is he called? Justin...
Time.
No, Justin something or other. His name wasn't Justin. Well, it might have been. I can't remember his channel name now. What the hell? Justin something or other. Anyway, I followed all these channels and all the goings on, and I really thought something like that. Because there was a massive uprising. It was fantastic. It really was. And we were all,
the trucker one.
The trucker saga, I really thought that might turn events, but obviously Trudeau had other plans. And I think bringing in the Emergency Act, actually, it was terrible, but in fact, I think it was premature, but actually showed the world what they can do. They have the power to switch off your money supply just like that. And I think a lot of people, they can do this now. And a lot of people I know, we did a little survey in town, the group that I'm part of, asking various questions about basically trying to find out how awake they are. And I asked certain questions. Not many had heard of geoengineering, but questions when it came to CBDC, the digital currency, etc. People knew about that, and they're very concerned about it and the implications. And a lot of them are now using cash. And if I go to the cash point, there's a queue. And there are people in the bank. So that never was the case 2 years ago. So there's more people obviously using cash. But then, by contrast, there's more people in poverty now. So they're having to say, right, I've got 100 quid, that's got to last me this week or whatever. They can look at it in the hand, that's got to last me till payday or whatever. So they're using cash as a means to control their own expenditure.
I want to just balance what you were saying about there being queues in the banks. I don't disagree with your observation. What I have noticed though, in outlying towns, smaller towns, a lot of the small branches are being closed.
Oh, they've been closed, I know.
And even cash points in some of these places.
Exactly.
So what they're
Post
doing is
offices as well.
they're limiting the number of places that people can get access to cash.
We have got
which is
a
why you
lot
might be
of
seeing
banks
more
here. I've got a lot of banks and a lot of building societies. Got 2 or 3 building societies.
Winchester
and probably
itself
half a
will be have enough.
I mean, it is the
outlying
ex-capital of England, remember? So
right.
was the capital of England once? We had kings and things here. So yes, maybe that's the reason. I don't know, but
because in the main, I love that people have become more aware. Cheers, man. People have become more aware of what's going on in the world, for sure. There's no doubt about that. But the vast majority of people that we will see walk past us today will just go, they don't want to hear anything that's going to upset their paradigm. So that's where I think the majority are. and as I said earlier on, it's almost like it doesn't really, although there might be a 100th monkey effect and it might just need a tipping point for it to flip over, it's like, then who are we going to look to as our leaders? Is it going to be the church leaders? Is it going to be Elon Musk? Is it going to be Jeremy Clarkson? Or what's that youngster that the youngsters follow? Russell Brand. Are these the people that we're going to turn to and go, you tell us, because the movie Shawshank Redemption? I was referring to that. Well, when the old man who's been in the prison for 60 years is released,
he can't cope on the outside.
No, and so if we had to say, look, okay, you guys look after yourselves, this and that, a lot of us would fail. Because
the government has had to do the thinking for most people, especially during COVID.
And
are we allowed out now? Yeah, the government say you're allowed, but you've got to be in a bubble of 2. Now you can go with 3. Is it okay we're in 3? No, the government say no. This is tier 4, you can't travel there, but tier 2,
And when you're sitting down at the restaurant, you can take off the nappy off your face. When you stand up, you have to put it on immediately.
Now tell me, if you are vertically challenged, what do you do?
Well, you might be fortunate. If you were like 4 foot tall,
if you're vertically challenged, so is it to do with a height thing or is it to do with a standing thing? So does the vertically challenged person actually walk in without wearing a face nappy? You can sit down quite okay when they're even smaller.
Best reason to use a wheelchair I ever heard. You could go around, well, I'm at table height, so I'm fine.
Well, I listened to, fortunately, I smashed my wrist around the time there were some very, very big demonstrations in Trafalgar Square. And David Icke was giving a very short for him speech, it was about 5 minutes long, talking about this COVID virus that was really so intelligent. And he was saying, talking about, the 6 foot safe thing, but 5'11" wouldn't be. COVID's got to take measure. It's got to take measure. And it's also got, what else has it got? It's got a thermometer, it's got a tape measure. Oh, it's got a stopwatch, it's got a diary, it's got everything. He went through all the scenarios of how clever this virus was. And when he travelled back on the ferry to the Isle of Wight, which is where he lives, apparently at midnight, that's when mask wearing became mandatory. And he just travelled back as a solo passenger. At midnight, this guy came up and said, the rules are you now have to wear a mask, as if he would. And all the people down below in their cars, as the ferry was probably told. So you're safe up until 1 minute to midnight, but COVID's going to strike, you've got to wait.
I'm going to trump that. I'm going to trump that story quickly with this story, which is that we flew back from South Africa in 2022 when England had stopped the mask mandate, but South Africa had not. So we had to wear a mask in the airport in South Africa, and we had to wear a mask on the plane up until the point that the doors opened in England 11 hours later. And I said, there's no way I'm wearing this mask. What's the difference? That now I'm in South Africa, and the rule there is this 11 hours on the plane, I have to abide by South Africa's rules until the doors open in Heathrow. That makes absolutely no sense. And I explained to the stewardesses, I said, you can see how they mess with people such that they created the Nazi empire in World War II. Virgin Atlantic wrote to me afterwards and said, you are barred from using our planes for life. You and your family never turn up. If you buy a ticket, you will get to the airport and they'll turn you away. Why? Because of what I was saying. And they try to make out like I was calling them Nazis. I wasn't. I was saying, you can see how this has been, how is my breath different and the people's breath different now and in 11 hours time when we land at Heathrow.
The whole thing is a farce.
The whole thing is a
Well, I actually...
It's clever trickery though,
ridiculous.
isn't it?
I had a problem because I fractured this last June, and I needed emergency surgery. I was told emergency surgery. Now, when I was admitted to A&E, I walked in. No hand sanitizer, not so used to anyway, no mask, no COVID testing, nothing. I walked in. In fact, I think the junior doctors were on strike that day, so I saw a nurse, and anyway, got to get you booked immediately for surgery. Now, I have a hunch. I have a sneaking hunch that all my notes, not that I have any notes because I'm never ill, but the fact that I've refused COVID jabs, I've refused bowel screening, breast screening, cervical screening, Christ knows what shit. They know the sort of person I am. So I think that must have, the GP's notes, they must have got through because they didn't deal with me after that. They spoke to my daughter. And she said, Mum, you've been booked for this surgery, but she said, they've told me all this stuff about nil by mouth. And she said, why the hell are they talking to me? Why aren't they speaking to you? And I said, oh, and you've got to have a COVID test, by the way. I said, oh, right, okay. I said, well, I'm not having that.
See, they're putting that emotional connection in there, emotional blackmail.
So anyway, I rang this woman up and she said, you've got to have a COVID test. This was, oh, I'm having a COVID test. You've got to. And the thing is, I don't actually know about this. I've never had a swab up my wherever, throat, nose, wherever, because I believe that was DNA harvesting. I never had swabs, had nothing to do with it. I thought, I'm not succumbing now. And she said, right, okay, we won't do the surgery then. And so I rang up the next day and they said, right, okay. I said, look, I said, I'm happy if you take my blood pressure, take my temperature. I said, I'm perfectly fit and well. I haven't got any signs and symptoms or anything. I mean, if I took a test, it'd possibly be positive, which would be a false negative, but anyway. Yeah. So they said, right, okay. She said, we'll treat you as COVID positive and we'll put you at the end of the list, last in the day, because we have to completely clean the theatres. Wow. We can't have you in here contaminating the world, and you'll be in a side bay and you'll be locked away for everyone's safety. And I'm thinking, oh my giddy aunt. So of course, every day I was nil by mouth. I actually lost a lot of weight.
It probably went in your favour because all the people that have been jabbed maybe shedding or anything, so you're probably better off. It's all that reverse.
Shedding might be a thing.
That reverse scenario. That's something that potentially goes in our favour if we've not been jabbed.
Yeah, well, that's another story. I've got someone I could talk to about that. But so it ended up being just a game of every day I was nil by mouth in preparation for theatre, and every day they'd say, almost with glee, this one, oh, sorry, you're last on the list again. Anyway, after a week of this, I actually got in touch with PALS, which is the Patient Advisory Liaison Services, and explained the situation. I said, look, this is just a game they're playing now. And I said, I'm not standing this any longer. And my daughter, surprisingly, had looked up on the Gov website, COVID testing was no longer mandatory. It wasn't. They'd pulled the plug in May last year, and this was June, mid-June. Well, beyond mid-June. And so I thought, oh, that's interesting. So anyway, they got in touch, the PALS people got in touch with this lovely woman, and within an hour, they said, we'll act on this quickly because you need your surgery. I was in a lot of pain. My bones are all wrong. And I don't take painkillers either. That's another thing I don't do. So they said, come in tomorrow, first thing. Now, on the Tuesday morning, I'd been told that the list was full. All cases all day, and I was going to be last. Now, all of a sudden, all those patients booked for surgery have been cancelled to make way for me. Isn't that lovely? Wonderful. So I get there at 6:45 in the morning, and they couldn't even find me anywhere on the records. I get walked through 2 wards, bearing in mind I'm contaminated, and put in a bay with women who'd all had hip problems, broken their hips. And I thought, I've got a wrist and I'm with the hips. Anyway, after about, I'd been in bed, spread all my germs everywhere, spoke to the nurse, been admitted, and they said, oh dear, we've made a mistake, you shouldn't be here. So then I walked back out again, having spread all my germs, and then get put in the side bay. I should have been in the beginning. So, but then of course, they come along in the morning and say, oh, very sorry, an emergency's come along, so you'll be after the emergency. And then a bit later, sorry, another emergency will be a bit later. And they played that game all day until it got, and the thing is, I'd been nil by mouth since midnight. It was stonking hot. My window was right facing the sun, south facing, so I had this heat coming through. I was absolutely gagging. And I thought, right, I'm having some bloody water, because I thought a bit of water will not jeopardise any anaesthetic. So, and then I had more trouble because the anaesthetist came down to chat to me, and I looked at the forms and everything, and it mentioned something about blood transfusion. I said, well, I'm having one of them. And I said, I'm highly enlightened to need one, but I said, there's no way I'm signing for that. And he said, well, why not? And I said, I haven't fought hammer, tooth and what's it to go through all this to succumb to a blood transfusion from God knows who. So he thought I was clearly off my rocker. He said, so if you were in a life and death situation in theatres, hypothetically, and blood transfusion could save you, would you refuse it? I said, absolutely. He said, what, you choose death? I said, listen, the anaesthetists clearly love me. I said, I believe we have a place to born at a time.
Are you handing these things out?
No.
Sure. Well, they came loads of them handed out.
I've seen them lying on benches, but that's all.
Paper.
Yeah, I've seen them up there as
and
well.
I know who's been putting them out, but I'm not going to mention who. A friend of mine was putting them out, lying around. He obviously is not happy, or is he happy? I don't know.
I don't know.
You know the guy who started that paper.
But he's carrying it. It's got an article on the Who on the front page.
I wasn't sure if he was angry.
He sounded angry.
Yeah, I thought he was like, oh, what's this nonsense?
Who's putting this out?
To give him some direction.
Yeah.
Well, I'm nothing to do with it. Indirectly, I've got my own copy in my back, actually, as it happens.
But the guy who started it, just by the way, is Daz. What's his name?
Daz, yeah, I know him.
Daz,
Yeah, the musicians.
Yeah, musician
Yeah.
and Flat Earther.
Yeah.
Just by the way, that's how I met him at the first UK Flat Earth conference.
He was the You Can Stick the New World Order up your...
Yeah.
that song, yeah.
I'm just going to put some New World Order talking down. Excuse me, Sandra. It's been fun.
Is this for, hang on a minute, I've heard about that, yes.
I feel inspired to write this. Hope you're enjoying the backing music we got from our friends.
Talking about how very few of us, well, very few people realise that the parasites in us.
Hit at the heart of people's religion. NASA. Operation Paperclip. All the world's a stage, and I see that the it is. I see that some of the, like the Chinese, are I think doing their part of the thing. You know, again, if you need evidence that the world is controlled by one entity, then this is all you need. How are you guys doing in chat? I'll have a little poke in there in a minute. I wonder if Brian Staveley's still in the chat. It's been in my mind because of the Micah Miller situation in Myrtle Beach, and I always, whenever if I hear Myrtle Beach, I think of Brian Staveley. I'm running out of space here. Excuse me. I ran out of space. Dude sneezed so loud there, you wouldn't have been able to do that a few years ago. There was that joke going around, nowadays you fart to cover a sneeze. Adults. guys looked into this before?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
I think that water's level. Yeah. Do you think that Earth is a ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever tried to put a football underwater?
No.
Okay, if you push a football underwater or in the bath, you take a ball and try and put it in, push it underwater, it's going to float to the top. It's going to shoot to the top, and the water's going to run off the ball. That's what happens in a physical reality, is that water will run off a ball because water must be contained in a bath, in a glass, in a cup, in a lake.
Gravity.
Well, gravity is a theory, but we can't actually demonstrate that. We can't actually take a ball and say, let's make a microgravity on this ball and get the water to stick to the ball and run up the side of the ball. You know, in fact, if you lived on a ball, right, the only place that you could balance, and that would be just for a little while, would be right on the top, but you couldn't balance on the side. So we say that like this, like imagine if I had to make a miniature Earth inside of a swimming pool. I would get some 5-6 boulders to represent the continents, and I would drop those into the water, and anywhere that those rocks or boulders were above the water would be above sea level. Yeah? And in England there is only one sea level. In the world there's only one sea level, and that all the rocks in the swimming pool are going to take the same sea level. It doesn't matter how bumpy the rock is on top. If you go around to the other side of the rock, the water level is still the same all the way around that boulder. And the same is true if you magnify that up to the whole of England and Scotland. Go all the way around England and Scotland, it's the same sea level. Few feet variation because of tide, but otherwise it's the same sea level. Same for Africa, same for America. There's only one sea level. It's mind-blowing because, you know what, we've all been indoctrinated since we were young to think we live on a spinning marble. Well, what if it's like what old scientists used to say, is that it's the lights that are moving in the sky. We're not moving. You can't feel that we're moving. Do you know how fast they say that we're moving? They don't teach us this at school, but how fast do we think we're spinning right now? 1,000 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound. And you can't measure that, you can't see it, you can't feel it. There's no way of us detecting that we're actually spinning. But when you see the skies move on a clear night, you see the stars move past you, it's like, well, what if it's just them that's moving? And they're on, okay, at a disco. There are just lights in the roof that are moving around us, rather than we're somehow spinning underneath these stars that stay the same for thousands of years. They want to control your mind so that you become a good slave. That's what schooling system is all about. So do your own research, guys. Earth not a globe. Earth is clearly not a globe because water always finds level. Water, when it runs downhill, is always going to find level. And you know, when it gets to the sea, we say horizontal because the water out there is all horizontal. It's all horizontal, all at the same level. So a lake that's 100 meters above sea level is the same, is parallel to the sea. It's just 100 meters higher up. So there's no way we could actually live on a globe except for this theory called relativity and gravity.
Yeah. Wow.
But we've discovered that we're not spinning. And good scientists from the early 1900s were convinced that there was no way we could ever prove that we lived on a globe. But once they put NASA together and they took us up into space and onto the moon and all that, then the argument was killed. And no one wants to look at it again. But all they've ever given us is photos.
Yeah, go on the moon, yes.
They've never been on the moon.
Oh, yeah.
The moon is a light. The moon is a light in the sky and it's not 250,000 miles away. You can see the moon interacting with the clouds in your sky. The way the moon works and the sun works is something completely different than what we're taught. And they're probably the same size, just like you see in the sky.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wow.
so we live in some kind of control system that's trying to control your mind.
Yeah. Wow, it's good, isn't it?
So, yeah. We got if you go on this website called flatearthdave.com or the Flat Earth Podcast, you can get so much information from those sources.
Yeah.
Have a good one. I think I need some water. How are you going, Pete?
Good. Good chats.
Yeah? Yeah. You've been fully engaged in conversation.
That guy was quite interested at the very beginning, down the far end.
Yeah.
He sort of gets it, but not
Yeah.
quite yet from that side.
Yeah, I had a good chat with him actually, but
He'd have you talking all day.
yeah.
He
and
said
this,
goodbye to me.
this lady I know from Speaker's Corner.
No way.
Yeah, she used to protest against cloud seeding or geoengineering.
I may have seen her up there, maybe. Yeah.
And she hasn't been going for the last few years, she said, because COVID cut back all of that. We started with this. Yeah. That's
It's 27 or something.
7 radio. Like for Roy's good work. Yeah, we've got a fair bit of traffic here.
I'm not.
How are we for sure?
Where did the bag of chalk go?
I'm not sure if Sarah's got it because I don't.
It was here.
Oh, maybe it got pitched. I've got more in the car.
There was a little bit. Bag.
This chalk isn't very good. Chalk isn't very good. Leaves a lot of colour on my skin. Let's see what we got here. This colour will work.
You go and see the film?
No, I think
Sound
need
of Freedom. Because well, I went to security to try and get the word out there.
This is a bit of a triggering statement. I kind of still wrestling a little bit with this myself. Thanks for checking my spelling, by the way. I like the way that works. Oh God. I nearly put that on that flyer, the last poster, the banner that I made, but that's the one that ended up getting crushed with the last car. You don't think so?
It's round, bro.
Like a ball or like a plate?
Like a ball.
Water will run off a ball, right? In physics,
Gravity.
gravity is a theory. That's a belief.
Gravity is the truth.
There's no proof. That's a theory. It's an idea. It's saying if you live on a ball, then this is what you need. You need a thing to attract the ball.
lies every day, man.
Yeah, you're right. That's one of them. That's one of them.
It doesn't matter.
Maybe it does. Why would they lie?
Love it.
Why would they lie?
We're on Earth anyway. Great.
Come chat about it.
sort of doing a walk up and down, but I do have to walk because my legs can't
Yeah,
stand
I
for too
get
long.
you. I get you. It's been lovely talking to you, though.
Yeah, well, thank you. And yeah, well, keep the sign out of this because it's bad publicity.
Yes.
I mean, the thing is, the people run the shop everywhere as well, which is great. Yeah, proper chat, stuff.
We don't have any flyers at all, do we? We don't have any of my...
I used to walk around with chemtrail flyers. I've still got some at home. I could actually dig them out.
I'm sure I got one of your flyers.
Oh, you would have done, yes.
Yes.
I've still got my banners, I've got my placards, I've got everything. My house full of stuff. I've got all those. This is not a pandemic stickers in various parts of my house,
Okay.
you know. So.
Okay. The scan
Anyway,
Bennett.
great to meet you.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Likewise, and all the best.
Take care.
Until next time. That is fine. That conversation I was having with the gentleman earlier on, where the Dead Sea came up, and I remember when we visited the Dead Sea, it was 400 meters below sea level. Well, what about curvature? It's the mind has been so craftily fiddled with. You can't convince them all. Earth is flat. Don't believe your Big Bang Theory. Big Bang Theory is a Catholic idea, by the way. He had 3 intersecting circles. I could see from his t-shirt that it was a Big Bang Theory type t-shirt. Yeah, this chalk isn't holding up very well. So I'll be in Bournemouth on
Never a straight answer.
Never a Straight Answer, yes. Not a space agency. NASA, just the deep state, deceiving people. And NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, apparently.
Locations in the U.S. What about the other nations?
Global. I don't mind it, but when they're trying to push it on you, I think I heard that woman saying. To check it out. Free your mind.
No,
From
smart,
the,
so I'll probably won't.
Okay, what's the curvature formula for Earth, the globe? You probably know that. You're so smart. Because I'm smart. That's one of the best answers you get. Because I'm smart. Other people will go, you'll get eventually, you'll go, oh no, I'm not a scientist, so I don't really know it. So, welcome to the stream. Colonization through not space travel. The inner space is where we're going to be traveling to, I think. The vacuum spaces. Yeah, get a good pic. Pretty nice.
Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to participate. So let me get my
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
White, black.
Medium.
Okay.
Medium. Not
Grey.
Too, yeah, not too, well, no, brown is between white and black, isn't it?
Okay. Brown coffee it is.
Well, yeah.
Or latte.
No, cortado.
Cappuccino.
Cortado.
Cortado.
Yeah.
I'll ask.
You can ask. Where are you going?
I don't know.
Nero, they'll do that.
Cafe Nero now.
Yeah. So obviously I'm here with Dean and Sarah doing our thing. These guys have been doing a lot. You guys still very active. You started doing lives on your own channel, Dean HD.
Yeah, you put a few out.
Busking too.
Yeah, busking videos, and they've been doing okay.
And open mic nights, they've been quite productive, getting people in the pub. You've got a fixed audience, so I'm going to run away.
Yeah.
So that's been pretty
Yeah,
good.
they're getting some good traction with that.
Yeah.
The head shaking. Cortado. Cortado.
Right.
It's really just a shot with a tiny bit of milk, really, that's all it is. Yeah. Not too much milk, I don't want it to be drowned in milk, I like a strong punch.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't smoked anything for weeks actually, and this is one of those times when having a smoke feels like a little smoke. No tobacco, it's been months since I had any of the mothers, Mary, Jane and Anna. Months and months. You could call it an experiment. You could call it just a reset. A great reset. That is flat. I don't have any posters at the moment. I only had a handful of flyers and I seem to have
Oh,
forgotten.
we've still got some at home.
Maybe,
Yeah. I'm sure we'll have a few more good conversations coming up. So we're in Winchester, if you don't already know that. Apparently, I didn't know this until the ladies said that a minute ago, that the Winchester was the capital of the country.
it's just interesting because, you know, I mean, the country may not have looked the same as it, in terms of its size and even whether it was connected to Europe. There's so little we know about the truth of this world. So. I'll take a photo of this building here that I haven't actually even stopped to take any account of. Well, I've got a guy up there. His date is 963. 1970. This building is an example of one where I feel like, well, firstly you'll notice that the height from here, which is the floor level of the next story, the height from there to there is greater than the height from there to this floor level now, because the original floor level for this building isn't that. But what I wanted to point out was that I believe that this whole fascia, this whole facade here was built in the 1600s. But fitting with the story that will probably go with this building, that it's a 1600s building. But I think that this bit here, from this pillar and this cross member here, and then this section under here, all of this was it's like this was the original building here, and then what they did was they put beams to extend it out to increase the floor space of the area above. And you know, obviously it's so common, we see this so much. People say, no, that's just how they built. Well, I think that's how they built these in the 1600s. I think the buildings predate the 1600s, the original, but post-mud flood. Assuming you know, a 1600s mud flood affected this country, it may not have been the last one. It may have been an 1800s mud flood. But that, in terms of the way that this is built, I believe that this is a 1600s fascia on an older building. That's my theory on that. And if I'm allowed the theory of dark matter and gravity, Mr. Chiswick, nice to see you. I was listening to your music the other day, actually. Listening to something with Chiswick on it. Hope you're well. Up in Liverpool. Sun shining here in Manchester today. I assume it's sunny in most of the country today. We've had such a rotten winter stroke spring so far. Shame I didn't have enough space to finish that. The Wild Horse Inn. There's a plane all the way up there actually. I don't know if you can see it. No coming. It's no. Oh look, a little bit of dust came out of it while I was talking. That's weird. Look, there's a little bit forming now. That could be legitimate steam. But all of a sudden appears to be coming. All of a sudden, I wouldn't say it's coming necessarily. It could just be the usual stuff. But it's funny how I just switched on while I was filming it. How about that? Maybe we'll do some cloudy weather.
I've got to go. When we look up, we can see that the moon is a ball,
Yeah.
and the other one's the Jupiter. Jupiter's got moons, or Saturn's got the things, but you've got the different planets and so all the other planets are balls, why are we different?
If that were true, if you don't mind me answering the question, if that were true, it would be using the same logic as saying, well, if the snooker balls on the table are round, the table must be round. If the football is round, that means the field.
No, but the other planet, are you saying the other planets are flat as well?
Well, first, let's just deal with that logic. Just because what we see in the sky, if you're an ant and you look up and you see a bulb that's round, are you going to assume you're walking on a ball, or are you still going to be walking on a flat surface? So that's the
But if
first
you're
part of
comparing
that
apples with
logical.
apples, I'm not comparing tables with things. I'm saying if we're on a flat, okay, let's say we're on a flat, and we look up. Does that mean that Mars, we're only seeing the flat of Mars, and it's flat as well?
Well, firstly, what I just wanted to do was just to dispel the logical myth that just because what we see on the roof of the disco must mean the floor is the same. It doesn't. However, what I see, having come from a believer in the moon landings and so on, is that the moon is like a disc. What I see is that it's a disc. The idea that it's a ball is in my mind. Right. And then when I look at, use a high-powered camera to look at Mars and Jupiter and so on, what I see is a circle. And it's a circle that's flickering like this, right?
But when you watch it over time, and basically see it literally, time-lapse camera, you see it moving.
Well, yeah, moving, absolutely.
As in, but you see all planes
absolutely. But no, we don't necessarily see, we don't see the dark side of the moon, right?
But we do eventually when it comes round.
No, you can look into this. But no, you can look into this. Actually, you can't see the dark side. We've never seen.
So maybe it's just flat as well.
Well, what we're seeing might be a projection. So the whole what it is, it has to be. Let's hold that to one
like
side.
A simulation sort of.
Well, it could be a simulation. I can't kick that out of bed completely, but I do think that it's an electromagnetic.
I'm being cool. I've got to go.
All the
thank
best.
you.
Keep it open mind, right? It's important. Oh, the rain will take care of this, man.
Yeah.
No. You're supposed to make sure it's clean before you go.
No, that's not.
Yes.
Who made that rule? Is that your rule?
No. That is part of the government bylaws.
Government?
It's bylaws.
Did you
in the round world?
Did you have to wear
all
a
over
mask
the world.
in 2021 to do your job outside?
No, I didn't.
No, good for you. But the government told you to.
No.
And they also said you had to put a needle in your arm.
If you've got COPD, you don't have to wear a mask.
If you got a common sense, you would realise you didn't have to wear a mask.
No, if you got common sense, you wouldn't wear a mask anyway.
No,
exactly.
that's right.
But the government said that we should.
Like the government, like
so
you just
you're
say,
on the same side as me, bro. I'm saying that the government misled us.
I'm on the same side as you.
Yeah, but no, well, I'm not. You're wanting to quote the government in one breath and say no, don't follow the government in the next breath. So you've got to realise that it's the same government that you're holding up and saying, oh, the government said this. If I was causing damage or harm, that's a different thing. But I'm not causing any damage.
And this isn't permanent. It washes off.
Yeah, if it was paint,
I understand
different.
that.
Yeah.
But like I said, when you leave, this should be all gone. You should wash it off.
It probably will be with people walking on it, I would have thought.
But
By the end
we've
of
done
the
this
day.
in many cities, and it's the only places it's a problem.
And we've had conversations with the police, and they've said it's absolutely fine.
The police don't have a problem
The police
with it
are absolutely fine with it, and they know that it's not graffiti. It's not classed as graffiti on any level.
The government's not your friend, just so you know that.
No, the government is my friend.
Not if they're forcing people to take...
Similar to the king. The king is my boss.
Really? Wow.
Ex-military, so I know the world.
I'm ex-military, yeah, and I had to do long-range gunnery, and we never allowed to Coriolis. Yeah, that looks like, well, I had a 90mm cannon on a
that's
on a mobile
small.
vehicle. Yeah, but still the range is a few miles. And we never had to allow for Coriolis. You allow for wind, but not Coriolis. You know
We
that.
allow for everything, wind.
Not Coriolis,
Few
not
other
the
things.
spin of the earth. The direction that you point the barrel has no bearing whether it's north, south, east or west other than for windage.
For what you believe in, which is all this, the earth is round, you know, and then you said about the spin. So it's got to go around.
So if it's spinning, you know that it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, and about 700 miles an hour here in England. That means that when you move to a different country with your gun, you would need to allow for a different rotational speed, and whether you're facing north, west, east or south, we never did that.
Depends which way the wind goes.
And my friends who had the 155mm 40-mile G5 cannon, also never made any allowance for that. So we're on a stationary Earth. If we weren't, planes would not be able to land.
See, it's like 155 is what I did my advanced gun school.
Okay. But again, I know your training, and I know that you don't have to allow for Earth's turning. You allow for the local wind, and you allow maybe for a height variation. Maybe if you're at altitude, it's going to have a different range.
I should also point out I'm airborne artillery.
And an airplane, I've got lots of pilot friends who know the Earth is not moving, and it's a stationary flat Earth. And there's lots of NASA documents actually that say treat the Earth as though it's not moving and it's flat. Sea is level, bro. Water runs downhill. Have a good life. Cheers. Oh, this guy's not bad.
It's possible, ultimately.
It's a high cost. Two, they want you to be a spinning ball, which is an accident, blah, blah, blah. You come from a monkey.
If anyone wants,
Are you YouTubing?
Yeah, so there is no
anyone else
God.
wants to buy me a coffee? There's a buying a coffee
seems to be we're on this
option.
static plane, created.
I do want to thank Support Jacks for being a regular contributor. I think it's
With science. Okay, so basically
that conversation. But the road sweeper was a little bit annoyed with us there. This is quite nice, actually. Cheers. And thanks for the. Oh look, there's a thumbprint and my DNA. We live in a strange old world, but I think it's about freeing yourself. Really, it's freeing yourself. This game is going to continue, and people will laugh and snigger. Earth is flat, not a spinning globe.
But then I will fall.
Have a nice day.
I don't consent.
I don't consent. I bet you consented to putting a face nappy on when Daddy government told you to.
Live in the boot.
Don't need to be rude. Earth not a globe. The coffee is quite good. I need a banner. I've been kind of toying with getting a new banner made because obviously the last banners got crushed. But I feel like a banner here would be useful. I've been umming and eyeing, and that's why I try and get one done by. Good day, sir. Can you believe
you, mate. I believe you.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Good for you. Free that mind. Don't be a puppet of the government. Oh, he knew the moon landings were fake. I think that's what he was agreeing with. It's one thing to know that the moon landings are faked and the International Space Station is fake. It's another thing to know that the Earth is flat. Oh, here's my young friends here. Keep an open mind. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. We can't live on a spinning space ball. We will fall off. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. You can't walk on the underside of a ball. You'd fall off. Right? You've got to have your gravity and relativity and evolution from monkeys. I'm going to quickly go and talk up the head there. Well, I was talking about Myrtle Beach because I've been following that case of a young lady who was unalived. Not quite sure what the story is there. What's her name? Micah Miller. Myrtle Beach. So, I hope you're doing well, my friend. And Yeah, I'm going to be seeing Dave Weiss actually in a month's time. Which came right out of the blue, to be honest. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but it seems that it is. So we'll be spending a few days together. Now this is one of my favorite parts of this town. This, where does it come from? From the top of the church. The David Weissing is a festival actually here in England. I'm not quite sure what inspired him to be coming out for it, but he is, and he's talking there, I think, and, along with Martin Leaker and a few other people that we know. Thank you very much, thank you. So they've got a flat earth stand there. And Dave said, why don't you come out and help me understand? So it's going to be pretty interesting. It's meant to be like a truth or freedom festival. I love the song. All my troubles seem so far away. Now it looks as though they're here to stay. Oh, I believe yesterday. Suddenly, I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow over me. My brother, nice to see you again. See you later. No comment this time. Had to go, I don't know. Tempting. Thing is, because I've been doing what I've been doing, I think there's possibly cameras. Sorry, bro. Possibly cameras. Oh, there's one up there. Not watching me, but I have the last time, not the last time, but the time before last, and the time before that, I got the enforcement orifices knocking on me saying, oh, we want the detail that you don't go and clean that off the hoardings. You might remember, those of you who watched some of my lives, I'd done a great globe sort of crime. Now, actually it reminds me, I've got Luke making some t-shirts up. He's quite an artist. Budding artist, so I've got Luke making some t-shirts up that I plan to try and make available. Some of them subtle, related content. Down the trouble
and she got no rights for me. Did you feel it groupie?
I'm dabbled, drowsy and ready to sleep at the morning time drops on the fence on me. Life I love, all is good. Wait an hour. The Simon's got all is good.
Lots of leaves there.
Turn that around, you don't need to see my aging visage. I feel like this guy's going to get angry about it. It's funny how this sometimes really triggers people. Really triggers us.
You can't make flour. Something else is made that. For us to be.
To wipe my hands down.
So we consider real is not what most people do. Yeah, I can't particularly.
Yes.
That's all right.
Okay, yeah, no,
You don't have to be on video,
nice
that's
to be on
fine.
video.
Oh, sorry.
I can't. Sorry, thank you. But it's nice to chat to you.
Yeah, but Thursday.com.
Yeah,
don't believe a word he says. Fascinating. He'll just show you.
No, I think yours is smaller.
It's funny how people, I can't be on camera. What, do you realize that 20 people are watching the stream and maybe a few hundred will see this in the whole world? And I don't know, maybe it's a sense of self-importance that some people have, or like, this is not the BBC, and if it was, you'd have to be seriously concerned. wildest things, you know. Imagine that. Imagine that it's just like Disneyland. All the characters in Disneyland are fake. Is that a possibility? One of the routes to the cathedral. Good day, sir. For these non-American, non-UK viewers, I guess this looks like similar to what you see back in the US. Bakery. Policeman's bread. We just found ourselves a shop that had no, well, it's closed for refurbishment and whatnot, so we thought we'd put ourselves here. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Belief in a religious icon like the globe is not a smart idea. Earth is flat, not a ball. You can't walk on a ball. You can't live on a ball, water won't exist on a ball. Earth must be flat and the water contained inside it. There's no edge to fall off. There's no edge you can fall off.
Oh, yes.
Hello again.
How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. How are you?
Yeah.
You out shopping?
Absolutely, yeah. Looking around the shop. I'll send mine.
Yes. Your friend? Okay. Have you ever been to the moon?
Huh?
Have you ever been to the moon?
What's that mean?
Have you ever travelled out to the moon?
No.
No. Do you think man has ever travelled to the moon? Do you believe that Armstrong and all them actually landed on the moon, or were they on a stage, on a movie set?
I agree. We accept certain concepts as given, don't we? We're told that from
I used to dumb space.
You
know, to the dumbers. They're all not good at anymore.
No.
No, they stopped.
The drum and bass?
Yeah,
okay.
I used to do stop now.
Okay. Wow. And the youngster having to drink behind a thing. Hold on, excuse me. I saw that the boy had to lift up his nappy to take a sip. I wonder what happened to his cans, like out in the open, picking up all these nasty little cartoons, CGI things. So they must be landing on his Coke can, and then when he takes a sip, it goes into his mouth, right? But what's going on in that guy's mind must be so frightening. Hard to accept. Good day, sir.
Hello.
You know the earth is flat.
Yes.
Oh, you do? Wow, awesome. Is he just fobbing me off? You can't control the public square. Circuses, public service of truth. Coriolis was a thing, there would be a trumpets on every gun, absolutely. Well, absolutely, because it would have a bearing as to how much the Coriolis, you know, if you're shooting exactly with or against or at perpendicular to the spin of the Earth, or fractions thereof, would have a bearing. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. NASA have never been to space. All fake, all TV, CGI. It's just a hard reality of living on a spinning thing, you know. The positioning would matter absolutely, and very, 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 to a very fine degree. Earth is not a spinning ball. You've been lied to about space. You know, good one, brother. Stay flat. There you go. You get it every now and again. People already know. Oh, weather-wise, this has been the nicest day of the year, and we're already at the end of May. Bothers them so much. That girl had to come straight over this. See how she knew what I was writing. That is flat, ladies, not a spinning ball. No, thank you. Please don't interfere with my reality. Hello, sir.
It should be the Earth is flat, not Earth.
Yeah, you're probably right. I can add the to that. I would I would not argue with that, but you know, I see what happens is people will, like they've done over there, throw water on it.
Yeah.
You know, so I try and put down the message as quickly as I can.
I see.
Hi.
So what's all this then?
Well, we've discovered that we can't prove that we live on a globe.
Why not?
Well, because one is.
Because
Well, because the globe requires a number of things for it to work. One is a theory called relativity, and the other is a theory called gravity. And gravity was invented by Newton.
It wasn't invented, it was theorized.
Theorized, yeah. Well, the theory of gravity was invented. And then Einstein came along and changed certain elements of it, discarded certain elements. And then quantum physics came along and said that gravity is such a small force, it's nowhere near as powerful as the electric force.
Yes, but I actually studied a bit of physics, so I kind of know what's going on here. The reason that gravity is like such a weak force, but it still works, is because it's magnified by the size of the object that it applies to.
Yeah.
The Earth is massive. It's huge. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but I mean I can look it up. It's insane. So that magnitude of gravity is multiplied by that, which is how we all kind of stay put, but also why things like helium like rise above the gravity, or like how you can actually escape the atmosphere with a rocket.
Why does helium rise?
Because it's less dense.
Less dense than?
Less dense than air.
Okay, so that's where we're at, is that we're saying that things are either more dense or less dense than the medium they're in. So like if you went to the bottom of a swimming pool with a lung full of air, you would rise. Agreed? Why? Because you are less dense than the medium that you're displacing. However, when you're in the air, you're more dense than the medium you're displacing. So unless you use a hot air balloon, you can't get lift. Whereas a helium balloon, of course, is less dense than the surrounding environment, and it will rise, but it won't rise into the vacuum of space.
No, that's because we have an atmosphere.
And to have an atmosphere, you need what in thermodynamics is called containment. You know, the second law of thermodynamics demands that if you want to build up a pressure, you need to contain that. That's physics, right?
Yeah.
So in physics, we're also shown that, like water, for example, will always run downhill, and then it will coalesce into a pool that, at any scale that you can offer me, that I can test, I can show that that pool is level. The surface of that pool when it rests is level. So once I scale that up and say, well, what if it was the size of the ocean? And you know, they say between America and England is across the pond. Well, what if it was just a small pond and we made a mock-up of the Earth inside a 1 square mile lake?
Yeah.
I would be able to do this same thing, which is that I could sail around it using a magnetic center. I could sail around it and have the same sea level, and that's physically logical.
I mean, I don't know if you could do it on the size of it, on the scale of the lake, but assuming gravity is also working at the same degree somehow by magic.
Yeah. So remember to come up with a theory of gravity. These guys were presented, these very smart guys were presented with a problem, is that we live on a globe. How do you explain that?
I mean, water's level is relative to the core of the Earth.
Well,
because
okay.
Gravity kind of goes.
So if that's true, and there's a circular or spherical core, and the water is relative to that, how much is the water bending over any distance?
As much as the Earth is.
Okay, so
it's not really bending at all. It's more like, say you have like a circle. Right, let's take this to 2D. So you have like a protractor?
Yeah.
When you have a protractor, you can like set the distance of the pencil to however long you want to be.
Like a radius.
Exactly, yeah. So if I say the water level is, wherever the protractor goes, then it's not really, my pencil isn't really bending, it's equidistant from the circle. Yeah.
Well, Pythagoras would say that your pencil is dropping from. If you take a sort of mean point, like a 12 o'clock position on your circle, and you start from that position and say, am I having to bend? Is the circle? It's not a parallel, or it's not a straight or flat line. It's actually a bending circular path that the pencil needs to take. So can I measure from the starting point, i.e. your 12 o'clock, down to the 1 o'clock position on the clock, can I measure how much that line has had to go down? Because one of the best
the
proofs,
distance of the perimeter, you mean?
yeah, it's it's Pythagorean mathematics, to work it out. It can be worked out.
Yes.
And everyone who tells me that the Earth is a globe tells me that one of the best proofs that it's a globe is that a ship can be observed going over the horizon hull first, losing the bottom of the ship first, and then gradually the top of the ship. Yeah.
I feel like the ship isn't the best example to give.
Yeah, but many people do give that example, and you'll find that example cited even in science classes.
I can understand how that wouldn't convince you, but can I present to you mountains?
What?
Mountains.
Mountains, yes.
Yeah, they are massive. Well, they're from a system size that you can see them over the horizon, sort of bending. Well, not really bending, but you know what I mean?
Well, to a point. I mean, we can't see the Himalayas from here, obviously.
Well, obviously not, because there's stuff in the
but
way.
I know that from 100 miles away, you might be able to see Mount Fuji, or you might be able to see something super tall on a clear day.
I mean, that's because they're on the other side of the world, and you can't bend light around it.
I agree with you on that. So we can see a certain amount of distance, and we are limited in our range because our eyes are a certain weakness, and there's moisture in the air, and there's a number of factors, right? And of course, one of them is that the Earth is, say, curving around this ball. Well, there's a formula for the curvature which none of us get taught at school, and this is not a flat Earth thing. This is just if you go and research and say what is the curvature for the globe given the radius of 3,900 miles. Well, it's actually 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, that's not completely regular, because obviously the Earth is bumpy, but
Okay. But when we look at the blue marble from a distance, it seems like the sea is sort of level, and it's this idea that the ship eventually is going over the horizon suggests that there is a mathematical equation to measure. In different parts of the world, it might be different if it's oblate, as they say. But there should be a mathematical formula to measure that this ship of 20 meters in height will go over the curvature, and you will not be able to see it after a known distance.
I'm sure there is. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure there is.
So when we go down to the beach and we observe ships going over the horizon, and we go, okay, everyone agrees the ship has gone over the horizon, and then we pull up the most powerful zoom camera that we can get our hands on, a Nikon P1000. We zoom back in on that ship that everybody agreed had gone over the horizon, and we can see all of it. And you just said a minute ago, the light is not bending over the curve.
I don't think that's necessarily a fair way to put it, because you're comparing human eyes to a camera. I mean, if you kind of took this powerful camera and just set it on the sea, on the seashore with you, if you were looking at the camera the whole time, it would be exactly the same.
No, well, we can see things, that with a zoom or a telescope, you can see things that your eye cannot see. Same with a microscope, you can see things in the small that your eye cannot see. Well, a telescope is the opposite. You can see things off in the distance that your eye on a clear day cannot see. The world record photograph was taken of the Finistrel Mountains at 250 miles away. The sun sets twice a year behind these mountains, and so there is a silhouette available to the best cameras. So the Guinness World Record photograph, up until a little while ago anyway, was 250 miles. And this is line of sight. We have other things that are line of sight over distances that belie this 8 inches per mile squared, like the rail gun. The Americans have a weapon called the rail gun, and it can shoot at Mach 15 from ship to ship for 100 miles. And so that means that I can see that ship. Obviously, atmospheric occlusion aside, lasers or infrared can see that ship for 100 miles.
You're talking about distances in miles here. The Earth is a lot bigger than that. It's not. It takes a lot longer for the curvature to matter.
Well, if I can stand on the beach, if I can stand on the beach, and at 5 miles away, which is according to what Wikipedia will tell you, 4 or 5 miles away, the ship will go over the curve. Therefore, it's not visible, and there's water between me and the ship. Therefore, I cannot see it. But how come I can see it if I'm a Navy gunner and I've got a range, and my weapon has got a range of 100 miles? Or if I've got a zoom camera and my range is now 20 miles, and I can still see the same ship. So,
can they?
Oh, absolutely. This is what we've been doing for years now.
Can you show me a source on that?
Well, yes. There's a website called flatearthdave.com. If you flatearthdave.com or the Flat Earth Podcast. What you need to do is go and look at the evidence that people are going out. You can obviously go and do this for yourself. If you've got a good camera, go out on a particular day down to the beach, or whatever your vantage point is, even if you're 10 stories. you'll lose the ship eventually. But once you get that camera zoomed back in on it, you go, oh, hang on a minute, the ship's still there. And then if you take yourself into a hot air balloon and go to 200 feet, 300 feet, you'll go, damn, that ship's still there, and I can see more flat horizon beyond it. And then you go into a plane, fly over the Mediterranean, and you will see ships for 100 miles in every direction on what looks like a mirror.
I don't really understand what your argument is here, though. Because if you're raising your elevation, then obviously the previous calculation doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, I would accept that the possibility that you can, obviously the higher you go, the further you might be able to see around the globe if it was a globe, right? Equally, if it was a flat Earth, then all you're doing is you're going to stretch the distance, and we've done this on, say, known areas that are super flat, like a tennis court, super flat, or there's areas in the world that are known.
I like planes and steps.
that are known to be flat, and when you're super low, you can't see very far. You put your camera on the ground, you can only see someone, your mate walks away 200 meters down the track, and now you can start to lose their ankles and their knees and then eventually their head and so on, right?
Yeah. Because the Earth's
but you change your elevation, then now you can see your friend again.
Yeah.
But you can also see that the horizon continues to lift with your eye level. It doesn't fix at a point and go, now the higher you go, the more, if we lived on a globe, the more the horizon should gradually fall lower and lower and lower. But even at 40,000 feet in a plane, the horizon still looks out there, sort of at eye level. So guys have taken weather balloons to 120,000 feet, no fisheye lens trickery, just regular cameras, and all they can see is just this flat plane as far as the camera can possibly see, and we're talking about hundreds of miles. A guy recently took an infrared camera in a plane above California, and he took a photograph that has been proven to show all the way down into Baja, Mexico, 1,000 kilometers away. And this is impossible on the globe.
Why?
We're talking about...
Why is that impossible on a globe?
Well, the globe, given the size they say it is, and this 8-inch per mile squared formula that they claim is the curvature, means that things that are hundreds of miles away are miles beneath a curvature that you should not be able to see around, because light cannot bend back up around that. So that's the one thing, is that we're seeing things too far away, that according to the globe maths. The other thing is that we're told that we're spinning, and yet we can't find any scientific proof that we're spinning. When I asked the European Space Agency staff a few years ago, I bumped into them in Europe, and I said, tell me, what is your best proof that we live on a spinning globe? And the lady said to me, the sun moves over our head. And I said, I agree with you, the sun moves over our head. That doesn't mean we're moving underneath it. And Einstein himself said, we will not find an experiment that proves that it's the Earth that's moving. It's a bit of a philosophical issue as to whether it's the Earth that's moving or the sky.
Einstein predated us going into space.
Yes.
We knew since Aristotle that constellations are moving in the sky in irregular patterns.
Mm-hmm.
We knew, well, not completely irregular patterns. Sorry, I misspoke.
They are irregular, and for thousands of years we've been able to pretty much predict and see the same things, And so this is a random Big Bang. Things are meant to be flying in millions of miles an hour. We're spinning 1,000 miles an hour, but also traveling more than 1 million miles an hour through the universe. And per hour, 1 million miles, right? And this has been going on for thousands of years, and yet we still see the exact same constellations in exactly the same place.
Yeah, because we're in orbit and everything's quite regular.
But now remember this, right? If your friend is standing 10 miles away from you, and you say to them, listen, I'm going to turn around once every hour. I want you in an hour's time to have traveled all the way around Winchester and be in exactly the same place in an hour's time. They would struggle to keep up with you.
I mean, yeah, because you're talking about, these are humans who can, that's the human fallacy of coming to, point here, right? That's not really the same thing as when you're talking about giant rocks in space that rotate by laws of physics dictating them.
Okay, the laws of physics, these are theories of physics. The idea that rocks will float is a theory. In physics, in real physics, if I throw a rock in the sky, it's going to fall back down.
Why? Hang on a minute, though, right? Because that's kind of interesting that you dismiss, consistently, backed up theories of physics.
Things float that are, we were talking earlier on about density and buoyancy, right? Mm-hmm. So things that are heavy in the medium will sink. An iron anvil, will float in a bath of mercury. You've probably seen that experiment. So even though it's heavy, it will float in that dense medium. And the same is true with all other things. You know, they might find a sponge rock will float a little bit in water, but actually everything sinks typically in water. Things that are lighter than water, like we are.
It's gravity relies on density.
Well, gravity is density.
No, it's not. It isn't density. Gravity is an expression of mass.
Gravity is an expression of what density does. Is that everything that's heavy in air, if we filled this pool in this space up with water, lots of things that are sitting on the floor now would begin to float. Anything plastic, people, you know, all those things would now be in a medium in which their density was less than the medium density they were displacing. So things would rise. And that's all we see in the world. So you were saying, I just wanted to bring you back to what you were saying. So we didn't know that we lived on a globe, or rather, we didn't know about space until we actually went to space. And that was
not quite true. We knew space existed since the Greeks.
Well,
and since the ancient Egyptians.
Well, I mean, they might have been hypothesized by some. But remember, the oldest globe is 500 years old. The very oldest globe on any record, anywhere, ever designed by anyone, and held by the Vatican by surprise. You know, it's the Vatican who gave us the Big Bang Theory, the Vatican who gave us evolution, as far as I'm concerned.
No, that was Charles Darwin. He wasn't part of the Vatican.
It kind of predates. There is a predator to that, I think, but I won't argue with you on the Charles Darwin.
I mean, he was competing with someone to release this theory of evolution, but I don't think it was the Vatican.
Sorry?
He was competing with another scientist to release the theory of evolution first, but it wasn't the Vatican.
Yeah. Well, it's my contention that all roads lead to Rome. So even though most of us are not into religion...
Can we roll back? That's a bit of an overgeneralization. I'm not comfortable with accepting that as the ground to argument.
Okay. I'm just dropping you like a little bomb to say that that's what I believe, is that all roads lead to Rome, and that Rome has been authorizing whatever deceptions, the education system that we receive, this idea that we're going out into space, it all has the rubber stamp from Rome, but not wanting to get lost in that. You know, that what happens...
that seems like a really... Okay. No, can we talk about like how you came to that conclusion?
Yeah, it's quite deep. Like, I mean, you know, the Big Bang Theory comes from a guy called George Lemaitre. He's a Catholic priest, a Jesuit, and probably quite high up in the Roman thing. When you look at Newton and his relationship with Rome, our history books will tell us that, you know, the Vatican didn't like what the Principia or whatever, they didn't like what he was saying, so they kept him in the Vatican the last few years of his life and blah, blah, blah. I think that they were protecting him rather than they had a problem with him. So their fingerprints are on so many elements of this. Now, the Vatican is the biggest buyer of telescopes in the world, bigger than any NASA or whatever. The Vatican spent more money on telescopes than anyone else. Their last biggest one was called Lucifer, by the way, which they've changed the name of since people made it. It was called Lucifer. Large something, 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 but the acronym came out as Lucifer. Surprise, surprise. So there's a lot of things, and I probably don't have enough time now to kind of run through all of it, because it took me years to get to a point where I was like, damn, you know what, I think that the Vatican might be the head of the snake or one of the heads of the snake that run the world. And even though most people are not into religion, most people, like I was quite atheistic, quite believer in evolution, all those sorts of things, I think that the Vatican and these entities are designed to rob us of our natural heritage, our God-given heritage, that we are actually the inheritors of the earth. They want us to be these slaves that are happy to go along with paying all these taxes and being subjugated by kings.
I will agree with you that there are definitely elites that are, you know, trying to control us. That's always been a thing. Like that's the working class has been struggling with that for time immemorial.
Yeah.
However, 2 points. It was. Hang on, I forgot the name of it's a Greek philosopher. I want to say Epistopheles, I don't think I'm right.
Aristophanes. I think you might be lingual.
I think so. I'm going with an A. My phone is not working. I wrote it down because I heard you guys were here and I was ready.
Oh, really?
I came ready.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, that sounds really mean.
Oh, wow, that's...
Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
But he was the first one to calculate that, you know, the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
back
using the
in
sticks
ancient Greek
and the
times.
shadows thing.
Mhm.
You know, the sticks and the shadows thing works on a flat Earth too. You know, like if I took a stadium light or any lamp here, and then I put sticks at distances away from them, the further you got away from the source of the light, the longer the shadow would become. You know, and so he's doing this experiment 2,000 years ago and meant to be coordinating with somebody 500 miles away. What was he using to coordinate with someone 500 miles away on the day? Horses? Because it would have taken him 3-4 days to 5 days, if not longer, to travel the distance
I mean,
between
they had
them.
writing systems.
They had what?
They had writing systems.
They had writing systems, yes. But if I was to do an experiment today like that, I would need you at 500 miles away to be in immediate contact with me, so we could be measuring and demonstrating the differences between our results.
I mean, not
Do you know that there's more
necessarily.
evidence for Jesus than Aristophanes? People who've looked into the history of this man go, there's very little historical evidence that this guy existed. So, if the people, the elite, are trying to control us, and they have done, as you have accepted, on many fronts, they have the power and the ability to, let's say, control the educational narrative, to insert historical entities, whether it be a Muslim Muhammad or a Jesus or a Aristophanes. They have the ability to insert anybody. And the thing is that what we tend to do is that we say, oh no, I'm a Christian or I'm a Muslim. I'm going to insist that, if I'm a Muslim, I'm going to insist that the Jesus story isn't quite right. Or if I'm an atheist, as I was, I'm going to insist that all of those stories are not quite right. But the story of Aristophanes from 2,000 years ago, that's correct. Now, as I said to you, the experiment
Yeah,
that
I
says...
understand. I see where you're coming from here. Like, it's not, you can't just accept things. And
Yeah,
I agree with that.
So the point is that Aristophanes' experiment works, and people have demonstrated this. There are people who've done this experiment where you can take nails and put them into a ruler and then put a light source above them and see how each of those shadows will lengthen as you get... We know this is common sense. And then you can take that same ruler and bend it so it looks like a globe and get a similar outcome and say, okay, well, it can work both ways. You know, so if...
I accept that's not like a smoking gun.
It's not a slam
That's
dunk.
fair enough. But let's go. So some ancient Greek philosopher, not a smoking gun. Okay, fair enough. But there is my other theory, my other like argument with this Vatican controls everything theory is wouldn't we have like broken away completely from their control then? Because when Queen Elizabeth was on the throne, like Queen Elizabeth I, like Tudor Queen Elizabeth, she was like outright, you know, it was at a point where the Vatican outright denounced her. Like they completely wrote her off, did not acknowledge her as a, as so, and it was at a point where like Catholics were assassinating, or attempting to assassinate her with the Pope's blessing. So if that was the case, at least in the UK, wouldn't we have seceded from this Vatican control already?
I'm going to offer you this food for thought. The word Protestant can be broken down into protestant. And if I'm protesting your system, that means I'm honoring your system, giving it, acknowledging it, but I'm sort of on the left wing of it or the right wing of it. It doesn't matter which one you want to choose, but I'm still in the same within politics. It's like, oh, I hate the right wing or the conservative government. Sorry. So I'm going to vote left. I'm going to be a Labour supporter, but you're still putting your energy into this entity called government. And the same is true with Christianity. Is that a Protestant, really, there are nuances between what a Catholic does on a Sunday versus what a Protestant does, but ultimately they're all doing pretty much exactly the same thing.
I would agree with you, it's still Abrahamic religion.
But it's Abrahamic. Not only that, it's Jesus is your savior. He's the one who died for you, and if you don't give your life to him and blah, 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 it's almost verbatim the same thing. It's just... and there's a phrase that Hitler and others have used, or great mind controllers have used, is that, and the CIA used, is that the best way to control the opposition is to lead it. So whether it's the climate change movement, the Me Too movement, or whatever, all of these things can be steered by powerful entities who go, okay, we see a rising movement here. We've got the money to insert our own operatives into that movement such that we can steer what it does, and therefore it's always within our control. The BBC, for example, in America they called it Operation Mockingbird, and it was a CIA operation, well known, to insert agents into all levels of media, such that we can control the message from the editorial room to whether it be Tucker Carlson or whatever. These are all people that are inserted by the control system. You think if you're a multi-billionaire, if you're the Rothschilds or whoever the super
Okay, I'm going to
elite-
stop you on the Rothschild. That's just anti-Semitism straight up. I'm going to stop you
Okay,
on that.
if you're whatever the entity is, well, I mean, I did a video on this actually. The word Semite actually applies to people of a very large area known as the Middle East. I was reading
This is true, yeah.
I was reading a book that was.
I
written
mean,
100
I'm an
years ago.
archaeology student. I'm really into the Bronze Age Near East.
Okay. So I was reading a book by a well-known author. His name escapes me right now. It was written 100 years ago, and I was just reading this the other day. He was going around the Middle East just after or around World War I. And he was talking about how the Semite people of that region, of which the Jewish people are a tiny fragment. The Semite. So when we're saying we're actually meaning anti-Jewish, and it's more like a Zionist. It's more like a Zionist.
That's a good
agenda.
point. However, I would say that's semantics.
How? Well, no.
Keep on.
But how about this for semantics? That the Jewish people themselves admit that they control American media.
No, they don't. Who said this?
In the Jewish Times, I've seen articles in the Jewish Times. The main six media companies in America are all Jewish owned.
I mean, that's not really.
All the main banking cartels or the.
There is a reason for
Jewish
the banking thing. The reason for that is because in medieval times, Christians weren't allowed to lend money.
Charge usury.
Yeah.
Usury. No, they can lend money, but they can't charge interest.
Oh, yeah. But essentially that means that it wouldn't make for a functional business.
But by who? Who then? Who is authorizing that? So I comes back to what you're saying about Queen
What do you mean by
Elizabeth
that?
I.
What do you mean by
Well,
that?
if someone is saying, okay, I can't charge, because I'm a Christian, I can't charge you interest. So I'm going to ask my friend over here, who's a Jew, to set up the bank.
I'm sure there is
can-
underhanded stuff going on like that.
So-
but what I'm going to say is, Jewish people were historically discriminated against all throughout medieval Europe, because again, Christianity was the dominant religion. The in-group was Christianity, the out-group was everyone else. Judaism was seen as like the ultimate heresy. So Jewish people have been historically discriminated against, and that is why they ended up founding the banks that would, have the time to develop that way. Because again, they've had all this time because
my research
Christians weren't doing it.
suggests that it was the Vatican that employed the Jews to be the bankers.
Vatican employing the Jews.
Yeah, so the Rothschilds and so on were known as court Jews. They were given this, if you like, this privilege to do that. But the question is then by who? Who is more powerful than the people who run the reserve banks, the banking system?
The people who aren't socially discriminated against.
But remember, one of the best ways to control people is to discriminate against them. So how did they control the homosexuality movement in the 1960s? Is by discriminating against them
They
purpose.
didn't do a good job of controlling it.
But it actually creates this thesis and antithesis. I grew up in apartheid South Africa, where some people were being controlled and others were being told you should control those other people. I believe that
I'm
the Jewish
transgender,
people,
so I've seen the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, obviously not to the same extent as apartheid, but still.
But it creates its own. But it creates its own subdivision, if you like, or it creates its own clique in which the gay guys had to kind of stand together, or the black guys had to stand together, or the Jew had to stand together, because they were being vilified by the whole. Now, I could be the guy, if I'm controlling and I want division, or rather to create reasons for divisions because I can control when you're divided, then I'm coming up with these narratives of black versus white, Jew versus non-Jew or Christian or whatever. I can create this. I can implant in the Jew. I've been to Israel. My sister's married to a Jewish man. I've had Jewish girlfriends. For me, these are just people. However, they are also subject to propaganda. And these people can be propagandized such that they believe a certain thing about their uniqueness, about their specialness, about them being the chosen people. All of that sort of stuff is impregnated into their minds, that they will now behave as a clique who has to fight against a certain other group, or has to stand for this, or is willing to call a non-Jew a goyim, you know, cattle, and we can use them in the same way that white people were doing to black people in South Africa, is that we can treat them like lesser than us. We are somehow more unique.
There's an in-group and an out-group.
Yeah.
That's real. That's just how.
Yeah. And but this is you know, is not to say that any one group is is inured from that level of mind control. And the Jewish people are no different. I believe the Jewish people have been mistreated on purpose, and it might have been with the intention of creating the state of Israel. You know, it might have been that the only way to create the state of Israel was to damage the economy for the Jewish people, make them unpopular such that they would want to or be kicked out of the places their homes that they had in Germany and France, wherever, and move to a new land. Because
that would mean this conspiracy would have had to predate like Judaism.
Yeah.
Which seems like a bit of a stretch, I'm going to be honest with you.
Well,
I feels like...
Well, I mean, when you study flat Earth, right, you realize that the story of these buildings around us is not necessarily true. The Victor writes the history. And so the history of these buildings needs to be reconsidered, because when we look at the cathedral down here and we look at a lot of the other buildings around the world, Göbekli Tepe, which is under 50 feet of mud, which is under 50 feet of mud, as you obviously know it. You know, these buildings are unbelievably beautifully built, so big that little men like us with horse and cart could not have built them.
I'm going to stop you there. That's just not true. That's just outright not true. Why couldn't people have built that? I mean, if you're talking about Göbekli Tepe, is the argument that you're trying to say that they couldn't have built because these were like hunter-gatherers? Is that the argument here?
I'm saying that we're talking about stones that are so big that we can't build cranes big enough today to move them.
Yes, we can.
The biggest stone at Göbekli Tepe is over 100 tons.
It's a more advanced civilization that was around before.
Yeah.
I think that's where you're trying to.
That's what I'm trying to get.
That's just not true.
Only that, like the Bible says, that there were bigger men before. You know, that men could have been in the 30 feet tall kind of size.
I am not ready to use the Bible as a source. I'm sorry. No, not a chance.
No, well, I'm just offering that, and you don't have to. There's skeletons of the people that are much bigger. No, human skeletons.
So can you give me a source on that?
Well, the Smithsonian. Okay.
I'm not going to accept that without a source. I'm sorry.
I mean, we'll have a look.
I'm an archaeologist.
That's all I'd say.
I'm a scientist. I can't just take that without a source.
Okay.
Well, if you do a bit of research.
I have done research. I've done extensive research on this topic, and I can tell you I've not found anything convincing.
Yeah. Well,
Like giant skeletons.
Yeah, that's just not.
Okay. Well, so aside from the skeleton point, which I absolutely agree, I think that the Smithsonian has been the tool used to hide these skeletons. Back in the 1800s, you can see news clippings of local museums where the curator of the museum is standing next to a femur bone that is taller than him. This is a human femur bone.
How do you know it's a human femur bone if it's that big?
Well, it has exactly the same kind of shape. But let me give you something that is real, that you can still touch today. You can go around in Italy, for example, and see doorways that are so tall that a man can barely throw a stone to reach the top of that. Now, I can find no logical reason. I used to say, oh, well, that was so that they could get their cart with lots of like corn and stuff on it. They could get their cart through that.
We're talking Catholic cathedrals. Catholic religion is well known for making extravagant buildings to show their faith. That was the entire reason the Protestants
or stealing extravagant buildings.
Obviously.
Because you see schools and churches.
Yeah, they were using extravagant buildings. Like, we know that's true. We accept that that's their thing. Why wouldn't they want to build a massive, large doorway?
People are living in tiny sheds. People are living in...
Listen, very interesting the way you're putting on. Very well put. My only question with it all is, at the end of the day, how will we change how we live with this knowledge?
Well, this is what unfortunately we end up sort of debating for so long we don't get to what difference does it make. And for me, the difference is inward. So they've got us all looking outward, outer space, this, that, fight wars against another man and so on, when actually the journey is towards finding, I am the way, the truth and the life, and no one comes to God but through me, is what you should say to yourself when looking in the mirror.
I'm on a similar wavelength. All I would say is keep that mind wide open.
My mind is wide open. I'm a scientist. If I see evidence that convinces me, I'll change my opinion. That's just how that works.
Yeah.
But again, I haven't seen that evidence.
It's not latching onto anything. They're not closing any doors.
I haven't seen that evidence, though.
Good man. Good luck with the fight.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Speaking of competing evidence, though, I do have a complete counter-argument to that giant thing. Do you know how the pentadactyl skeleton works?
Pterodactyl?
Pentadactyl.
No, I've not even heard of that one.
Okay. Well, it's essentially it's something that most mammals have. I think all mammals actually. We all have this same like vague skeletal structure. We've got 2 arms, 2 legs, 5 fingers. Same like thing. Even whales do actually. It's really interesting. They even have a pelvic. Their vestigial pelvic bone. It's really cool. But point is, the fact that this is bigger but the same like shape as a human femur bone doesn't really mean anything when, again, we know the pentadactyl limb it exists. We know this. We've seen, like, if you compare, like, I don't know, a human femur bone to a cow femur bone, they look pretty much exactly the same, just in scale. I've been processing finds before, and I found what to me like a human femur bone, but I've seen other people be like, no, that's definitely a cow, but like it couldn't have been a cow if it was a cow, it would have been that big, and it was that big. So it's really easy to mistake these things if you discount size. Size is the most important factor.
Coelacanth.
What
Do you
about
remember the story about the coelacanth?
What about the coelacanth?
Well, according to science, it was extinct for 500 million years.
Well, it wasn't. We thought it was extinct, but it wasn't.
Yeah. So, but they were
we just
teaching
didn't see
that.
it.
They were teaching that until they discovered it, and they found that the fossils that they claimed were 500 million years old or 200 million years old matched perfectly the coelacanth of today.
Yeah.
And so I think that speciation is real. I think that things do adapt a little bit, but the idea that fish can become mammals and marsupials can become monkeys. Is because there is no. I mean, I used to be on that page with you, man. I used to be totally like, we evolved, we came from monkeys, and now I realize that these things cannot actually be proven. Yes, we have lots in common, and our DNA is so similar.
Can you show me the evidence that changed your mind? I keep stepping.
Well, it's the lack of. It's more like the lack of.
So I'm going to move over here. I just want to stop the stepping come anymore. Sorry.
It's the lack of evidence that what stopped me from just willingly accepting this stuff. Because remember, when you're 7, 10 years old or whatever, you're taught these things in school, and they're just like taught as though this is fact. We evolved from the apes, and the missing link can be explained by that skull they found in Africa that's meant to be 200,000 years old or whatever.
I'm stuck on your chalk. I'm sorry.
Whatever. People have been watering it down over there, but so for me, it wasn't like there was any one killer blow. I will share this with you that 9 years ago, this month, in fact, probably almost to the day, I took ayahuasca. You've heard of ayahuasca,
I don't off the top of my head. I'm sure I've heard of it, but not by that name, I'm sorry.
It's DMT.
Okay.
Dimethyltryptamine, which is what is in your pineal gland, and your lungs do create DMT. But
I know what you mean now.
You can smoke it and have this sort of what I call a near-death experience. And I was 47 at that time, 9 years ago. And I smoked the DMT, and 7 minutes later, the first words I said was, "True, there's a God." And I went in an atheist whose dying mother a few years before could not get me to accept that there was anything beyond this thing. So the DMT was like a big slap in the face to kind of kick my ass and go, "Listen, you're much more than you've ever been taught." And so one of the best ways of enslaving people and keeping people down if you're an elite is to say you're not important, you're not special, you're insignificant, you're the grain of sand on the beach.
I'd agree with that.
You're nothing important. Well,
there's
that
a lot
couldn't
of
be
that's
further from the truth.
Historically evident. Yeah, everyone has capability to do amazing things.
Absolutely,
However,
but I think we are all carrying the light of, or the spark of, a higher being, whether that's God or whatever you want to call it.
Why do we need a higher being to tell us we're special?
Is that you don't need that? I mean, but if the system that you're in, the prison. Let's say,
but what you're saying is like we all have this higher being inside of us that makes us special. Is that your argument?
No, this higher being that I discovered on the DMT trip, which was 7 minutes long, is an infinite and eternal being. It can't be destroyed. It can't be harmed or whatever. It's almost like a fractal of that higher being was carved off or blew off in order to create this avatar that I'm standing in front of now. And you are the avatar or the representative of that higher being. How that relates to what we know as of God, I don't really know. But I do know that this entity that I interacted with is me, but at a fourth dimension or a fifth dimensional kind of level, at a beyond physical level. And in a place of such love and such magnificence that it's like, wow, this is this is the most incredible place. And remember, I just want to reinforce, I was a 47-year-old who was reading Richard Dawkins, Stephen Hawking. No, not Stephen Hawking. I admired all of these people. These were all
I
my heroes.
know the book you mean.
I was looking for evidence that God wasn't real at that point in my life. I was looking for evidence that I was right about, evolution, Big Bang, all of those things. I wanted to know, and that was what I believed, and that was what I taught my children growing up, who are now 25 and 23 respectively, is that this is how it is. We come from the Big Bang, we emerged out of Africa 70,000 years ago, blah, 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 blah. I taught them all of that stuff. And then in 7 minutes at the age of 47, I had my ass so badly kicked, I had to come and review everything. And that included, by the way, going and looking at the flat Earth, because I'd heard about the flat Earth theory and I'd laughed it off like most people do and gone, I'm not buying that. I know that 9/11 was a trick. I know that, JFK might have been, not really unalived. I know so many things, but I wasn't willing to look at, say, the flat Earth. And once you look at the flat Earth, you start to realize that, heck, what we call fossil fuel as oil might be an abiotic blood that this living entity, what we call Earth, is actually creating. That no dinosaur bones have ever come up in the oil produce that we make. That no dinosaur was ever spoke about by any culture pre the 1800s.
Yeah, because dinosaurs, dinosaurs predated us. They were extinct before we even became a thing.
Yeah, but they were never discovered, never spoken about until the 1800s. And now today, we have the biggest mining machines in the world.
That's actually not really true, because I've got someone I know is doing a really interesting dissertation topic. Yeah. He's doing medieval history about how dinosaurs and dragon mythology from medieval times,
that's different.
They tie in. It's a really interesting thing.
Okay, so now
I don't know about those.
The 65 million year ago dinosaur is what I'm questioning. Were there other beasts that were massive and maybe even dragon-like and so on? I accept that much more. I think there's far more evidence for that. There's old maps that draw these things. There's old stories that talk about these things. Yes, but this is only in the last few thousand years. 60 million years ago, I don't think there was anything that we understand like Earth. It hasn't been around 4 billion years,
But it kind of has to be, doesn't it?
Only in this Big Bang Theory. I mean, I wouldn't question the timeline necessarily, but the idea that there's things sitting beneath the ground from 65 million years ago that didn't rot away and blah, blah, blah. No.
Well, that really depends on the soil. Things do rot away underground, but it depends where you are. Where we are in Hampshire, there's a really chalky soil.
Yeah.
So things can even organic things last for ages. Yeah. It's really amazing.
Yeah.
I've actually on a dig site this week.
Okay.
Morn Hill. It's really interesting. And the things that we could unearth decades old strips of wood that have just not really rotted at all. It is fascinating.
Decades, even centuries.
There's an Iron Age site. We haven't gotten down to the Iron Age site yet, but there is an Iron Age site underneath it. It is absolutely fascinating.
Pristine. But I'm with that. I can go for thousands of years back in our history. I've got no issue with that.
Yeah.
But it's the billions of years, and then that I have an issue with. And then so dinosaurs, which I raised my children on. Yes, this is the pterodactyl, and this is the Tyrannosaurus, and all that sort of stuff, and Jurassic Park, and all that. All believed all of that stuff. Now I say no. That might be a means of trying to explain these big bones that we do come across, because we do come across big bones. But there might have been dragons. There might have been entities that we would find horrific today, but ancient people just 1,000 years ago were dealing with.
It's just as implausible to suggest that the Earth kind of sprang up out of nowhere and that giants were real. We haven't seen it. If giants were real, we'd expect to find their sites. I mean, how could some people who think they were just like us, theoretically as intelligent as, is stronger than us? Wouldn't they have structures that we would find?
Yes.
They would have buildings.
Yeah.
We would expect to find so much more material culture, and it's just not there. Okay. The hell, they probably wouldn't even been gone extinct, so would they?
Well, let me say this: we are often given, when we look at these beautiful cathedrals, pyramids, things like that. And by the way, there's pyramids in Bosnia. There's pyramids under the sea in Japan.
The Bosnian pyramid was a complete scam. I'm sorry.
You think so?
Definitely no. The guy who made it was a con man.
Okay.
Straight up a con man.
Well, let's not get lost in the Bosnian one. Let's just say what we know for sure is that the pyramids in Giza are impossible for us to build today.
No, that's not true. We absolutely could build
the Chinese, about 10 years ago, tried to build a 1/6 scale pyramid of Giza, and they failed.
On a 1/6 scale.
The engineering that's required for that, and to line it up with the stars that are still, after thousands of years, still aligning in the same place,
Just look behind you. Right, if we can build things like this, why couldn't we pile rocks in a pyramid structure?
Well, because
Like, it's a pile of rocks.
we're talking about 20-ton stones, and they're,
Yeah,
and
and a
they're
lot-
matched together so perfectly, so precisely that you
it's-
can't get a credit card in between them. And we're talking about people again who've just apparently come out of the fields, who are only just discovering the wheel, if they've even got a wheel.
I mean, they have
So-
been. These are people who were being coordinated by highly intelligent engineers
But
who were kind of forced laborers.
Is what we were told. But what about if the story is that
I mean,
these
it's
were
not-
much bigger people?
It's not really
or they
what we were
had
told.
technology?
We found the records. Like, we know the records of the laborers.
Do you know that I was taught when I went to school that Tutankhamun had been found in one of these sarcophagi? And these sarcophagi are not tombs at all. They're actually resonance chambers, and people have proven that in the modern times.
How's that been proven?
Well, they've been doing tests on these things as sound devices and energy devices. We think that the pyramids were actually energy harvesting devices.
But wouldn't
built
we
by
find
high
like
technology.
a generator or a battery somewhere if that was the case?
Well, they use water, and there's rivers that run underneath the pyramids. These things are. You need to be willing to go and look at the alternate
I'm
version
totally
of what
willing
these
to look
are.
at it. 'Cause I'm not seeing any else. I'm not seeing any evidence. You're not convincing me. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not hoping to convince you necessarily, but to just open your mind. You've obviously got an open mind, but to open your mind to the idea that we're not simply accepting the story that we were told about pious. You know, I've been to the Vatican City. I've been to so many cathedrals around Europe, and I look at these buildings with awe, and I go, wow. You know, when they build a modern church today, with all the money and the technology we have, we do not. And people say, oh, well, we just don't care for it so much. We don't have the money. No, these are people that 500, 700, in Canterbury's case, 800 years ago, were building things that, if you look at the technology of the people of the time, it's just like the moon landing. If you look at the technology of the 60s and say, shit, my mobile phone has more technology than they used to get to the moon, but they can't get back today.
I mean,
the same was true with the technology.
With the technology we had at the
of
time, it would have been
cars.
harder to. It would be easier to put a man on the moon than fake it. Like, faking it is harder with the quality
I've
that would
heard
be
that.
required.
A lot of people have said that to me, so that's not you thinking,
Can I?
that's someone else's thought.
There's a really interesting video that breaks it down. I can send you if you like.
I want to send you a video, which is called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon.
Okay.
That was...
Here's an idea. How about I give you my email address
Yeah.
and you give me yours,
Yeah.
and we will send each other
Please,
the.
do, yeah. Well, I'll tell you mine, and then you can just email me without
Brilliant.
saying
That
it on camera.
works perfectly. Thank you. I appreciate you protecting my privacy that way.
Yeah.
So
it's Trinity, then the number 4, man, @gmail.com. Trinity4man@gmail.com.
Is that right?
My eyesight's not great. That's me.
Yeah.
Can I just ask real quick? Because, like, so I guess if, say, like, the Earth is flat, like, that would mean that, like, people, like, I guess, like, everything that says that, like, the Earth is a globe would be, like, propaganda, right? So, like, what would be the purpose for it?
Okay.
Like, what?
Well,
Because
okay. If the Earth is flat, the Earth has to be, in my opinion, an electromagnetic torus, and we're walking on the accretion center of it. And so we have an enclosure over the top, like a snow globe, if you like, Truman Show. And the purpose for it would be to deny the fact that whatever the creator is, your higher self, or if there's a God, created this place for you to come and have a day at the theme park, an experience of. So for me, the globe deception is just the same reason why we have religion and government and so on, is to demean you, to demean your creator's intention for you. So I say it like this, like if you were a ship being built in a dry dock, and the day before you were set out to sail, someone came with a mallet and clunked your keel, you would be put off course for the rest of your journeys every time you journey. And so the globe for me is one of those keel clunking events, is to try and demean or to disturb the journey that you're meant to be on.
Can I make a counterpoint?
Yeah.
We have had cultures observing the skies and the stars, like, again, since like the Bronze Age. Right? So, for this conspiracy to have like existed, we would need all of those cultures, you know, for thousands of years to all be in complete, perfect
Not
contact.
true.
Why
not?
not?
True. Because
What's
the Sumerians have a clock thing called the astrolabe. You've probably come across it. The astrolabe is known as the world's oldest computer. An astrolabe is like a series of CDs stacked on top of each other, or LPs, records stacked on top of each other, and you move them all in different times or whatever to predict where the stars and the constellations will be. And these are all done on a flat thing. Now, on a flat disk system. So with all these things moving around us, this is the Sumerians believed. And in fact, if you pull up in Google, show me what ancient cultures, a depiction of how the ancient cultures saw the Earth, they will all see it as like a bubble with like a roof over the top and then a plane where people were walking around on the center inside of that bubble. No one up until 500 years ago was actually really talking about, as I said to you earlier, the oldest globe on record is 1497. So before that time, no one had ever taken the time to say, well, we live on a globe, why don't we build a globe?
Well,
so now let me finish my point.
Okay, fair enough.
So the idea that it's the stars that are moving above our head is as old as time itself, and that we are locked inside of some kind of enclosure that we cannot leave. The rockets that they claim cannot get beyond the Kármán line. They cannot go more than 100 miles high. That's as high as anything has ever, as far as I'm concerned, has ever gone from our world.
I can't disagree with you, but I don't think it's worth picking that argument right now. So carry on. Sorry.
Okay. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, when it comes to trying to evidence, remember, I believed in the moon landings actually. So I'll send you is a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon" by a guy called Bart Sibrel. He's not a flat earther. He knows a lot of the astronauts, and he did a series of documentaries. So one of them called Astronauts Gone Wild. He offers Neil Armstrong, while he was still alive, he offers him a Bible and 10 other astronauts a Bible and says, I'll give $5,000 to a charity of your choice. Put your hand on the Bible and swear you went to the moon. Not one of them will do that. Now, if you and I had done a thing yesterday and someone came and said, I'll give you $500, put your hand on this magazine or put your hand on the Quran or wherever, you say, I don't care what it is. I swear that I did it.
Because I'm very much anti-religious, sorry.
But if I asked you, if I said, would you swear that you on anything, it wouldn't matter to you. You'd be like, well, there's no harm. I actually did the thing that you asked me.
I would consider that quite harmful, to be fair. Because again, it would be disrespectful and disingenuous of me to swear on something I don't believe in.
But would you be willing to promise that you did that thing yesterday?
I'd promise it, but I wouldn't swear on a Bible.
Okay. But so these are all men who claim to be Christians. They're all Freemasons, by the way. And Freemasonry has a big hand in controlling world affairs. Then you've probably looked into
I actually know quite a lot about Freemasonry.
Yeah. So their order out of chaos is one of the things that's their main motto.
Yeah, no, they are a bit shady. I will.
Order ad chaos. So what do we see in the world if not chaos? I mean, the wars that we see, the financial challenges that people are put
Humans
under.
are a chaotic race. I'm not going to dispute that one.
So yeah, I mean, like if you put dogs in a cage and you treat them badly for 10 years or 5 years through their childhood, they're going to be bad dogs no matter what you do after that, right? And that's the same with humanity, is that we have been put in a cage and been treated badly for centuries now, I believe. And coming back to your earlier point that I didn't quite answer was Queen Elizabeth I, I believe, would have been operating for the Protestants on behalf of the other team.
If she was operating for the Protestants, that doesn't really make any sense, though, because, if she was, a double agent secretly working for the Vatican, right, this whole time, why would the Pope have gone, no, guys, you can kill her, it's fine? Why would that have happened?
The same reason why, and this may be a bit of a hard one for you to swallow, the same reason why they would hang out Julian Assange. Because, they want people to believe that he is the guy bringing the truth about stuff.
I mean, sure, but we're talking. Obviously, I don't actually accept that, but fair enough. To put that point aside, even if that is right,
have you heard of World Wild Wrestling?
Can you let me finish?
Go on.
Queen Elizabeth. I mean, we're talking about a queen, right? This isn't someone they can just easily replace, just like that, right?
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, it takes that. You've got someone who is. She's in a really unique position in the time, actually, because again, she had both Protestants. She had Protestants liked her, but the Catholics didn't hate her outright, except for maybe the ones who, were really anti-Protestant.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was very tolerant of both. Obviously, she was Protestant, but she was tolerant of Catholic beliefs too.
Okay.
In a sense, she wasn't just burning people at the stake.
Right.
So, again, that's a really unique position to be in. She's not very expendable in that sense. So if you were going to be like, oh yeah, let's just pretend this valuable agent is working against us. Don't worry, guys. You can put a hit on her. It's fine. You wouldn't do that,
well,
would you?
You know the phrase comes to mind. All the world's a stage. Yeah. You know
I mean,
that,
I feel like that's just not really an argument. I'm sorry.
Well, I have to consider this possibility because I'm not willing to accept because I see it in the media or in a history book.
Yeah, I
doesn't
don't
mean
blame
that
you not
I'm going
trusting
to
the media.
accept that as being true. So as we agreed earlier on, the victor writes the history. So if I wanted to write a history that suited the narrative for Isaac Newton as being the guy, or Aristophanes, as we were talking earlier on, or Queen Elizabeth to have been shunned or even locked out, or I'm not saying that people within a royal establishment don't go, you know what, I want to be the queen or I want to be the king or whatever, and find a way to muscle someone out. I'm not saying that can't be happening or never happens, but equally it would be like if it suited a much grander narrative. Let's just take something we probably agree on, and that is that if in politics is two cheeks of the same arse. Left wing, right wing, same bird. Now you've got the left wing. I remember when in this country, because I've been here since '94, I remember when Tony Blair came into power in '97, people were so happy that finally the Conservatives were going to be put aside.
God,
right?
I hate Tony Blair. Sorry,
I know. But in '97, you may not be old enough to really have had a political agenda in '97, to be fair. But in '97,
I'm quite educated on politics.
yeah,
I know.
but let me tell you that this country, and not that I had a dog in the race, but this country was like, wow, we've got this new Britain, the savior. Not everyone was for Tony Blair, but he was like the guy. And then Princess Diana dies, and that really gave him a lot of kudos and blah, blah, blah. Now, then go fast forward 15 years, and people hate the Labour Party, right? And then you get this coalition or whatever came after that, and then after 10, 12 years of that, people hate that wing. Now they're willing to go back to Labour after being screwed over by the Conservatives, and so what has to happen is that a Gordon Brown or someone has to be thought, okay, now we've expended Tony. He's used up all his political capital, so we need him to fall on his sword or to have someone sword him.
Okay.
And then we're going to put you in.
But it's not really. When you're talking about like prime ministers that can just be elected, that's not really the same thing as like Tudor queens.
Okay. Well, I mean, if I was,
it's not that easy to be a Tudor queen.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but for me, if like the Vatican gets to determine the European kings and queens, it's almost like a franchise system. You can be the king and queen of this place, and then we'll decide someone else. It might be, that Elizabeth II, she's German, right? I mean, Saxe-Coburg is their actual name, not Windsor. So it's
that's a whole debate.
Yeah, but it's like, well, so how British?
I'm incredibly anti-monarchy. I'm gonna straight that straight up. I don't believe that they should exist, even if they were completely utterly English.
Yeah,
but,
Well, and we even wonder whether
it's
Charles
just fundamentally undemocratic.
Charles might. Yeah. I'm not for But again, you see, I think. And you'll see a video if you go on my YouTube channel, which is Trinity 4. You'll see one of the top videos on my channel. This is a new one because YouTube took my last channel away, so I'm rebuilding. But one of my most popular videos is me saying that I think that we should all be sovereign. There is no one that should have power over each of us.
Oh, that's what you meant. Sorry, I thought you meant like we should all be like monarchs. And I was like, no.
No, but your own.
I get what you mean now. Sorry,
you should be your own king or queen or whatever. There should be no one. I should not come and stand on your neck and say, I'm your master and you are my servant. That applies.
I actually kind of agree with that.
Yeah, and that good. Well, and that applies across the board, whether it's black, white, Jewish, conservative, Catholic, Protestant, whatever. None of us should have authority over the other. Now, I might agree to come and work for your business, your company, your firm, or whatever. And as part of my agreement to work for you or with you is that I'm going to turn up for work at 9 o'clock. And so that's my agreement with you. And I will attend to that, and if I fail in that, you've got a right to say to me, hey, listen, you were meant to turn up at 9 o'clock, it's 11 o'clock, what are you doing? Yeah. So that would be the time when we would have an agreement. I would consent to you having some authority. In return for that, you would maybe give me some money or something.
Yeah.
That's how it should be. Not like you're born into the system, and whether you like it or not, you must follow these rules.
Yeah, that's fundamentally unfair.
Yeah. But
I'm just going to grab a water. Do you want one?
Oh, yes, please.
But that's because we do not believe. That's very kind of you, but I'm good. Thank you. I distill my drinking water, by the way. I use a water distiller.
Make sure
I
you stay
recommend-
hydrated though. It is really hot.
Yeah, I'll go get some water in a minute. I've enjoyed talking with you, but I do think that, but you see, for me, why I bother coming out and telling people the Earth is flat is that it's like a gateway into realizing who we really are, and that we will never change. You know, this idea that we're.
I do fully agree with that. Actually,
You know, give me the boy or the girl till 7, and I'll give you the man or the woman. This is what is happening to us all. The Catholics.
We're all just being indoctrinated, but like again, I
For
can't
what reason? To
just
what end?
completely. Again, like, I can't subscribe. I can agree with you that we're all being indoctrinated, and everything is awful politically. Like as members of the working class, we are being factually oppressed. That's not up for debate. However, I can't subscribe to this whole like. It just seems unscientific to make the leap to everything else. Is this what you're trying to say here, really? Does that make sense?
No, and it takes a long while, and I can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I can't say that everything is fake. However, I know that pretty much everything I ever received in terms of my education, my indoctrination, whatever. I mean, you have no problem agreeing with me that apartheid was a bad thing. However, I grew up in that, and you find lots of people. My next door neighbor was a Scottish gentleman in his 60s, I suppose, and he had, he could justify. I remember as a child being a little uncomfortable with how he could justify the way he treated black people. Based on that ideology or based on that thinking, so we all have
we all have that.
We're all in that, and I'm.
No, I'd agree with you.
I'm at pains to try and say, hey, listen, we are all equal. We've been put in some system that wants to kind of create a caste for you and to keep you in that caste and to keep your progeny in that caste, and a belief system that.
Thank you, Steve, you legend. Sorry, thank you.
That's all right. Enjoy the water. I'm going to go and get some myself. Spring water is best, though. I think it's great. But I'd like to shake your hand. I have really enjoyed the conversation.
I'm really sorry.
Did you ever see Avatar?
I've got sensory issues about chalk. I'm really sorry.
You're suspicious about talk?
No, sensory issues. I'm autistic. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right.
It would set me off. I'm really
you
sorry.
You didn't have to wear the mask during the COVID times, did you?
I mean, I did anyway, but theoretically I had an exception, but I thought it was worth it.
I never did.
I mean, I think it's...
Again, that's
wearing
a
mask isn't going to... It's not my safety I'm putting on the lines of everyone else's. It wouldn't be fair not to.
Again, that's believing that you are somehow a walking, ticking, health time bomb. Remember, 3 years ago, us standing this close together would have troubled people. You maybe, but not me. Now, nothing has changed.
Well, we are in broad
that
sunlight,
time.
to be fair, so...
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed.
Well, that's actually a good point. We are still in the middle of a pandemic. It is horrendous. And the fact that we probably should be standing further apart, to be honest, but the government just does not really care to do something about that, because again, people are like, oh, we've already moved on, but we just haven't.
No. Well, have you looked into this this agenda called Died Suddenly?
I haven't heard of that. Go on.
Okay. So unbelievably high numbers of sportsmen, young people are doing activities, sports or whatever that they would normally do, but suddenly dying on the pitch and at very young ages. And people I know, like one guy, he was due to go and pick up his children from school, didn't turn up to pick up the children from school, so the wife went home and found him dead on the floor. This is happening a lot. There's a guy called Andrew Bridgen, he's an MP, and he's talking about it in Parliament. And if you look at the world, across the world, you're finding that the death rates are 15% on average higher than they were during COVID. What is the reason for that? Well, we're saying that something to do with the needles that people have been putting in their arms.
I mean, I would say it's probably to do with the fact that we aren't social distancing or caring about COVID precautions anymore.
So there's a guy called Dr. John Campbell. He's got 3 million subscribers on YouTube. He was pro-vaccine, pro-jab, do it, go do it. He's done it himself. Now, John Campbell has realized, because he's talking to professors, the best oncology doctors in the world, and others, and they're saying, listen, we're seeing turbo cancers that we've never seen before. Embalmers are seeing clots in bodies that they've never seen before. People are losing limbs. He interviewed a gentleman who was probably 40 years old the other day, who was super healthy, and days after his needle, he lost sensation in his legs, and they had to amputate them. And there are so many stories of people having what they call heart swelling and dying, clotting, all sorts of problems that have come from the needle that they said was safe and effective. So
I mean, I will say that
look
it
into
wasn't-
this agenda. If you haven't, whatever you're going to say to me has been given to you by a media source.
Counterpoint, everything you're saying has also been given to you by a media source. That
I've
you've
been talking to a lot of people though in the street, and a lot of people say to me, my health has never been the same. Well, I was okay after the first one, but by the second one, within days of that,
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
couldn't get
definitely
out of
true.
bed. I've met
Some
people who
really
became
struggle under that.
incontinent, who have lost the ability to walk within days, who were just normal, healthy people going about a 50-year-old, 60-year-old, 70-year-old life. The average age of death during the pandemic was 85. The average age of death in this country is 83. So what pandemic was killing young people in 2020? There wasn't. However, today, young men and women are dying in numbers that they have never died or like before.
I mean, again,
What
like
has
we
changed?
knew very well that COVID was affecting mostly older people anyway. People with weakened immune systems, the elderly.
Pneumonia or flu has always affected the oldest, the weakest in
Well, yeah,
society.
it's a respiratory
Yeah,
virus.
and it almost sort of helps people, pushes some people off their mortal coil. It's like, you know, you can get pneumonia at the age of 95, and boom, that's the last thing that happens to you because
My
you're
granddad died of
already
pneumonia,
frail.
so
Yeah. So, but that pneumonia went away in 2020, and everything was listed as COVID. So
wouldn't
once you dig into this, you realize that it was all a scamdemic, a plandemic. They planned it in 2019. You can see the Event 201. It's still on YouTube. Event 201 shows how they did this planning for all the countries. This is how you're going to get your people to buy into it. This is what the media is going to say. This is so on and so on and so on.
Right.
Bill Gates funded, by the way.
Can I stop you there and ask you for a source on that? I will email you and ask you about this one.
Event
because-
201.
Sorry?
Event 201. It's still available.
I mean, I'm
It's
just
a
going to
training.
ask you for your sources,
Yeah.
really, because there seems like there's a really interesting rabbit hole here
Yeah.
that I would quite like to
But-
see
well-
where you're coming from.
well,
But again,
like-
I haven't.
well-
I can't say definitively
Okay.
no because I haven't.
Okay.
I
So
don't know
I'm not
this
a
one,
doctor,
sorry.
neither are you. So what I'm doing is I'm listening to doctors who say that they have been struck off for speaking about what they're speaking about. But however, retired professors, people who've spent their entire lives in the medical field, who are experts and highly published, are talking out. And they're the ones who I'm listening to and listening to how they're saying, yes, this is what we're seeing, this is how we used to treat it, this is the problems that we never had before the vaccine rollout. So
I mean, the guy who said that vaccines cause autism was also an absolute scammer, and he was also a respected doctor.
I think that, now when you listen to mothers talk about how their healthy child went from normal 3-year-old, 5-year-old, for example, to within days of that, mute, unable to toilet, all these sorts of things, you go, maybe he wasn't, because I used to write him off as well, the MMR guy.
I mean,
now I'm not so sure.
There's a great documentary I'd like to send you on this topic.
Okay.
I'd really like
My
to send
son, who's 7 years old, has never been vaccinated in any way, shape, or form, and he is a super healthy child, super bright, and so on. Now that's not enough evidence on its own. I accept that. But what the medical and the pharma industry do is they rely on us not speaking to each other, and so when you use the internet to hear mothers talk about vaccine injuries, when you look at these people, like in Scotland, there's a vaccine injury sort of group that's got together, and they are thousands strong. And these are people that are being silenced by the media. The media will not interview them. They will not talk to them.
People talk to each other about medical problems all the time. I mean, I know a lot of disabled people, and all my friends are disabled, and I'm disabled, and we talk about our medical conditions quite often. It's just a very normal conversation topic, isn't it?
But the average person may not be aware of the problems that you're talking about, right?
I mean,
This is
not
something
really.
that you know
Because
in your
if you
niche.
say, I mean, if I had like a cold last week or something,
Yeah.
and I was someone asked me, "Oh, how have you been?" And for the sake of having a topic to talk about, I might say, "Oh, I had a cold last week." Well, that's a pretty normal thing to say.
So you're a young person,
So essentially, if this was like a whole conspiracy that was relying on people not speaking to each other, wouldn't it have collapsed by now? Because people talk about these things all the time.
I think that because, just like with the flat Earth, we live in such a controlled world that the media is totally controlled.
I don't think we
so,
do, no.
Absolutely. Well, we don't have to agree on this. But the media, in my opinion, is so controlled that only the stories that people are allowed to talk about are given airtime.
I will agree with you that there is a good deal of media control. Propaganda is a real thing, and that's not something that's worth dismissing. However, I don't think it's controlled to the extent you're claiming it is.
So this guy, Andrew Bridgen, he's been for 2.5 years, he's been wanting to talk about this subject called excess death. and he's been trying to bring it into Parliament. In fact, a lady who went to the Parliament presentation just a few months ago said that she spoke to him about it, and he'd applied 30 times to have this thing, this debate in Parliament. And he kept getting pushed back. And even on the day that he was given his 30 minutes, they said, as he was about to walk in, he said, we've cut you to 15 minutes. You're not going to get as much time as we said you were going to get. So absolutely, these things are controlled. Just like, say, apartheid. The information that South African, white South African people received was all propaganda.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that. I started by saying propaganda is real. I fully agree with you there. I'm just saying I don't think it's controlled. I don't think everything is controlled to the extent that you're saying.
But what you're wanting to do, what's your name?
Augustus.
Augustus, what you're wanting to do is to cherry pick what you would say is and isn't. So I'm going to offer you. I will give you.
Cherry picking here by saying you're just picking and I'm picking a point that's very that fits your narrative of everything is controlled, and you're just giving me one or two examples here.
Yeah. I'm going to send you some stuff. I'm going to email you some stuff.
Awesome. I'd love to continue this discussion
and we
online.
can continue the conversation.
Yeah, probably be a lot easier to discuss it when we've got all our thoughts laid out on paper.
Oh no, don't.
No. Did you say you got YouTube channels?
I do. It's Trinity 4. So this is live.
Can you send me
now.
a link to that as well when I email
Well,
you?
if you pull it up.
The Trinity 4. Hang on.
Use the number 4.
Sorry?
Just use the number 4, Trinity number 4.
Oh, yeah, it's Trinity 4.
Yeah.
It's not hang on a minute.
Go for channels.
Yeah, where is it?
I am shadow banned, so it's a bit harder to find me. Wow, a lot of Trinities.
Yeah.
Put a space, or we'll put Trinity 4 man. Maybe that'll help.
Also, if you want,
could you just send us a link to it? That's okay.
I'll send you a link.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got his email.
Yeah, I'll send you a link.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's your life. You've got to live it any way that you see, right and fit. And for me, this trying to kind of help people break out of the prison of control is really just to empower you. Not to say, I want to go and riot against the government or any of those things, because I think the government is always going to exist, this elite that controls us. But we can have our own free life, outside of the control of the system.
I can actually fully agree with you, though. I think that's definitely something worth thinking about. We all should be, so as you said, we all should be sovereign to ourselves.
Yeah.
Again, though, I just can't buy this scientific stuff. I'm really sorry.
I'm going to send you hopefully some useful links to re-evaluate or to reconsider, because it's like I say this to people, that your education is pretty good, but it's like 180 degrees from left to the right, but they never show you the other 180 degrees that's behind you. And I was fairly well read. I believe that. I'm a published author. I thought I was fairly well read up until 2015 when I took the DMT. I was like, wow, nothing I've ever experienced in my life or heard of has prepared me for what I've just seen. I'm going to go and research anew as to what the world might be. Look at near-death experiences, look at other people who've done studies on this stuff, and then start to try and understand, the nature of how this world might be rigged in your disservice, in our disservice.
Most things are rigged, to be fair. That is how capitalism works. But again, I don't think it's quite this extensive. I think it's just the fact that we live in a capitalistic society that deprioritize the common man.
So it's just purely from a capitalistic point of view, companies like Pfizer made more money in the last 4 years than they have in all of their history. You see, so from just a capitalistic point of view, if I could encourage you to take my water and say, listen, this is the only water that is going to save your life, and I could convince you that that's true, then people would be flocking and lining up. But it might be that my water has toxic material in it. Whether that's on purpose or not is another discussion altogether. But the fact is that we've got a thing in this country called VAERS, which is Vaccine Injuries Reporting System. It's a government red card system where people can write in and say, I've been injured by the vaccine. 500,000 people in this country have written in, and not many people even know about it, but 500,000 have written in to say, I've been injured by this vaccine. Now, we could say that they're making that up if you want to,
I don't.
But
I fully believe this.
I don't want to diminish that. If you came to me and said
Again,
the
like-
day after my vaccine, and people have come to me in the street and said the day after my vaccine, I was no longer able to stand up, and it took me 3 weeks to learn to stand again. I wouldn't say, "Oh, you're talking crap, man."
Well, yeah. I mean, these people. This is the experience of 500,000 people. Like, that's not dismissible for that.
And that's only in this
But,
country. And,
I mean,
in
again,
the US, it's also huge.
I don't really think it was a pandemic or anything like that. I really don't.
And the government gave the pharmaceutical companies immunity to say that if your water makes anyone sick, they can't come and sue you. However, Pfizer have just pulled off worldwide. They have pulled their vaccine out of circulation because of the number of people who've died from taking it. That's a matter of fact.
I mean, I
It's in
didn't
the
take
news.
Pfizer. I took Moderna. To be fair, so I can't-
But it's mNRA. This doctor Campbell that I will send you a link to. You know, he's, as I said, he was on board. Do it, take it. He was telling his millions of subscribers to take it. And now you'll hear him say this mNRA technology is actually a genetically modifying organism.
Again, I would really appreciate you sending me a link to that because again, like I haven't seen this guy, so I can't.
It's going to open your mind in ways that perhaps. I'm glad we've had this conversation.
Yeah, it was good talking to you.
Yeah.
What's your name, sorry?
My name is Dave.
Dave. Good to meet you.
Yeah, likewise. Likewise, really. All the best. Thanks for hanging in. That was a very long conversation, guys. Very long, but like hopefully useful. If you know, obviously you had to sit in through all of that, but hey guys.
Hello.
Well, I just had the longest conversation with two chaps.
Yeah.
Two people. Yeah.
Good?
Yeah, good. Yeah, good. You know, we've had to agree. I'll send them some information. So we'll see where that leads for them. But you know.
Yeah, we just had a few teenagers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those other two. These are the two I've just been talking to.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to send them a link to this channel so they'll get to watch this video on playback.
Cool.
Good.
That other couple that stopped here earlier on that they didn't want to be filmed, were they flat earthers?
No, they were Christians.
Oh, okay.
And they were.
They do question the rest of the deception.
Okay.
So it was quite a good conversation.
Yeah.
I kept saying, you know, take the photos, like, yep. So whether they do, because like some Christians, they're stuck with their doctrine's the right one.
Yeah. Have you had many people who are willing to review their beliefs? Nice one, bro. Yep. Water's always going to find level. A few of those, yeah. People know. If you want to know. I think that's true. I think there are numbers of people that are.
Yeah, it's not such a taboo subject anymore.
Yeah, I mean there's still sniggering and snaggering, and I think people who've never even heard it before, still for sure. But that's why these sorts of events are useful, really.
Yeah.
Getting out and just throwing the idea out at people. You know, it might be the first time, and they'll need it many more times, and may never review it. The guys rule. Old guys rule. Okay. One of my 5-a-day cider.
The 3 X's underneath the word cider.
Yeah. Earth is flat, lads. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Earth is not a spinning ball. We've never been to the moon. International Space Station is in a swimming pool. Man can't go into the vacuum of space. We would die in the vacuum of space. Space suits are Hollywood and Disney. You don't evolve from monkeys, cheers. You don't evolve from monkeys, even though you may think so. You do not evolve from monkeys, friends. You are created perfect by a creator. No need for monkeys to become man, for fish to become monkeys. Water is always going to find level. The sea is level. There's only one sea level on Earth. There is only one sea level on the earth. There is a single mean sea level on a flat earth. Water will run off a globe. Theories won't keep water on a globe. I had a nice flat earth bit of chalking up there. Someone poured water all over it. I think it was because I was right close to a restaurant. I think they probably had a bucket of water and they spoiled it. Ah, okay. People do, a lot of people are taking pictures of these buildings, I assume because they're like 1600s, as I was saying in my video earlier. These are like 1600s facades. The whole building, I think, is much older. The building behind the boot sign is older. And you'll notice that the floor height is less here than it is on the upper floors. And it's not how you would build. You would, if you were going to make a difference, they'd normally be the same. But if you're going to make the ground floor, that would be bigger than the upper floors. So it's this flat, you've been lied to by your school. Don't trust your school. Water's always going to find level. Water's always going to find level. NASA is Disney for children, for adults. NASA never went to the moon. The International Space Station is Hollywood and CGI. Tim Peake never went into space. He went on a harness in a film studio. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. You fall off a ball, you can walk on a flat earth. A good day at the office? How long have we been going for? 3 hours. 3:39, we've just been through the 333 mark. Ah. I should have stopped then, eh? I said earlier, I do like this. Look, what happened to my artwork?
There's no visual. 3. 2. Yes, look at the big finish. No one really cares about that bit. You want to see the data of this. Right? Let's get on to the data.
Have a nice day.
Good. Not so good. When it touches the ground. Come on, pay attention. Here we go. Everything. When it touches the ground. Here we go. Good.
I like it.
I might be being watched by a camera there, so I'm not gonna put chalk yet. I was thinking about it, but I suppose here I could do it. This may not work. Very glossy paint.
Okay, right. I'm going to get out into the balance. I do really appreciate it. Okay, this is the point where Digby, I'm going to need you to stand right in front of there. I'm going to need you to throw me the torches one at a time with just a nice push. No spinny, please. Just a nice push into my hand here. Okay, could you please throw me torch number 1? Amazing. Sorry, that is actually torch number 2. I haven't had as many conversations. I guess I have spent quite a lot of time talking to one or two people, which wasn't my intention. I want to have a lot of conversations. Earth is flat.
Yeah.
See, it's sparking conversation. I don't want to spoil their conversation. Earth is flat, not a ball. Electromagnetic ball, maybe. Hello, ladies. Earth not a globe. Earth is flat. Sea is level.
Sorry, hello.
Hello. Have a nice day.
You too, bye.
Bye. Earth is flat. Oh, blanked some parking today, which I'm really chuffed about, actually. More on that at another time. It, you know, can cost a tenner just for parking, you know, if not more, on a day like today. So, but if you feel at all compelled to drop us a coffee, make a small contribution to the overheads, then there is a Patreon, there is PayPal, there is Buy Me a Coffee, and the Patreon, I would like to try and encourage more guys to join that, and you know, I do like a monthly hangout. Hello, mate. The water's always going to flow downhill. But if you prefer the Disney version of the world, then carry on living on a globe. Earth is flat, not a globe. We've been lied to you about where we live. You don't live on a spinning rock. Rocks don't float. Rocks don't float. The moon is not a rock, the moon is a light. You can't land on a light, and rocks will fall out of the sky. NASA never went to the moon. NASA is all Hollywood. CGI and Disney for children, for grown-ups. There's so many lies to untangle that it's really hard for people to grasp. But what do you start with, you know? And the COVID one actually annoys some people very much. Maybe more than the globe, actually. At least they can like snigger at this one, whereas with the COVID, oh, I know someone who died. They're not paying attention because a lot of people are dying. A lot of people die every day. A lot more people are dying these days. Disney for adults. NASA is Disney. It's all done in the studio. There's nothing that's real about NASA.
Landings has a G in it.
There's no G? Thanks for the... See, that, I love that. He's right about this one. We'll just go make that a G. People have told me that, you know, they want to pick out what's wrong with the font in the poster rather than face the music. And Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Rocks don't float. Earth is flat. The you think we landed on the moon, mate?
Pardon?
Do you think we landed on the moon?
Well, probably, but I'm not sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There's a couple of things that you can think about. One is to be in a vacuum space, you need a spacesuit that can handle the vacuum of space. So before you go, you want to test your suit to make sure that it can handle the pressure, right?
Yeah,
or the lack of pressure.
Yeah.
Well, they tested a man in a vacuum chamber one time, and he nearly died, and they never even got it to a full vacuum.
Well, I'm not sure actually, you know.
Yeah.
Probably, well, I don't believe Earth is flat, but going to the moon, yeah, I'm not sure, you know. They could have made it in a Hollywood studio, so...
Yeah, and the same is true with the International Space Station, you know. People who analyze the video from them doing the spacewalks on this International Space Station, they see bubbles coming away from the helmet. Or sometimes, one time, they even saw a scuba diver's reflection during a spacewalk. And so we know that there is a mock-up of the International Space Station in a swimming pool where they say they do the training, right? They use the same suit in the swimming pool as they do in the vacuum of space. While the swimming pool is pressing in, the vacuum is pulling out. But the spacesuit looks exactly the same. So what if the whole thing is being done in a swimming pool, except when they're inside of the craft, inside the ISS, and sometimes they're floating like this, they're going up and down, up and down. Well, we can see sometimes like a little tick like this, which means that there's a cable holding the man up like this to make him look like he's floating. And every time they ever do like a spin, because if you and me, we went into space, I would spin in 360 degrees in every way and say, look how I can move around in the freedom of the vacuum of space, right? But they never do that. They only do head over heels, in the same way as if you put a harness on your hips here on Earth in a circus act, you could also do the exact same flip that they do on camera for us. So they're using CGI. They're using an aeroplane that can go up high and then drop down like this and give them 30 seconds or 45 seconds of floating.
Well, actually, that's possible. But for who do you work, actually?
No one.
Earth is flat.
Yeah, I don't work for anyone.
It's a podcast.
Yeah, there is a good podcast called the Flat Earth Podcast, which you could kind of listen in on what people are saying about this. Because for us to believe that we live on a globe, we have to believe in theories. And theories are like theology. They are they are belief that if we live on a globe, the only way that could happen is gravity. The only way that could happen is relativity.
And you don't believe in this kind of stuff?
Belief is for religious people. I'm not religious.
Okay.
I'm trying to be factual and scientific about what I can demonstrate in the world. And what I can demonstrate with water to you, sir, is that water will always flow downhill. And when it gets into a pool, it will settle level. Always. And if I have 5 pools like this, when it overflows, it goes to the next pool down. And the next pool will be level, but also parallel to the pool above it, and parallel to the pool above it. Every body of water will be level. You take 5 bottles of water and you put 1 bottle this way, 1 bottle this way, 1 bottle this way. When the water settles, it's going to be level in every bottle.
Interesting. I'm going to have a look.
Yeah, Flat Earth Podcast or flatearthdave.com. These are good resources to go and get information that isn't being controlled by the government.
Thank you.
Keep an open mind, brother.
Have a nice day.
All the
Thank
best.
you.
Au revoir. Au revoir, as they say. Hey, how you guys doing today?
Very good, mate. Very good.
Cool. Have you come across Flat Earth before?
No.
Oh, wow. Not at all. Okay, so let's start with the basics. We can't prove that we live on a spinning ball.
No, we
We
can't.
can't. Okay.
We can't.
We can't.
You actually just
satellites.
Okay, so the satellites, if you Google what satellites are, right, you'll see that every single image of a satellite is a cartoon, a CGI. There's no photos of satellites
There's no
in space.
actual photos.
There's no photos of these things in space. Your mobile phone.
How do you want?
Your mobile phone
What about
doesn't.
orbit?
Let me give you this. Your mobile phone, Harry, does not work off satellites. You know that, right? It only works off ground towers. And the closer you are to the city, the better your signal. Or if you go on the M3, which is like a super highway or a smart highway, where they've got little routers every mile, so that'll pick up your phone from one router to the next. So you've got constant Wi-Fi or whatever. Yeah? But you cannot get a thing that's thousands of miles away to connect to your phone. If you go out in the countryside, there's so many places I drive around in the countryside, like, damn, I can't get a signal. I can't get a signal. I can't get a signal.
Let me
If it was satellite, then it would be top down.
You know Bluetooth, yeah? That works.
Bluetooth, within a range, right?
I can't Bluetooth to your phone at your home. I have to be within 10 meters.
Harry. I'm telling you.
Right, explain orbit to me.
Okay, what do you mean orbit?
Orbit. How does everything float around then?
Nothing. Oh, well, have you
It
heard of
doesn't.
Google Loon? Google Loon was a 10-year project where they were putting balloons up into the sky and hanging satellites from them. If you go back to the 1950s, they've been hanging devices off helium balloons since the 1950s, and they're launching them every day.
What about when they went to the moon though with rockets? They entered orbit and that.
Okay.
What about
The Earth is like
what about the
a
International
frisbee,
Space
that's how we
Station?
spin.
Okay, I was just explaining to someone the International Space Station was never built on the Earth. We've never seen it being put together on the Earth. All of a sudden, a piece appears up in space. Oh, here we go, we've added a new piece, but we've never built it on Earth. However, they test for the ISS in a swimming pool. And we noticed during spacewalks bubbles leaving the helmets of the spacesuit. In fact, in 2015, an astronaut nearly drowned during a spacewalk, and they say, oh, a cooling system fault, that's why his helmet filled up with water. Now they always have to do it with a little scuba, like a breathing apparatus in their mouth, just in case their suits fill up with water. Well, where's the water coming from? The swimming pool that they're in, bro. Yeah. So the suit is under pressure because they're at 20 or 30 meters of depth, so you're at 3 or 4 bar of pressure now. So the water's pushing in on the suit. When they go into the vacuum of space, it's pulling out. You know, there's not a single video of them ever testing a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Never. Yeah. Never. And one time that they do it, there is one video of a guy nearly dies. He says that my tongue started to boil and I became unconscious within seconds. Within seconds, I became unconscious. Yeah. So they cannot get a man to live in a vacuum chamber in a spacesuit, and yet we claim we can go out there.
So,
same with the rockets.
Can I just ask something?
Yeah.
With this, are you just convincing people that the Earth is flat, or are you just like making it known?
Well, this is almost like
I know the Earth is flat.
Okay.
But
this is like a gateway truth.
yeah.
The flat Earth is a gateway truth.
Is this being
yeah, it's live on YouTube.
Is it?
On YouTube?
I have a channel called Trinity 4. I had to start a new one a little while ago because the government don't like what I talk about, so they took my channel away.
Well, that's not right.
Well, we live in a censorship world, you know. There's so much
What's that?
of our world.
Trinity?
Trinity 4. Number 4. Rockets cannot work in a vacuum. We've tested that. There's nothing that we can burn that will burn.
Is that how
in a
you
rocket.
spell it?
Is that how you spell it?
Trinity. My eyesight's a little bit shot. Trinity. Trinity.
NTY.
Nity. Trinity 4.
No. That's Trinity.
There. That's my live stream now.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Screen record.
Oh, you can go back and watch this.
I'm gonna.
It'll be on there anyway. It's not how you should
It's not going away. They don't.
Absolutely.
They shouldn't pull this video down.
No, they should.
I try not to talk about things that really trigger the AI.
Can I speak to the camera?
Yeah, go on.
The Earth is flat, guys, like this.
Absolutely.
and it's like a frisbee in a way.
Yeah.
It's just spinning like a frisbee.
Well, let me offer this. I don't know how much you've looked into this, but actually we don't believe in the vacuum of space. It might be that we're outside of water. We're about 10 seconds behind. Whatever you're watching now is about 10 seconds behind it. So I believe that it's electromagnetic. This is the key thing, is that I believe that we are all electromagnetic beings inside an electromagnetic system. And we are all the center of the universe. I believe that whatever God is riding with you. Whatever the creator is riding with you. But they don't want you to know that. They want you to be a slave in the system. Go be a good taxpayer. Go and do.
I thought the slave trade was like years ago.
We are all slaves.
We're all slaves.
We are all slaves.
We are all slaves.
We are all slaves.
We are all slaves.
There is no getting around it. Unfortunately, some people do well in their slavery. They can have 3 cars and 5 holidays a year, and other slaves are struggling to pay just to have food on their table.
Like,
right?
also, is it that deep?
So,
no hate, like we're still here.
We're still here. Yeah.
The Earth's flat, I'm still here.
Yeah. You're still here,
Why
and you've still got a
does anyone
life.
care if it's flat or circular?
Yeah.
Like,
I'm kicking.
we're still living.
But yeah, however, if you're living in my lie versus in your truth, don't you think it matters?
Huh?
Well, if I'm your boy, if Harry is lying to you about something, right? Do you think it matters that you know? Like he's dating some other girl on the quiet. Yeah. So sorry, I didn't mean to drop you in, Harry. But if he is, and I come to you and say, there's something you need to know about Harry. You go, oh, what does it matter? What does it matter? I don't want to hear. Well, that means you're in denial of the truth because you really cannot face the idea that perhaps he's cheating on you.
But then I'd just go ask him.
Okay, and he goes, no, of course I'm not. And I go, look, I got a photo of him and that girl last night.
Then I'd
blah,
smack
blah,
him in the
blah.
face.
Okay, so now I'm coming to you with a photo of the flat Earth and saying, listen, water is always level. It matters because they wouldn't have lied to you about the globe if it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Understanding how it matters for you is personal to you. I can't tell you how it matters to you. But I'm just here saying there has been a grand deception laid upon you. You need to live your life knowing that you are the center of the universe and that you are the divine expression of whatever God is.
Amen.
That rides
Amen.
with you. That rides with you. And you are not evolved from apes. You are here on purpose. Your higher self intended for you to be here. And maybe even to hear this message so that you could live your life. You're young now.
I'm not an ape, but I'm a slave.
You're
That's
not
what
an
I
ape,
take from
but
this.
you're a slave.
I'm not an ape, but I am a slave.
Yeah. But
That's
you
what
can
I
free
get.
yourself.
So we're all
You can
slaves.
free yourself.
Would you say you're free?
No, I'm working on
I'm
it.
17.
I mean, I only discovered this at age 47, 9 years ago. So I've only just been
So
working this
before
out.
47, you thought the Earth was round?
Absolutely.
But how
I believe it.
How did you find? How did you get?
What made you go, Eureka! I've got it! It's
Okay.
flat!
It didn't- Okay, so over the years of 2013-14, I started hearing things about 9/11 that I used to not believe, right? So people...
How do you...
Okay, so-
You
okay.
didn't believe 9/11?
No,
You
no.
did 9/11?
I believe 9/11.
Oh!
No, I believe 9/11 happened in the way that they told me on the BBC.
Yeah.
And then I started finding out, oh, hang on a minute, it's not quite what they told me on the BBC. And I won't go into more information than that. Just to say that that was the first thing to say, hang on, maybe the truth of the world isn't what I believe. Then I came across
Have
something...
you been to the 9/11 memorial?
No. But I've been to the
I
Twin
think you
Towers.
should check that out.
Yeah, I've been to
Yeah.
the Twin Towers in 1988.
Oh, okay.
So I got a
still
photo of
there.
me. Yeah, I got a photo of me standing there. I know that those buildings came down, but what
Yeah.
we're talking about is something. I don't want to go off too much into that topic. I want to tell you how I came to look at flat Earth. I had an experience. I was an atheist. I believed we evolved. I believed that we landed on the moon. I believe we landed on the moon, and I was 47. I have a 25-year-old daughter.
Does she think the Earth is flat?
No. I brought them
So
up
have
to
you
believe that
disowned
they
her?
lived. No. But I brought.
You think it's round? Go!
Well, no, it's more like they would want to disown me for saying, everything I taught you as children growing up is not true.
But you know what? I think your opinion, it matters to yourself. But when you tell other people, they just don't care.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What do you get from this? Like, standing here, telling everyone that the Earth's flat.
Yeah,
what do you
not
get?
convincing
Abuse.
people, but abuse.
No, I mean, when you go home, you're like,
Yeah,
next day,
you go
like,
home, then you just
Yeah.
go, okay,
I have-
Earth is flat.
I
Now
have
what?
16 minus.
I have people come to me and go, you know what, what information you gave me has really freed me, liberated me. Particularly, I saw you connecting to what I was saying about the divinity. People, when I get to that part of the story, people go, damn, that means something to me. I've been doing this since 2018, going out in public and talking to people about the nature of the world and who we are in it. So for me, it's a little bit, you know the story of Jesus, right? You've heard of Jesus.
I have heard of them, yeah.
Right. So Jesus goes out into the world and tells people, hey, listen, don't trust the government. Don't trust the people that are in
live
power.
saved to your account.
Yeah.
So if I screen record it, put it on my story and go, Earth is flat,
Yeah.
can I tag you?
Yeah.
Lovely. That's cool. So I'll find it again.
I have no problem with any of that kind of...
Someone just called us gimps on your live.
Oh, mate.
That's not fair. No,
That's
don't.
not
Don't.
fair.
We've got to love. We've got to love on. And the thing is, we are all from the same source. We are
Should we do
all
a dance?
created. You want to do a dance thing for me?
Yeah, can I do a dance?
Yeah,
you
yeah,
do
yeah.
do a dance competition?
Oh, I can't compete. I'm not a good dancer. I
Okay,
mean,
so what type of freestyle are we feeling? Hip hop,
Okay,
ballet?
can we give you a beat?
Yeah, give me a beat.
I'm really on
Oh, should I do it to this
I
song?
can get Dean. I can get him to give you a dance song.
Nice, a lot of people, and I'm fine.
Can you give us a dance song? Because the girls here want to do a routine for us.
Okay.
A dance routine. What do I get from it? I help to free people.
Yeah, I'll do
I'm
like
trying
a-
to liberate people that I'll never meet again.
And I'll go flat.
Yeah.
You're flat. Joking. You're my best friend. What life is crazy. No, I didn't.
There you go. Buy me a coffee. Thank you guys. Cheers, Harry.
Bye. Thank you.
Go well. Have a good life. Thanks.
How did that go?
Yeah, that was great. Yeah, that was great.
They
Well, a young
open?
lady, she knew
Okay.
that they had a flat, but they weren't sure why it mattered. So
These two are quite interesting. They're sort of sticking to the LBGT thing and how that's not so bad to teach it to children and so on. And what does it matter? And well, what is God then?
you can see
That's to crack.
You can see the facial expression on that chat taking the picture. You know he's like, oh, you bloody idiots. Oh, by the way, someone pointed out that there was no G on landings, so I changed the S to a G.
Oh, I did it the other week. I did the landing ding dings. I was a bit stoned and I went back. I was like, oh my goodness. So there was a big bit of chalked out bit in the middle with an ings on the end.
Fantastic. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. International Space Station is fake. NASA is not a space agency. NASA means to deceive. China has never landed on the moon. India never landed on the moon. America never landed on the moon. Russia have never been into outer space. Russia, America, China, they're all in the same club. Hard to accept. Why does it matter? Earth is flat. Earth is flat. It's never going to go anywhere with these two. Teach them, teach the children that they're this and that and what have you. Oh, nice. I had a lovely conversation with that transgender guy or girl. I'm not 100% sure, but oh look, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. I'm in the sun right now. I never said to someone, think about it, about maybe it was them, about how we navigate based on a flat baseline, horizontal, flat baseline. It's all on a perpendicular and then angles off that perpendicular. It's not rocket science. I certainly didn't need FE debate to point that out to me. It was quite statement of the bleeding obvious. Never been drawn to FE debate because it's just too angry, and understandably, because people are really angry in this debate. On certainly on the globe defense, you've got a lot of anger, we have met fire with fire, and therefore can be considered to be. I think it's very pretty. Are they real? No. Can be considered to be also angry, and this comes to the core of why it matters, is because we are these divine beings. We are these divine beings, and I think we've got to find our higher selves and not be in the squabble. But that's not to say that we shouldn't go through. We shouldn't go through the various stages, like in grieving. You should be able to go through those, and like me, piss off every friend you have by trying to, and people you don't even know, by trying to elucidate. Is it to free me, free them? So it's a bit of an unknown there. Welcome to the stream. You've just joined in. Been out for 4 hours now. Some thumbs up, so I do appreciate you coming this up. And if you have the opportunity to buy us a coffee.
우리 때 잘 걸었거든요. 요새.
Portugal for 6 months. First lockdown, second lockdown. Always grateful for that. And just can't live upside down. I mean, haven't you heard of relativity? I mean, we all believed it, so, we're only too, smug about that. But it is incredible now that we come away from it. Take a picture. Photoday.com. God intended for you to breathe freely, bro. I see that nappy coming in and out. Earth is flat, not a spinning globe. Rocks don't float. Rocks don't float, man. Although we've got rocks in our head, I think. Yeah, nice to see you, Dan Kruger. And yeah, I want to see you get strong, bro, and you're right back up on your game. But none of us have not been traumatized,
I love the cats around there, great.
Thanks, man. Yes, we see you again. Like, let's see what we can pick out about this. NASA is Disney for adults. Yeah. None of us have been exempt from trauma. Even these two women here making all their defense for training children to believe they should be transgender. This lovely chap. I think there's a guy. I want to say his name was Raphael, but I could be off on that. I genuinely believe that we have this binary system of on and off, masculine, feminine. But it is possible to muddy that water and create all sorts of variations. And that's what we see, and I'm not against anyone who is of a variation. It's just that I'm not up for encouraging the variation as natural and normal. Like that rat experiment that was done by Princeton University, I think, in the 70s, I'm going to say 70s, but it could have been later, where they put all those rats in 200 rats in a cage for 3,000 rats, and life was good. The first 2 or 3 generations, life was great for those rats. Plenty of room, plenty of opportunity. But after 4 generations, there's a lot of head shaking. After 4 generations, the behavior started to get all weird. Hey guys, I see you looking into my stuff here. I wanted to see if I could elucidate.
He's German and he even understands you're talking rubbish.
Oh, okay. Did you fly here on a plane?
No, he drove.
Okay. How much is the difference in curvature, the perpendicular from Germany to England?
Not a lot.
You don't know,
So,
is the truth.
I have a question for you then.
No.
So all these too many satellites we have up in space that take pictures of Earth, that all show it's round. The satellites that have gone off huge distances are a waste of money, I'll give you that.
Voyager, you mean?
Yeah,
Things
all
like that.
these, they waste
But
huge
you and
money.
I can't prove that. You know that.
Yeah, but you can't prove it's flat.
Oh yeah, I can.
How can you prove it's flat?
Because water is level. No, water is level.
Honestly, I think you have more
scale.
important things in life you should concentrate on.
That's not a rebuttal. That's a walking away because you can't handle the truth. Water is level, sir. And satellites are all fake. High altitude balloons. This is what they give you, a high altitude photo. That doesn't make it real. NASA admit that it's all cartoons.
Have you ever flown with Concorde?
No.
I have.
60,000 feet.
I have. I've flown with Concorde. And when you're in Concorde, and you look out the window, you see the
looks
curvature of the Earth.
yeah.
Is that because of my glasses?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the
Is that because of my glasses?
No,
Answer my question.
It's because of the way that the
Right,
perspex
so
windows.
we-
Let me answer your question.
No.
Let me answer your question.
Right.
You've asked me a question, and I'm going to answer it. I've looked into the Concorde windows, and there's 3 layers of perspex, and they creates, because of the pressure up there, it creates a convexity,
Is
which
the,
makes things look. Now let me continue, if I may.
No, because you're full of shit. I'm really sorry.
Now that's very educated. That's not a. That's
So
not
what
a,
education
Neil,
do you have?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
What education do you have?
I have a degree.
In degree in what?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. You're telling me I'm not educated. What's your degree in?
I didn't say you weren't.
What is your
educated.
degree
You're
in?
the one who said
What
I
is your
wasn't.
degree in?
Neil deGrasse Tyson
What is your
says you
degree in?
can't see the
Stop
curvature
quoting
of
other
Earth
people.
at
Stop quoting other
120,000
people.
feet.
Stop quoting other people.
120,000
What is
feet.
your degree in?
That's an appeal to authority.
What is your degree in?
I can study any subject I like. I
Right.
don't need to go to a university to study, right?
So, up there we have the International Space Station. Have you
No,
seen?
we don't.
Yes. Oh my God.
No, we don't.
Oh
You
my
think you
God.
can see
Step
a
left.
plane size from 250 miles away? You're very badly indoctrinated, sir. Very badly indoctrinated. You can't see a city from 250 miles away, but you can see an airplane from 250 miles. You are badly indoctrinated. International Space Station is in a swimming pool in Texas. Spacewalks are done underwater. NASA is Disney for adults, and they don't like having their Disney shattered. Space is fake. Rocks don't float. Rocks do not float. Things that are heavy will fall. Things that are light will float. Space is fake. Yeah, there you go. How would you have handled that differently? Earth is flat. Earth is not a spinning ball. Gas pressure can only exist in a container. We cannot have no container between the vacuum of space and our atmosphere. Science. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. NASA is Disney for adults.
Well, now found out about all these
Alex Michael, I did a video of his earlier this week. I just had inspiration to take some vaccine injury information and fit it to one of his more recent songs from the Black Sheep album. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. NASA fake space. NASA never went to the moon. International Space Station is a swimming pool. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Earth is flat. The pressure in that can could only exist because it's closed. When you break it open, the pressure will equalize.
What about the horizon then?
Horizon is level, horizontal.
If the Earth was flat, you wouldn't be able to see the horizon.
Why not?
Because you would just see far ahead and it wouldn't curve.
Oh no, but the horizon is an apparent horizon. The horizon can be different today on a clear day than on a cloudy day. You can see 3 miles on a cloudy day, 10 miles on a clear day, right?
Why would they be lying to us?
To control you.
Well, with them.
To control you. Well, because if we're on a flat Earth, a stationary Earth, we're the center of the universe, which means this place was created for us. So it means that whatever God is, God intended for you to be the master here, not the servant.
Right.
And the globe makes us all into servants. That's the quick answer. Cheers. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball in space. The vacuum of space is a hoax. Earth is not a spinning ball, guys. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, my friends. You can't prove that we live on a globe. You can believe it, but you can't prove it. Gravity is a belief. A theory is theology for believers. Relativity is a theory. Theology for believers. Oh, that's a bad damage back. Right. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Theory of gravity is a religion. Gravity is a religious belief. Gravity is the biggest religion on earth. Gravity is a theory, a religious belief. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Gravity is the biggest religion on earth. The belief that water will stick to a ball if it gets big enough is just a belief. Earth is flat, not a spinning stone. Earth is flat, don't be fooled by your school. The school is misleading you. Earth is not a spinning rock. Earth is not a spinning ball. It's destroyed herself, it's less exciting.
What is that scenario?
What I'm saying is
So
that
transgender person.
You need to be able to age gracefully, I think. You only has one life, is just a blip in your eternal story. You know, we worry too much about that. My hair's falling out at the moment, I try not to think about it too much. Hey, Earth is flat, do you know that?
It's not, is it?
But it is though.
It's not.
Because gravity is just a belief system.
Really?
Yeah. Gravity is a theory, right? The theory and theology, what's the difference in those two words? Very little. They're an idea that if this, then this must be how it works. If we live on a globe, it must be because something. What's that something? Oh, gravity.
What is it then?
What if,
gravity, what is it?
what if it's electromagnetic, and in between these two electromagnetic plates we have this plane that we can walk around on, we can sail around on and so on, but we're inside an enclosed system. Cannot
that's
get
a theory
out of it.
as well though, isn't it?
Well, the issue of
You're
water
arguing
being
against
level,
a theory
There's
with
actually
another theory.
cameras, there's satellites that take pictures.
these are high altitude balloons mostly, but there's nothing that's thousands of miles high. There's things that are maybe 50 miles high, but there's nothing that goes higher than that. In fact, I'd suggest that nothing goes higher than 30 miles high. And if you Google satellites in space, every one that you will get is a CGI cartoon. There's no photos of a single satellite in space, not one. You can Google that. I'm offering you
My
to Google
cousin's
it.
job is to fly
Sorry?
satellites around.
Pardon me? Sorry?
My cousin's job is flying satellites.
Your cousin's job is fly satellites around, yes. Well, that might be that there are satellites that they're moving around, but they're on balloons. They've been putting them on balloons for more than 50 years, maybe 70 years. So these are, we're live on YouTube.
Do you not warn people before?
No.
Tell them you're recording?
Well, this hopefully is it. I'm not the police. I'm just a member of the public with a camera. I'm entitled to walk around in the street and film. So now the government is filming you right now with these cameras they got up on the street here, right? But they don't ask your permission. They are?
They're looking after us.
Do you need looking after?
Yeah.
You look like a pretty strong young man. You don't need anyone looking after you.
But some stuff's not in my control.
Well,
So you're arguing against a theory with another theory.
Let me come.
So
Well, no, because that water is level is not theoretical. We say water level, we say sea level, and we can go and measure the biggest pool, lake that we can find, and find that it's level using the best technology that we have, whether it be lasers or long-range cameras or whatever. And we
what if it is flat?
If it's
flat, are you happy there? What's actually your point? No one actually cares. If it's flat, it's fine. I don't really mind.
For me,
if it's round, I also don't mind.
Okay.
Are you saying that all the other planets are flat as well?
No.
So
the other planets that we see in the sky are possibly orbs. Only one question at a time.
Do you get paid?
Let me answer this one question.
She doesn't actually.
The other planets that we see in the sky are round, but that doesn't make them necessarily balls. And also, it doesn't make them gas giants or rocks or whatever. We see lights in the sky, and I can agree that I can see them every year or every day or whatever, every night. I can see them coming past, and I can zoom into them with a powerful camera and see them looking like water shimmering. But I don't know that they're actually rocks. We're told that by
What
NASA.
about the people that went to the moon?
What about them?
Oh, it's
They saw the Earth from a different perspective.
Yeah, those people, 10 of the 12 astronauts that went to the moon, were offered $5,000 each.
What about the other two?
Let me finish. Offered $5,000 each to put their hand on a Bible and swear that they went to the moon. Not one of them, including Neil Armstrong, was prepared to do that.
What
This
about
is
the
on
other
video.
two? You said 10 out of 12.
Well, because the other two were either dead or weren't on this video. This guy made a video where he interviewed 10 of the 12.
But they took pictures.
Okay. Buzz Aldrin has said we never went. Two Russian astronauts have said we've never been to outer space. So what if it was done
there's
by
a
Stanley
recording
Kubrick?
of them leaving the planet.
Well, what do you say to this?
And people were watching.
Well, what do you say to this then? They've got a camera with 1960s technology.
Yeah.
They've got a camera set up on the moon. The lunar lander leaves the surface of the moon. Somebody pans the camera up so as to follow the lunar lander.
Electronic, is it not?
Electronic in 1960. No, son. That's not how it works.
There
They
weren't
did not have the technology. They
they're
did not have
electronic.
Bluetooth. They did not have the ability to get that footage from the moon to the lunar lander. They didn't have the technology to pan that
I like your
camera up.
enthusiasm. But what is your point?
My point is that we've been lied to.
And why does it matter?
And why does it matter?
If
would it
everyone
matter
here-
if your girlfriend was lying to you? Would it matter if she was like? Would it matter? No.
Not really. But
No.
if everyone here agrees,
Well, then it doesn't matter.
the Earth was flat, then what does that? Does it
Well,
matter?
if we all agreed that the Earth was flat, we would realize that we were the center of creation, and that this place was created for us, and that we were not random.
So if the Earth is flat, you could just walk to the edge and just fall off the edge.
Not at all.
You said there's no
So
gravity.
how is
Not
it
at all.
flat? There's no gravity.
there's no
So if there's
gravity.
no
So
gravity,
wait.
we wouldn't be able to
So
stay
you're
on the
willing to
planet.
accept that you can't fall off a ball, off the side of a ball.
But that's
You're
why-
willing to
that's
accept
what
that.
gravity
But I'm
keeps-
saying I'm saying to you that you're happy to have like an exercise ball in your lounge and say, oh yeah, I can walk on any part of that. But if I gave you a table and you say, okay, I'll walk as far as the edge, but I can walk around my table all day long. Right? So if we live inside of a water bowl. Yeah,
but you're saying that there's no gravity. Yeah, but you're saying that there's no
You won't
gravity.
learn while you don't listen.
I'm not trying to learn anything
So-
because you're not teaching me.
Okay, bye. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. We've been lied to about where we live and who we are. Hard to accept our lifetime of indoctrination. Good luck.
I'm not debating that, but
Dean's really getting into it over there. I think I need to break this party up.
because the government doesn't get revenue from clicks, for example. The government is banning
Flat Earth Day's profiteering.
trans healthcare. You don't know that. People underage. You don't know that Flat Earth Day is
He's got a little app.
Well, you don't know that
Right.
he is. You're making an assumption.
No, but I mean, this is unfortunate. With cults, there are followers who don't make the money.
Let me tell you who makes the most money in the flat Earth debate is those people who fight against the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Actually, they get the millions of views go to, and if you search Earth is flat, the first 10, 20, 30 videos you will get will be people who are fighting against it, not people
Yeah,
who are
but there's
genuinely
reasons for
looking
that,
at
aren't
it.
there?
Absolutely. So we're living in a world of controlled information.
Yeah.
And so the people who are making the most and getting the most views and the most support, financial support, are those people who are fighting against us. So if you wanted to make money, this is really not the smart way to do it. Flat Earth gets tiny, tiny views by comparison to those that are
but there's a
anti-flat Earth.
reason for that, isn't there?
Yeah, because we live in a world of controlled information.
Or people just, you know,
Well,
don't
here's the thing: is that
don't believe that we live in a world
in
of
2018, the U.S. Senate pulled the YouTube into a Senate hearing, and this is available on YouTube. And they said, "What are you going to do about flat Earth?" And they said, "We are going to demonetize. We are going to subjugate. We are going to control flat Earth." In fact, flat Earth was, you know how you sometimes search a subject like vaccine or whatever, and it'll bring up this little information, Wikipedia information thing beneath the video. If you ever come across videos like that, I do it quite a lot. They were invented because of flat Earth, because they did not want. They wanted to give people a counterpoint so that it's like, I'm going to go and do my own research. Firstly, they're not going to give you anyone who's talking sincerely about this. They're going to give you the disinfo. And then they're going to give you this little Wikipedia bar saying flat Earth is an archaic, unproven, historic thing, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, so they're trying to control the narrative.
What do you think you see when you look out of a telescope into the sky and you see planets, constellations, stars? What do you think you're seeing?
I see lights.
But
don't you see lights?
I see lights, but what do you think's up there if not for?
It's now we're getting into what else this Earth could be other than this materialist world. It's electromagnetic, in my honest opinion. It's electromagnetic, and what we're seeing are electromagnetic signatures, energy points, that if you've ever studied cymatics, you know, like if you can take a certain vibration, you put salt on a vibrating pad, and it'll take a certain pattern up. And then as you change the frequency, the different hertz, then that salt will rearrange itself into different patterns. Well, that's what we're seeing, is that we're seeing Mars, Venus, Mercury, and so on, vibrating at a certain frequency. And that's all I see now when I look at these. And you know, I used to believe in the rocks and gas giants and all of those things. I believed in all of that. Now I look at it without any computer trickery in between me and what I'm looking at, i.e. through a zoom camera. And what I see is, wow, I'm seeing this repeating flicker pattern. Some of them are just silver. Some of them are going through like these color rainbow changes, and the ones that go through the color rainbow changes do that every day, no matter what the weather. And the ones that are silver every day. And the one that looks like Saturn with its rings around it looks like that every day. I've got no issue with that. But what I'm not believing anymore is that these are vast giants of balls of rock or gas or whatever. No, they're small electromagnetic signatures that are inside of a few thousand miles. They're not light years or tens of thousands of millions of miles away and so on. So that's what
I was also talking to your friend about. I mean, he's smoking. Isn't that not putting like the worst chemicals you could possibly put in your body?
Yeah, we all have our vices.
Yeah, I mean, but surely that's like. Sorry, but that is the biggest hypocrisy of them all. He's smoking. Like, that is the worst thing you can put into your body. There's tar in cigarettes. So it's literally
But you were going to
poison.
make a point. You wanted to make a point about it.
So like vaccinations. The reason we don't see measles, cases of children dying from measles, whooping cough, is because of vaccinations. If we brought vaccinations away, children would start dying from measles and whooping cough because they would come back. And these people who say, well, my child's not vaccinated, the only reason they're not getting measles is because of herd immunity. So do you not think it's irresponsible to tell people that vaccines contain tracking devices and chemicals and all of these things when children are living and, you know, mortality rates are higher because of vaccinations? Do you not think that?
Well, without, I mean, I haven't said anything specific about vaccines.
No, this is what I was talking to your friend about.
Okay, well, without wanting to get into that, because I know it's a very sensitive subject, and
I'm not
people,
sensitive about it.
on where you sit on that scale.
No, I'm not sensitive. I don't mind what you say. I'm not sensitive about
because
it.
there's obviously people with say polio would say, you know, if I hadn't had the polio, or you know, if I hadn't had the polio, then it would have been worse for me, or we don't have polio because of the vaccine, and blah blah blah. And then there's other researchers who will say, look, polio was on the decline in the world, and then they introduced the polio vaccination, and then we saw an uptick in polio. So for me, I try and keep it simple like this, is that we are natural beings, and we should be trying to live as naturally as possible. A mother elephant never would consider vaccinating her child. she would just ensure that the baby got good nourishment.
Yeah.
And so that's what I think the mother should be doing, is saying, well, if my baby in a natural world, assuming there wasn't complications in pregnancy or the baby wasn't born with some kind of serious health condition, then we should just try and give our child good veggies or good meat or good clean water, lots of sunshine, outdoor time, and stuff like that, and then things should be fine. There is this argument to be made that the more you compact people into more and more dense environments, the more sort of disease and illness you will get, and then the
but
natural
measles
response,
prevent that. Vaccinations,
vaccines.
prevent that, don't they?
Well, for me, the jury's out on that. I used to be in agreement with you on that.
But do you not think that's like why has measles disappeared and whooping cough has disappeared? Why
herd
is
immunity, like you said?
Yeah, because of vaccinations.
No, I don't know about that. You see, because like when the story goes, I don't know whether this is true, but when Europeans arrived in South America, they decimated a lot of the population of South America because they introduced illness or bacteria or whatever that these people, their immune systems had never had to encounter. So they'd never evolved an immunity for that. And the same is true with this COVID. Whatever COVID was, it's like if you get it, and most medics will agree now with this, is that if you get it, you have you've developed an immune response to that,
absolutely.
which will last you a lifetime.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
My last point was just man is smoking tar and poison.
Yeah, of course, I smoke.
But that is like the word. You are literally putting something that the
if I had a
government
halo and standing there perfect,
But why are you
then,
putting tar into your body?
No one's perfect.
That is my
I don't
last.
smoke tailor-made.
But that is my last point. Is smoking is very proven to be bad for you.
It's been so nice talking to you, ladies.
No, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Are they leather?
No, they're vegan.
Right, there are people who have these different. Everyone's got levels of where they stand within
I
their
just think
moral.
saying like you won't take a vaccination but you will smoke cigarettes is just the biggest hypocrisy.
It's a leaf. It's an actual product.
It's just tobacco.
It's pure tobacco.
Now, but who's messed with it?
Why do you smoke? Because you're addicted to tobacco. Why would you, why would you put an unnatural substance in your body that would potentially kill you? Sorry, we have to go, but it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been
Have a good life, ladies. All the best. Yeah.
FlatEarthDave.com or not?
I still don't believe it. Sorry.
Just look.
I think Dave was probably.
It was a very stimulating conversation.
I'm asking genuinely, would you look? Half an hour, trying to just watch one of his little
I had a great
talks for half
conversation
an
with that
hour,
other girl. She's
look
a
at the
teacher.
imagery you've been
Around
presented with all your life.
sexualising children, and initially she got really defensive.
Try it, I
And
promise
towards
you.
the end of the
Just
conversation,
try
she
it.
went, "Yeah, I get what you're saying."
Have a great life.
So
All
yeah,
right, all right.
it was cool. It was cool.
Well done,
Initially,
then.
she got really defensive. So you don't think that people can't express themselves. I've got friends who express themselves through their sexuality or transgender. I went, I've got an issue with that at all. I said, I used to go to fetish clubs. I said, I've got no issue with that on any level. I said, but when it's introduced to children,
Yeah.
I said, there's a different agenda going on.
Yeah, and when you're that young, very suggestible.
Yeah,
Just like the globe.
and you're
because children
planting
believe they
you're
live on a
planting
spoon.
unfamiliar information into a child's brain. They don't need to be seen.
No. You don't need to open that door. It's almost
Not
like
at
if
all.
I open the door to porn for a child, for example, it'd be like, well, why the hell would you do that?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
why would you open the door to all these sorts of things? The same with with Zizi. Like I don't want to show him videos. He enjoys eating meat. I don't want to show him videos at this stage in his life of the slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary to put him through that. Yes, if he lived on a farm and he was seeing the weekly slaughter or whatever, then fair enough. But I don't think.
What's your best quote to you? Why do you think people are spinning ball?
Because I live in Dubai and I flew home, and when you press the on the screen you can see the plane. I can see it on the camera.
That's a fisheye camera.
And when I look out the window I can see it as well.
No.
Trust me.
Not according to scientists.
And also, when you look at the sea, it disappears at the end. Does it? Yeah.
Get a telescope.
If it was flat, you'd be able to see the next country.
So would you agree that if you went in the Burj Khalifa and your friend was standing on the ground floor and you were at the top, 800 meters or whatever, you would be able to see ships much further away than he could see?
good question. Yes, because he's on the floor.
He's on
and
the
there's
floor.
buildings in the way.
No, he's on the beach. No buildings in the way.
There's no beach to the Burj Khalifa there.
Okay, he's on the beach in
Burj
Dubai.
Al Arab, you mean?
I mean, let's say he's on the beach and you're at 800 meters.
Yeah.
You can see much further.
You would be able to see. It wouldn't be that far because the world's quite big, so it wouldn't be that much difference. But yes, you would be able to see slightly further.
And the same is true that when you go in the aeroplane at 35,000 feet, you can now see ships. You've just taken off at
But you
Dubai.
can't see ships because you're too high.
I've seen ships from 35,000 feet. You can't see ships from. You know
You
what?
wouldn't know that.
It's funny that, eh?
You wouldn't be able to definitely tell it was a ship though. At 35,000 feet.
Ships, would you agree, are super tankers are much bigger than the International Space Station?
I don't know how big the space station is.
About the size of a 747.
I don't know.
It's about the size of a 747.
Yeah.
People claim they can see the International Space Station from 250 miles away, 250 miles high.
Right.
So I'm with you. I have flown over the Mediterranean.
But you can see that as a star, not as you can't see any detail on this space station.
Why
if
would
anyone
it be
says
as a
they
star?
can see a space station, they're lying.
At 250 miles.
Lying.
Do you know that
be
the
able to see
furthest-
this as it's like a light.
Yeah, why is it a light?
Well, because it's got lights on it, I assume. I don't know. I've never been to
So
one. I don't know what they
the
look
brightest
like.
lights on Earth are lighthouses, and the furthest we can see them away is 80 miles. The very furthest we can see them away is 80
What are you trying
miles.
to say?
So there's no way we can see this light. Why
Yeah,
would
I
you have
wouldn't
a
know. I
lighthouse?
don't know
of
anything about
International
that.
Space? Anyway, I have
It's as
seen.
flat as your head, Theo.
Sorry,
isn't it?
I need to go.
Flat as your face, not your head. Have a good one. Are you guys almost ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
I am. That's been fun. I think I'm running out of battery. Possibly.
I have a spare.
Oh, it's flat. It's flat as a pancake.
Should we rock and roll, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Good day.
Yeah? I'll keep the stream going until for a little while. I'll leave this as a memento. Thanks for the coffee, by the way. Appreciate it. No problem. Very nice. 4 hours Yeah, I didn't think you'd get on so well with those ladies because of their view on the
vaccines and everything else.
Yeah.
We had some great conversations.
Yeah. Oh. I'm sorry I didn't catch more of that on. You know, they were a bit uncomfortable with their camera, so I didn't really want to spoil your conversation because they moved away from it. Yeah. 90% of people are, right? So, and the thing is, once you've made a physical commitment to it, it's hard to revoke that and say, oh yeah, this is wrong. The last thing you want to do is it's hard. Yeah. Why would they lie?
I'm not
It's we've certainly scratched the surface here at Winchester. We'll cut through here, of course. I'll show you guys the cathedral on our way out. Those of you, I did come out the other day from you might find this interesting if you haven't already seen it. There's definitely more in terms of the transgender, whatever they call it, cisgender, all of that. There's definitely a lot, feels to me, a lot more of that in. I'll give that to Zizi.
What's that?
Jewel gold heart.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Okay. Billy William III. Why do I say that? Because Mr. Gum, Luke is reading Mr. Gum to Zizi at the moment and he's absolutely loving it. I'm just going to walk to the cathedral and I'll catch you there. Yeah. So this gives you a little sense of Winchester and surrounds. And then we're onto the cathedral grounds here. This is, believe it or not, started in the year 1000 or something. It's insanely old. Not all of it, but the story goes somewhere between 1000 and 1500. All of this is put together. And apparently it's the longest footprint in Europe, this cathedral. Obviously it doesn't look like much from under here, but we'll see when I get to through this canopy. You'll see what I mean. It is a long one. You actually can't see the full length of it from here. You have to you can't see the full length of it. It goes beyond it's like the nave or that cross member, which I believe you can, well, I showed in my other video, you can actually see that there's windows hidden behind this section. So it wasn't built like this originally. Dusty up there. So people have come for a little picnic. See a nice picnic. Oh, very middle class. Well done.
So good. Do you want to go see the
It must be a touching link point
I think.
for runners.
Hi guys.
So they made it.
How are you?
But yeah, people earlier today were arguing with me that it could not be possible to it was possible that little people with little horses and carriages who were living in tiny little hovely houses, which they did. This is what they were building in the 1600s, with small houses. But they built this even before that. It's flaking quite badly in sections. See, zoom in on a bit of flake. This is, I think, just concrete poured. Is this facade all sort of 1800s? Is it 1600s? I can't say for sure. But the idea that this is 1,000 years old. And as I pointed out in my other video, that, such a grand size and then such tiny, tiny little doors. Oh well, in the same way people make excuses for the super large doors. Well, they just decided that this would be nicer to have these tiny doors. Sorry, folks. Oh, there's some strange looking gargoylage up there. So I'm zooming in on that. See the birds. when I was talking to someone earlier on about dragons and those sorts of things, I was thinking about mentioning the gargoyles. And is this what people see in that time? They were doing representations of things that were real. But these will be easier to see because of the light. Check this out. Can you make that out? That's really freaky. Really freaky looking mouth. Yeah. Yeah, that's the point. So there you go, this is Winchester. Cathedral, £13 to go in, so I'll decline politely. I'll just pop my head in because you may not have seen the video on the other day when I did pop my head in. Oh, the closed. I've got to pay for automatic door. I didn't pay for it. Wow. Horse and cart. Let's build this. Not this floor. This floor is after the flood create this level. It's beautiful there, I have to say. So there you go, a little freebie tour. They've obviously just closed the that's just not going to do it justice. Timing, eh? Dean. It's free right now if you want to have a quick peek.
What's that?
It's free in there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. If you want to have a quick peek, we can just have a quick sneak. And just as I arrived, they seem to open the barrier. Spent upon the fabric, the safety of which had been gravely imperiled by the subsidence of the walls. It was necessary to construct new foundations and to carry them through the underlying peat and a considerable depth of water. To a bed of hard area. Worshipful company of goldsmiths. That's Freemasonry, isn't it? The walls are a greater part of the building underpinned, grouted and bonded. tied towards new buttresses were built on the south side of the nave and the south transept. Underpinned and the pinnacles restored. Greater part of the vaultings either reset or reconstructed. Timber roofs were largely replaced. This was repaired. And the flying buttresses restored. Their Majesties King George and Queen Mary were present at the service of Thanksgiving on St. Withen's Day, 1912. 1912. You see, I think the World War was a reason to get people to forget. It's interesting, this looks to me like a bigger door from this side, doesn't it, than from the outside. I mean, this whole archway itself, I feel like this was probably a window at one point. It was never the original door. However, this is a nice sized door from this side. Yeah, like I say, I think these tiles here, it's like they use them to create the floor. This floor is uneven, higgledy-piggledy. It does not match with that magnificent ceiling. And I think the underpinning that they did in 1912 is the recreation of this floor level, or the creation of this floor level. Well, this is a little added bonus, isn't it? Tagged onto the street work. Thanks for staying this long, and I appreciate your support. But yeah, this is a pretty long building. Look at the mess that this floor is. It's really not even. It's just throwing stones together. Just mixed feelings about various elements of this, you know. It's not all one age or one time, and so see the height change over there. It's tempting, isn't it?
Well, very tempting, yeah.
Well, I won't tell if you don't. There's people up there. This is magnificent. Just, you know, but I do think this is somehow poured, not Catholic, this place. Poured rather than carved, I think. But how much work is involved. So it's, is that Cromwell? Bishop, 1493, 1501. I mean, this is a that's right. Horse and cart. Horse and cart. Hovels for homes. And we're still awed by this. Interesting. There's a link between this place and a number of the other cathedrals we've been to, including Canterbury. 1189 to 1204. Yeah, the stone is tied together with these keys here, I believe. It's Catholic to me, all this iconography of fallen heroes is a thing. There's things that don't kind of match, like those lines up there don't match with all of this. It's like that was some kind of barrier. Oh, that guy, when I said Rothschild today, he was like, oh, hold on, you can't say Rothschild, that's anti-Semitic. What? First, discovered you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to talk about. Looking out for examples where there's a missing one. Weird shit that I do not understand. Sorry if my little boy was listening to that. He doesn't approve of any of that kind of language. Understandable. It's not all linked, all connected, all tied together. Separation of church and state is non-existent. There is no such thing. It is all the same control system, just like the Vatican and NASA. They're all the same. Way out of here.
I was just looking at this carving.
Yeah.
Like, whoever would have carved this.
Yeah.
Got the little tools in there. Got that bit right.
And made it perfectly smooth as well.
Yeah.
And they did it thousands and thousands and thousands of times in just this one building alone.
Yeah.
Whilst living in their hovels and travelling from town to town on horseback. No, Denis. Something else. There's something else going on here, mate.
You had a little chance upon getting in for nothing.
Yeah. Enjoy it. Some kind of obsession with death. The great altar screen of the street cathedral was erected in the 15th century. In the year 1538, it was grievously mutilated and despoiled of the figures which had adorned it. In succeeding ages, it was subjected to various tasteless alterations until its original beauty was almost entirely effaced. In the year 1835, the restoration of the central portion was begun. 1835. Memory of Archdeacon. Very important taken in hand, and the enthronement of this was unveiled in the year 1899. I don't claim to know the answers, but I have a lot of questions. All carved by hand? I think not. I think not. This is. Choir practice. All that wooden stuff, the choir singing, I think that might be 1800s material. And then the step down, interesting, isn't it? You've got 2 meters, if not more, height change between there and here. Secret entrance.
Steady.
It's the...
The organ is beautiful. The sound is something else. I think there's something healing about that. Security. Keep an eye on everything. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Dean. Yeah, this wooden stuff here, I feel like this is, having seen this in a number of cathedrals, I feel like this is a later edition. Slight height change here again. You know, one has to think there's something to all of this. You know, I can't write it all off as false or made up. Where's the eagle? Eagle here. Camera. And everything. A serious camera, isn't it? I guess they don't want to keep an eye on people walking up to the altar. Altar. You want to be altered. Anyway, I could spend hours in here, I suppose. But, this floor is not level. It's all over the place. It belies the grandest. I do question whether some of this is later. Right, this cladding on the pillars here, but don't fight it. It's just interesting and food for thought. This one.
This will be people who died, I suppose. It's crazy. I always want to look out for my own name, surname anyway. Servant name. All with their ones intact. There's a J though, which could be a star. Maybe that's not a one, is it? It's a J. Is it a one? There's a J. Let's see a few of those around. This one also, but it's a 17. It's J. So. I remember saying he lost their lives. Comes a spreadsheet in stone.
finally. And this organization is very much fun. So you can read this if you like. How many times have I asked, I don't care, what does it matter? Today I was asked that quite a few times. People don't realize this is why it matters. We'll be sent to war with each other for eternity. So we don't realize what's the trick. Okay. You can say farewell to this magnificent structure. And let's see. Farewell to you. Boy, it's still there. I don't think this is updated in ours, because I'm sure that comment was there ages ago. Oh, this is not updated in ours. So I haven't seen in the chat for a while. I need to stop again. We're going to end the chat. I don't know how to do that anymore. That's what I think they've changed them. I just see lightning. I thought this way was a square. I told them giants was good to me. As soon as you say that before now in the comments, I appreciate that. Some interesting comments there. Hey, Tony, welcome. Nice to see you. Tony dyslexic. Oh yeah. Oh, sorry to hear about Mikey Smith. The guy who filmed the stars. Pretty new. It's interesting. Okay, Jason says, what year was this built? And I think I've answered that now with in the 1300s, somewhere around there. Even Peter Philip places are coming from something here, but I don't think, I think the evil and pedophile people have usurped control of these places, perhaps. They weren't designed by those same people. No way. You're not trolling me, right?
Hello.
Is this church?
The floor's not level. The floor's not level. It's not. The floor does not match the ceiling.
No,
this is a cheaply made floor that you and me could knock up over a weekend, and this is the ceiling.
Put this together over a weekend.
Build a Lego house.
I think the floor doesn't match the ceiling because they designed it in a way that doesn't look like a floor. Because it's a ceiling.
Yeah.
It's not ceiling.
This is something that simple people could do. This, and the roof is really hard. We could build this floor. It would take extreme technology
but
to
the
build that.
trajectory of the curved roof equals curved earth.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. The water will always flow down here.
The earth is flat.
Yeah, of course.
Should we go? There's a crypt on the right. If you go to the right, you just can't go in too fast.
Yeah.
You can get down and see
Okay.
it. It's covered in water.
Just Harry?
It's an underground.
There's underground. If you study, if you go deeper than flat Earth, you'll realize that there's mud floods that have happened over the last few hundred years that have covered most of our buildings. You can go around Winchester and find buildings where there's windows at street level. There's basements 2-3 floors into the ground. The original street level for this building was probably 5 or 10 or 20 feet lower. That's why I was making a joke about the floor, because the floor was added in the last few hundred years. The roof is hundreds
isn't
of...
actually the real floor.
No, the real floor is
No,
below
it's
here. Every cathedral, every single cathedral I visit, they always tell you, yeah, there's a whole underground section underneath here. Do you know how hard it is to dig into the ground?
Pretty hard.
And then to build in there and to stop water from coming in there is really difficult, even in the modern times. But 600-700 years ago, you'd be like, no, let's just build from the ground up. Let's not dig huge, further into the ground, because then you've still got to put foundations below that.
So guys, should we go
Mud
check it
flood.
out?
Yeah,
Mud
so
flood.
Have a good day.
Have a good one.
Crypt is underwater. There's a layer of water that runs.
Really?
Right. It's great.
Really?
Yeah. I only took a video.
Well, this over here talks about how they had to underlie the peat and considerable depth of water in 1912. They had to fix the fabric of the building, gravely imperiled by the subsidence of the walls. It wasn't the wall subsiding, it was the ground rising, or the water table rising.
It's the crypt.
You got in there. Okay. Wow. Is that water down there?
Yeah. So it's very much deeper than the water level.
Wow. Wow. Look at that reflection.
Yeah.
Water's level.
Perfectly.
I was going to wrap this up.
La lapidan directamente. La
I
lapidan.
wasn't sure how to even end the live anymore. Guys, I appreciate you staying by. Having fun. Have a nice day. I've got a bit of sun on me today. It's time to say goodbye. Just to stop streaming.